Hello. Hi, friends. It's me, Mario. Not really. I'm Lacey. This is Criminally Confident. And in case you're wondering why I go by that, it's because I'm too confident for my own good. It should be criminal, not because I'm confident in my criminality. I was laughing about that last night. And a lady referring to her butt cheek. Oh my God. Anyways, welcome back. So, for those who are tuning in right now, what's up? Feel free to comment in the chat. And if you don't feel comfortable doing that, I would love it if you could at least sub to my channel and like this stream. That will help the algorithm a lot. Get some eyes on this that wouldn't normally be looking at this, if you know what I'm saying. If you are watching on replay, please feel free to comment in the comment section. I haven't seen a lot of comments, and I'm almost wondering if that's like a me issue. So hopefully not. Just let me know. Comment with how you found me, whether it was from YouTube or you're already a sub or someone recommended you. That would be mega helpful. And to answer the question that we continue to receive, no, don't worry. Jodi Arias is not out. This is not a hearing going on in real time. This is a cautionary tale of ladies be crazy. I have to watch what I say like the first 2 minutes of a stream. So hopefully they don't count the butt cheek thing. What's up? Hey. So yeah, that's kind of what's been going on. And I recognize there are a lot of other trials. Well, there's not a whole lot going on right now. Whether or not you're aware of that, but things are pretty quiet because butt cheeks always count. Got it. That lady was so deranged. And it had to be a lady because no man in his right mind would talk about cellulite on his butt cheeks. Okay. Anyways, where do I even go? I look like the girl off The Handmaid's Tale. Have I ever been told that? No. That's new. I've been told that I look like a chubby version of oh my God. It's the girl from the show Mom. I forget her name. But I've actually lost a bunch of weight. This was like from a bunch of people several years ago. They were like convinced they looked just like her, but that's funny. So this is a cautionary tale of ladies be crazy and watch who you're bringing rather to Christmas dinner. Period. I mean, there are some absolutely psycho men out there as well, but I feel like women just get away with it so much easier. They can blame hormones and just like, oh my God, you just don't understand. Ladies, we're on to you. And we are watching Jodi as a warning of what to look for, right? So strap yourselves in. Gonna have a great time. And I don't know. Someone give Lefty some encouragement and some love because he's really going through it right now with his self-image. Well, thank you. I have no makeup on. This is supposed to be a get ready with me. I have my makeup here. And this is like all my makeup, just so you know. This is not what I put on all at once. Also, look out for those girls too, because they have self-image issues, and that could be a no good. We want women to feel beautiful in their own skin, right? So let's go ahead and finish up where we left off yesterday, which is day 22. So Jodi just was handed over to the prosecution for cross-examination. And you guys can go ahead and see how crazy Juan is with his questioning. I mean, I'm not saying she doesn't deserve it, but whoa, woof. He went hard. He went hard. All right. We watch on 1.5 all the time. I do nothing lower than 1.5 in life. It is just like a rule of mine. So if that bothers you, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm not the channel for you. I hope you don't take it so hard. I'm just playing around. Okay, let's go ahead and watch this. Talk in the chat. Oh, I forgot to put on. I'm listening and watching it. Sorry, guys. Ow, that actually hurt.
Before you, so before you even got the house here to your sister's house, that's when you met up with Mr. McCartney. Then is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Where did you meet him?
I stayed. I can't remember where I slept, but I remember going to Matt's and Daryl's that morning with my U-Haul truck.
What's that? No, I didn't hear you.
I can't remember where I slept, but I remember going to Matt's house and Daryl's house, his apartment, with my U-Haul truck.
And what time of the day was it that you ended up at their houses?
That was in the morning.
And so would that have been? But I thought your sister lives in Hollister, which is north of the Monterey area.
That's correct.
So would you have seen them before you went to your sister's house?
I know I stopped there before I went to my sister's house.
So what time did you get to your sister's house?
I don't remember.
Well, was it light outside?
I think it was because we had dinner.
And so that would have been around 6, right?
Somewhere in that ballpark.
And before that, where did you meet what time did you meet these individuals in terms of time before that dinner time? How many hours before?
It would have been the same day, but in the morning. I don't know the hours exactly.
So you met him in the morning. Who did you meet first, Mr. Brewer or Mr. McCartney?
Matt.
And where did you meet him?
At his house, the house he was living in.
And is this the house that he was living in with these other individuals, or is this a different?
Yes, same one.
And that's when, according to you, he saw the bruises, right?
Yes.
And did Mr. Brewer see the bruises too?
No, I put makeup on.
Well, didn't you also have makeup on with Mr. McCartney? Isn't that what you had on too?
I thought I did.
Well, the makeup hadn't changed from Mr. Brewer to Mr. McCartney, had it?
Yes, it did.
And why is that? I thought you saw him at the same time, or at about the same time.
After I woke up, I went and saw Matt. Some of the makeup had worn off. He confronted me on it. Before going to see Daryl, I put more foundation on my arms and my neck.
So you had it on your arms. Where else?
My neck.
And okay, now this individual, Mr. McCartney, he's somebody that you will believe will never betray you, right?
I've had that belief in the past, yes.
Well, you had that belief after the killing, didn't you?
In September, I did.
Well,
Not so much in June.
Let's take a look at, I'm going to have something marked as an exhibit. This is exhibit 475, which is our eight on the plate.
Gonna be one of those days. We're just getting started.
I was trying to call My friend that's in Monterey. He is a person that I usually tell everything to. He's somebody that would never betray me. And he's somebody that he's somebody I could tell anything to. And I thought maybe he could, I was never able to make the phone call and get a hold of him. So it would try to dial it and then the bar would go away and call lost and things like that. So at that point, I remember pulling over again at the Hoover Dam and I thought I'm going to call Travis. And I was able to have cell phone reception there and I tried calling him and it just went to voicemail and I called him again and it went to voicemail.
You heard yourself in there talking about Mr. McCartney, right?
Yes.
And he's the first individual that you called when you were able to get, according to you, or find a charger so that you could use your telephone back on June 4th, or at that point, June 5th of 2008, right?
I don't know if he was the first, but I did try to call him.
And he's somebody that, according to what you said, would never betray you, right?
Yes,
And that's what you said when you conducted that interview, right?
that's right.
And that was after your arrest on July 15th of 2008, right?
Yes,
And he's the same individual that, according to you, had this affair or relationship with Bianca, right?
that's right.
But you had been friends throughout, correct?
Yes,
And he's somebody that, when push comes to shove, is not going to betray you, right?
that's the hope.
Well, that's not what you said on this exhibit number 475, and I moved that into evidence.
This is what I do when I get nervous.
I'm done now.
Look at this. Look at this shit. Just a total disaster. Beer cans from God knows when, Diet Coke cans, scraps of paper that I tear up into a gazillion pieces.
75 is admitted.
And when you say that he won't betray you, it means he'll stand by you no matter what, right?
That's not what I meant by that.
It's somebody that, if you need a favor, he's somebody that will help you out, right?
That would depend on the favor.
Pardon?
That would depend on the favor.
Mr. McCartney knows somebody, well, you also indicated with regard to him that it's just basically a friendship, right?
Yes,
But he's one of your allies, though, right?
yes.
This will be exhibit 476. I want you to view this.
Just before me and him.
I move for the admission of exhibit 476 based on the previous conversation.
476 is
Which
admitted.
note page?
Pardon?
Which note page is related to this?
6.
Oh, let me mute myself while I'm getting my makeup out.
476 is admitted.
Absolutely. Friendships for sure. And, you had mentioned Matt and he and I dated 8 years ago. And at this point, he's like a brother to me. And almost to the point where imagine being intimate with him or kissing him is kind of grosses me out, I think. And it doesn't mean that he's a bad person, that he's amazing, but he's more like my brother now. And I'm grateful for the experiences we've had. And he taught me so much. And I think that's why he was meant to come into my life. Because at this point, he's one of my best allies and one of the best friends that I could ever ask for.
And this is the individual that you are telling us can corroborate the issue involving the injuries to the neck, right?
Objection to courtship, Judge.
Oh, girl.
Me.
Yes.
Ma'am, the way you've been telling your story on direct examination, and I'll just pick an example, for example, the sex. The way you sort of narrated is that, yeah, you went along with it, but, it really wasn't sort of your cup of tea. It made you uncomfortable. Remember telling us that?
Yes, some things did.
And a lot of the things that you've told us in this case, including the murder, for example, you keep saying, well, yeah, happened, but you're saying to us now it's not my fault, right?
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, you did say, for example, that Mr. Alexander was the person who was very upset, right? And he was coming after you and left you no choice. Isn't that what you were saying?
That's how I felt in that moment.
But that's what you're telling us, that that's how you felt, right?
Yes.
Let me show you an exhibit that's already been introduced into evidence. This is exhibit number 245. That's you in position number 5, isn't it?
Yes.
And that's you smiling in position number 5, right?
Yes.
But you have a reason as to why you were smiling, don't you?
Yes.
Let me have an exhibit mark so we can see what the reason is.
Why is she smiling though?
I move for the admission of Exhibit 477.
No objection.
477 is admitted.
Okay, 1 second. I need to let the class know something. Oh, also, his brother showed up. That's not his dad. I might even like let you guys in very close to look because I dermaplaned my face today and it is as smooth as a baby's butt. And it's going to make the makeup go on so much better, and it's going to help my skincare products penetrate the skin deeper. And I'm just really stoked about it. So thanks for sharing this moment with me.
There's no reason for me to be sad because I know that I'm not. I'd never hurt Travis, and there's no reason to be upset over this in my mind. Everything I have faith in the end, everything will be made known, everything will come out. And in the meantime, smile, say cheese.
Ma'am, with regard to this particular issue here, it's really not your fault the way you explained it there, that you were smiling there.
Objection, argument.
Well, you actually indicate that the reason you do it is Mr. Alexander, right?
That's one of the reasons.
Well, no, you didn't say that that's one of the reasons, but Mr. Alexander's dead at this time. He's not going to know about it, is it? Is he?
Well, I believe he would.
You think he's in this light now and knowing about it,
I didn't
right?
say that.
You made that decision yourself, didn't you?
Yes.
You didn't do it with the consultation of Mr. Alexander, right?
No.
Even though you say that's what he would have done, you have no way of knowing if that's what he would have done, that he would smile, do you?
I have a way of knowing, but it's more like speculation.
Right, you wouldn't know if that's what he would do or not, right?
Not for sure.
Objection, ask ma'am.
Overruled.
So you just made that part up, didn't you?
I said that based on how I knew him.
And you did that to make yourself look better. In other words, you're saying, don't look this way, look over there.
Objection, argumentative. Compound question.
Sustained, rephrase.
You said it because you didn't want the light to be focused on you for smiling.
That's correct.
And part of that conversation also that we had is that you said that you were innocent. You remember saying that?
Yes.
And previously on direct examination, when you were being asked about whether or not a jury would convict you, you said, well, the reason I said that was because I planned to be dead at the time, right?
That's right.
Not because you were innocent, right?
Not in that interview.
Well, actually, in that interview, you also said, I'm innocent. No jury will convict me. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah, I did say that.
So it's the same thing that you're saying here, right?
Yes.
So it's not that you were going to commit suicide. It's because you truly believe that you didn't do anything wrong here, right?
I believe.
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
I believe I knew that I was innocent of first-degree murder, and I did plan to be dead.
Did you say that you were innocent of first-degree murder?
No.
That changes, though, that you're saying you truly believe that you're innocent of first-degree murder. That changes from what you told us on direct examination, though, doesn't it?
Objection.
Nothing changes.
Overruled.
Doesn't it?
Nothing changes.
Well, in direct examination, you told us that the reason that you said on that Inside Edition clip, do you want to look at it?
No.
On that Inside Edition clip, that no jury would convict you was because you felt that you were going to commit suicide, right?
The reason I said those things?
No. In court, you told us that the reason you uttered those words was because you were going to commit suicide before the matter went to trial, right?
Yes, I was certain of it.
But that's not really what you said. You said you were innocent, right?
Yes.
And so when you went up there and you told us that, that's just not the truth, is it?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
It is the truth. I'm innocent of that charge.
Or is it because the jury won't convict you because you will have committed suicide?
That was also the hope.
Now, the other thing, ma'am, is that in terms of the breakup with Mr. Alexander, that occurred at the end of June of 2007, correct?
Correct.
And what you indicated was that after the breakup, one of the things that happened is that rather than staying in Palm Desert, you moved to Arizona, right?
I lived in Big Sur, and I did move to Mesa.
Pardon?
I lived in Big Sur, not Palm Desert. I moved to Mesa.
How long did you stay in Big Sur?
Approximately 2 months.
And after
Oh,
being in
I
Big
was
Sur for approximately 2 months and being
not
broken up with
muted.
Mr. Alexander,
Sorry.
you decided to move down to Mesa, right?
Yes.
It isn't a situation where Mr. Alexander is helping you financially, is it?
That month, it was.
Which month is that? I thought you were up there 2 months.
The month that I moved.
So he helped you the month that you moved, but you were really not dependent on him for support, were you?
I could have moved without his financial
Well,
assistance.
is that my question to you, whether or not you could have moved here?
Objection, yes, it was.
Restate your question.
Ma'am, were you dependent on Mr. Alexander for your financial well-being?
In Big Sur, no.
And in Palm Desert, you weren't dependent on Mr. Alexander for your financial well-being there either, were you?
No.
You were working, I think you even said in Palm Desert 2 or 3 jobs, right?
Yes.
And back up in Big Sur, you were working where? Montana Lakes? Is that where you were?
Ventana Inn and Spa and the
Right.
Desert Bakery.
You were getting paid, right?
Yes.
You didn't need Mr. Alexander to provide for you in any way, right?
First thing,
No.
primer.
And you made the choice to come down to Mesa, Arizona, right?
Yes.
And you made the choice as to where you were going to move, right?
Yes.
And in fact, ma'am, you indicated that there was a reason why you chose to come out to Mesa, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you indicated that was Mr. Alexander. And he was the reason
Just the
that
piece
you came
size.
here to Arizona, right?
Yes.
Let's see how you put it.
Mascara always goes in your bra.
Moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
478 is admitted.
Oh, is that what they call this? That's hilarious. That's really funny. I'm going to do something a little wild today.
Tell me about choosing Mesa as a place to live. Why did you choose Mesa?
Well, the main reason was because of Travis. He was a very persuasive person, and we had discussed my moving there. It was a topic of conversation for a while. There came a point where we decided to break things off, and I sort of hesitated on my plans to move there. But again, he's very persuasive, so he convinced me that it might be a good idea if I did move there. So I went ahead with the move, and it was actually a pretty good decision. I think I made a lot of friends. It's a great place where the church is strong, and there are a lot of really great wards there. I really enjoyed my time there. So,
Ma'am, in it you are telling us there that it was Mr. Alexander, and he's the reason why you moved here, right?
Yes.
And it also appears to say that, well, it was his fault that you came here. In other words,
Objection, and Mr. President, your statement.
Rephrase.
you said, he is so persuasive, he convinced me that it might be a good idea if I did move here. That's what you said, right?
That's what I said.
He convinced you. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Which means you didn't want to come, right?
not after I found out how promiscuous he was.
Ma'am, am I asking you about, isn't it true that you said that he convinced you that it might be a good idea? You're saying that he convinced you, right?
Yes.
Objection, asked and answered about 3 times now.
Sustained.
And that he was very persuasive, right?
He was.
And so what you're saying is it wasn't your fault.
Objection, argumentative, asked and answered again.
Overruled. You may answer that question.
What do you mean by fault?
What does fault mean to you?
Culpability?
Pardon?
Culpability?
Right. He was culpable. He's the reason why you're in Arizona.
I wouldn't characterize it that way.
Well, one of the things that seems to be a trend here is that you seem to be saying, well, I had no control over that decision. That's not true, right?
It was my decision.
That's right. And you were the one that decided to come out here, right?
Yes.
Even though you had broken up, right?
Yes.
Even though at that point, there was no relationship between the two of you at that point, right?
There was still some kind of relationship.
Telephone relationship, right?
Telephone and mail.
Right. So there was this sort of relationship, but you knew that you were broken up, right?
Yes,
I mean, you were the one that announced that on June 29th of 2007, you broke up with him, right?
that's correct.
And if you broke up with him, that means you had the, if you will, the wherewithal, the psychological wherewithal to say, no, I've had enough, right?
I could have.
Well, no, you did say that. You broke up with him on June 29th, didn't you?
Objection, Mr. President, testimony.
Regarding the breakup, yes, I had the wherewithal.
And then after that, you didn't move here to Arizona, right?
Not immediately.
No, the answer is no, right?
After the breakup, yes, I did move to Arizona.
Really? Immediately on June 30th of 2007, you moved to Arizona?
I said not immediately.
So you did move to Arizona on June 30th of 2007, right?
No.
You actually moved somewhere else, to Big Sur.
No, I was already in Big Sur for almost 2 months at that point.
Okay. So when did you come out here to Arizona if you were already up there for 2 months?
It would have been right before his birthday,
So when is his birthday?
July 28th.
So you came out here less or approximately 1 month after you broke up, right?
I came out here before that, but that's when I moved out here.
Okay, so you came out before, but you actually moved down here approximately 1 month after you broke up, right?
Yes,
And even though you guys are broken up, you moved to an area that's pretty close to him, right?
yes,
And in fact, as this thing progresses, you even moved to another home that's even closer to him, right?
that's right.
Even though that you're broken up, right?
Yes.
even though you say that there were these trust issues, right?
Yes.
Ma'am, one of the other individuals in your life is an individual by the name of Bobby Juarez. Do you remember him?
Yes.
And you indicated that you met him and then at a carnival, right?
The county fair.
County fair,
Yes.
right? There were rides, that sort of thing, right?
Yes.
And then after some time, you guys sort of just met, but you didn't see him after that until you saw him at a football game, right?
That's right.
And you said, well, I'm not very aggressive, but I really went up to him and I introduced myself, right?
I didn't introduce myself. I just asked if he remembered me.
Well, you went up to talk to him. How about that?
Yes, him and some mutual friends.
Yeah, is that yes?
Yes.
So even though you say you're not real aggressive, you approached him. He did not approach you, right?
That's right.
And with Mr. Alexander, even though you're in Big Sur less than a month or approximately a month after you break up, you make the decision to come here, right?
Yes.
So you have the ability to be, if you will, a person who can make whatever decisions are necessary for yourself, right?
Yes.
Even from the time that you were younger, it appears that you were, for example, assertive enough to go up to Mr. Juarez and say, do you remember me, right?
Yes.
And he said he did remember you, right?
Yes.
And you introduced yourself, right?
Yes.
And he introduced himself, right?
I already knew him.
So you knew his name, he didn't, you introduced yourself, right? Said, do you remember me? My name is so-and-so, something like that is the way you told him,
Something to
right?
that effect.
Right. And so after that, you and he start to have a relationship, right?
A friendship.
But at some point you become boyfriend and girlfriend, right?
Yes.
And that boyfriend and girlfriend relationship, how long did it last before you broke up?
We broke up several times.
No, the first time that you broke up. That's what I'm asking about.
I would say 5 months.
And after you broke up with him, or you broke up with him, right?
Yes.
And after you broke up with him, on September 23rd of 1997, you were working somewhere, weren't you?
97. Yes.
Where were you working?
97. I think I was working at, I was in Wairika, but I don't remember which restaurant. I had several restaurant jobs during that time in high school.
Well, you remember that you talked to us about September 23rd of 1997 and the restaurant that you were working at when you were on direct examination. Do you remember telling us that?
I think I said the Purple Plum.
But you're having trouble remembering that today, right?
September 23rd, 97.
No,
Yes.
the restaurant that you were working at.
On that date, yes.
Yes, even though you told us what restaurant it was before, when you
Actually, Mr. President.
Oh, to me, I don't know.
you don't remember telling us what restaurant you worked at.
Not on that particular date.
How about, all right, how about a week before that date? Do you remember where you were working?
I was working at my dad's restaurant if it wasn't closed yet. If it was closed, I was at the Purple Plum or Grandma's house.
Do you remember that you told us that during this period of time, shortly before this September 23rd of 1997, that you were a server and an old individual, an old man came into the restaurant? Do you remember telling us that?
Yes.
Are you having trouble remembering that, or the way you
I
said
remember
it?
that incident.
Yes, you do remember that?
Yes.
And he used to come in, and according to you, he had a dog-eared Bible. Do you remember telling us that?
Yeah, it was pocket size.
Pocket size, right? And you remember that he talked to you about some of the scriptures and some of the verses inside that Bible, right?
I remember that.
And according to him, as you told it to us, the end of the world,
Like the
pursuant to
stream.
his calculations after reading the Bible, was September 23rd, 1997, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that immediately popped in your mind was that, well, Bobby, you thought about Bobby at that time, right?
Not immediately, but very soon after that.
Right. And one of the things that you told us was that he was not very religious, right?
Yes.
So why would he care to hear from you if some old guy is talking to you about the end of the world? Why do you think he would even care?
It felt like it was a moral responsibility.
Yes, you say that you feel it was a moral responsibility, but given what your relationship was, and he wasn't religious, why would you think that he would care?
My fear was that he wouldn't care.
Well, and so what? How is that relevant to you? How is that important to you since you're not even dating the guy? Why would you even care?
I cared about his eternal salvation.
Did you also go to your parents and say, Mom, Dad, I care about your salvation? Did you also go to talk to them too?
Ken had already talked to them.
Pardon?
Ken had already talked to them about
The
that.
bottom line is, did you go to them to talk to them to make sure they got the message?
It would have been redundant, so no.
Ma'am, the answer is yes or no. Did you go to them or not?
Objection, asked and answered, or he said no.
Sustained.
So you didn't go to them, right?
No.
And did you go to anybody? You were still in high school at the time, right?
Yes.
You didn't go to anybody else in high school with this message, did you?
I talked about it.
You didn't go to them with the message the way that you approached Bobby, though, did you?
Objection, asked and answered.
Well, since Bobby and I weren't talking, I guess that would be correct.
Right, because, and let's say, for example, if the people that you went to talk to at your school, high school, said, hey, I don't want to talk about it, you'd leave them alone, right?
Objection calls for speculation, what she did 15, 20 years ago, what she would have done.
I guess so.
Pardon?
I guess so.
Well, no, you were the person back then, and you knew how you were, right?
Yes.
And you wouldn't have. If they had told you, leave me alone, you'd have left them alone, right?
Yes.
Well, but you treated Bobby differently, didn't you?
No.
Well, isn't it true that you picked up the phone and let him know about this impending doomsday and called him, didn't you?
That's the reason I called him.
Right, you did call him, correct?
Yes.
And you called him, and he answered the telephone, right?
Yes.
And you identified yourself, didn't you?
No.
Well, you spoke, didn't you?
Oh, I did identify myself. I'm sorry. Yes.
And he knew who you were because you identified yourself, right?
Yes. The first night.
Ma'am, is that yes? You did identify yourself,
I
right?
said yes.
And he hung up on you, didn't he?
Yes.
But And according to you, the reason you were calling was because, well, it was the end of the world, right?
No, not
Well,
yet.
didn't you tell us that the reason you were calling him was because September 23rd of 1997 was impending and you wanted to let him know?
Yes.
So after that first call, he didn't call you back, did he?
No.
Cuckoo.
But you persisted, didn't you?
I called the next night.
The answer is you continued to call, right?
One more time. Yes.
Right. And you called the next night again, right?
Yes.
Didn't you get the message when he hung up on you the first night that he didn't want to talk to you?
Objection, argumentative.
I got that impression.
If somebody hangs up on you, isn't that a clear message to you that they don't want to talk to you? More
Not
than an impression?
necessarily.
Pardon?
Not necessarily.
So if somebody hangs up to you, that doesn't necessarily mean that they don't want to talk to you?
No.
Well, what other reason would they be hanging up on you if they don't, other than they don't want to talk to you?
It could be accidental. It could be a malfunction of the phone. It could be anything without explanation. I wouldn't know.
Okay, so that's, okay. But you didn't call them, why did you, if you thought that that was the problem that first night, why didn't you just call him right away? Why didn't you just pick up the phone and call him right away? To make sure that it wasn't a mechanical malfunction. Why didn't you do that?
I think I was kind of shy.
You think you were kind of shy, but that didn't stop you from calling the next day, right?
It took that long to work up the courage
Man,
again.
it didn't, the shyness that you professed did not stop you from calling the next day, right?
Objection, ask and answer. Just explain that.
Sustained.
And the shyness that you professed didn't stop you from going up to him in a football game and introducing yourself to him, right?
Objection, ask and answer.
Sustained.
Now, you then do call him the next day, right?
Yes.
What time of the day was it?
I don't recall. It
Midnight.
would have been after school, I think.
Would it be after work too or not?
Objection, ask and answer.
Overruled.
I usually wasn't scheduled on school days.
Okay, and so you call him and you dial his number and you get him again, right?
Yes.
He answers the phone, right?
Yes.
And after he answers the phone, you identify yourself again, right?
This time I didn't.
Did you say something?
Yes.
So you didn't identify yourself, but your voice came through the wire line, right?
Yes.
And immediately, upon hearing your voice, he hung up on you again, didn't he?
That's right.
Didn't say a word to you, did he?
No.
Well, now with regard to that, you didn't really, then he calls you back though, right?
A few days later, yes.
Yeah, and he calls you back and you begin to talk, right?
Yes.
And it really isn't your fault, you can't take no responsibility for it, that he actually called you back, can you? Or that the friendship was rekindled, right? Because he called you back, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
I don't know what you mean by fault.
Well, responsibility, how about that? Weren't you the one that was actually responsible for him calling you back?
Objection, Your Honor. Call for speculation. I don't know why you called back.
Sustained.
Ma'am, he hadn't called you back, or he hadn't called you before those 2 telephone calls, had he?
No.
He only called you back after those 2 telephone calls, right?
Yes.
And according to you, the reason for that was because you thought it was the end of the world, right?
Yes.
And so then you, again, start this relationship with Mr. Waters, right?
Can't
What was that
sing out
question?
loud. So.
You start this relationship with Bobby again, right?
Yes.
And at first you're friends again, right?
Yes.
And you stay friends until it becomes more than that, right?
Yes.
Sure. At some point you even moved in with him, didn't you?
Yes.
And this is during the time that you are what, a senior in high school?
Junior.
Is this shortly before you dropped out or not?
Shortly before I dropped out.
Right. And according to you, you were in school and you had a history test, right?
Yes.
And the way you told it is that you were very studious. You were studying for this history test, weren't you?
I
In the
wasn't
car.
very studious, but I was studying.
Right. You were studying at a time where you had to be somewhere else, right?
Yes.
And your father caught you, right?
Yes.
Well, the reason you were studying at a time that you should have been in school was because you hadn't prepared for whatever reason to be ready to take this test, right?
That's right.
But that's your fault that you weren't prepared, right?
Yes.
But the way you made it sound when your father grounded you was that he was being mean to you, the way you presented it as part of your childhood.
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Were you happy the fact that he grounded you for 3 months?
Happy? No.
You were pretty unhappy about it, weren't you?
I was stunned.
Pardon?
I was stunned.
Stunned. So just because you were stunned, you decided to move out, right?
That was not the main reason. That was just the last straw.
Well, do you remember telling us that once he grounded you for 3 months, you said it on direct, that was the reason why you decided to move out, right?
Yes, that was the last straw.
That's the reason then, right?
Objection, mischaracterizes your testimony.
Overruled. Your hands.
Right?
What was the question?
The reason that you moved out was because your father grounded you for 3 months, right?
That was one of the reasons.
And then you moved in with Mr. Weiss, right?
That's right.
And the way you present this is like, you never seem to take responsibility, man.
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take the evening recess at this time. Please be back in the designated area at 10:25, which would be the jury room. Please remember the admonition. Have a nice evening. You are excused.
All right, we're going straight into the next day because there's supposed to be fireworks that next day. Prodigal.
Please be seated. The record will show the jury has left the courtroom. Ms. Arias, you may
I'm
step
saying
down.
it right,
Counsel,
right?
please approach.
Anyways,
We are.
a lot of people have said they used to think she was hot. Yeah, I'm saying it right.
Please be seated. Ms. Arias, please take the stand. Swearing in the jury.
Prodigal. What the fuck ever. Sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. I curse.
Please stand for the jury. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Ms. Arias, you are still under oath. Do you understand?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez, you may continue.
Now, when you were 17 years old, you moved out of your parents' household and you moved in with Bobby Gladys, correct?
Yes.
And you and he began living at his grandmother's house, correct?
I believe it was his grandparents, but he called them his parents.
And this was in Montague, correct?
Yes.
And the address actually was 611 North 9th Street in Montague, California, in Montague, correct?
I don't remember the house number, but 9th Street is correct.
And part of what happened when you were living with him was that you and he became much closer, right?
Can't see.
We just continued our relationship.
Right, but it got to a point though that you felt something, right? That something was wrong.
Yes. Oh, yeah, that's right.
And you felt like something was wrong, and so it was something that was inside you, and so that for a period of time you kept it inside you, but there was a feeling that something was wrong involving your relationship with Mr. Wise, right?
It was more than a feeling, but
When you say it was more than a feeling, what are you talking about? Did you see something else or what?
I saw and heard, yes.
And you saw, before you did anything, what did you see?
He used to talk on the phone a lot with a woman that he was friends with prior to a relationship, that he had been interested, said he was no longer interested, but their conversations were long, kind of a little over the line from what I think was appropriate for a boyfriend of mine.
So you had the sense that something was wrong. He was talking on the telephone to somebody that he previously knew before, correct?
Yes.
And this individual was in New Orleans, Louisiana, correct?
Yes.
And because the conversations took a long time, that was something that sort of gave a rise to you to feel that something was wrong additionally, right?
That and he had a prior interest in her.
Okay, so you had prior interest in her, and he was on the telephone, and you believed also that the subject matter that he was addressing on the telephone was something that was also inappropriate, right?
Somewhat, yes.
When you say somewhat, it means it wasn't. So what are you talking about? What is the subject matter? Don't tell me what he said. What subject matter did they discuss that you thought was inappropriate?
It was more, I don't remember specific subject matter. It was the tone and the way he spoke to her and that kind of thing.
Okay, so now it wasn't the subject matter, it was just the tone that you're talking about, right?
No, it was subject matter. I just don't remember what specific subject matter.
And as a result of that, one of the things that happened is that you had a car, right?
Yes,
And you were driving around occasionally, right?
all the time.
So you were driving around then, right?
Yes.
And at some point, one day you were going to go to work, right?
Yes,
And when you were going to work, one of the things that happened was that you and he stopped at the library, right?
that's right.
And you stopped at the library so that he could go onto a computer there at the library and log on and look at whatever it is that he was going to look at, right?
Both of us, yes.
Well, did you get on that same computer with him?
Yes.
So at the same time that you're on there, you go onto that computer and you're looking at what's going on, right?
Yes, for one period of time, yes.
When you say long period of time, how long were you on there? That's a long period of time while you're at the library.
I didn't say long, I said one.
One period of time. Is that what you said?
Yes.
So are you saying it was just one time?
That day, yes.
So that day, as I understand what you're saying is you go to the library with him and he gets on the computer and you're looking at this computer too.
We get on the computer together.
Okay, both of you get on the computer. Do you use a code, a password, or how is it that it works?
There was no code necessary for the websites we were visiting at that moment.
So anybody can get on the computers there at the library without a password and get to somebody's, for example, Hotmail account, right?
I think there would be a password necessary for Hotmail, but I don't know. You could get on the computer without a password necessary or a login in Wairika 1997 at that time, yes.
So
That was 98, excuse me.
So you, in order to log in, what you're saying is you did or you didn't need a password to get onto the computer,
Did not need a password to get on the computer.
but you did need a password to get onto, for example, a specific Hotmail account, right?
That's right.
Or a Gmail account if that was around, correct?
My face.
Yes, I would think. I don't know about Gmail.
Okay, but it was Hotmail back then, correct?
Yes.
And both of you went onto this computer and he looked at whatever he was looking at and you looked at whatever you were going to look at, and then you dropped him off at a friend's house, I think is what you said, right?
Well, there was one thing that happened in between that.
Pardon?
There was one thing that happened in between that.
I understand that you want to tell me about that, but you did drop him off at some point, right?
Yes.
And after you dropped him off, you were supposed to go to work, weren't you?
Yes,
That's what you told us on direct examination, right?
that's right.
And after you went to work, and you didn't tell us about anything that was in between there on direct examination, did you?
I don't know.
Do you have a problem with your memory? I mean, this was approximately no more than
Oh
2
my
weeks ago,
God.
I don't think I have a problem.
but you don't
You
remember
keep
things that happened
bringing
to
it
you
up.
within 2 weeks, do you?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
And in this case, you don't, right?
I don't remember if I gave you the details
So the answer
or
is
not.
yes or no. Do you remember?
Remember what?
What are we talking about?
We're talking about the incident.
Right? And what specifically of the incident are we talking about?
I'm not sure.
So you're having trouble focusing on what's being asked of you today in addition to having memory problems?
Yes,
So when I asked you about what was going on involving Mr. Juarez, you had no problem at least understanding that we're talking about Mr. Juarez, right?
that's right.
And you had no problem understanding that we were talking about the time that you and he went to the library so that you could get onto the computer and look at the computer, right?
That's right.
And during that time, after you looked at the computer, you were going to go to work, right?
Yes,
And on the way to work, you dropped off Mr. Juarez, wherever it was that you dropped him off, right?
yes,
And after you dropped him off, you, because of whatever reason, decided to go back to that computer, right?
that's right.
And what you're telling us is that when you went back to that computer, you hit backspace, right?
Yes,
That's what you told us on direct examination, right?
yes,
And when you hit backspace, you were able to access Bobby's Hotmail account, right?
yes.
Even though that's password protected, right?
Only if you log out.
So if you don't log out, you can get right back on, right?
As long as you're not logged out,
And
yes.
so in this particular case, the security there at this library is such that, or was such that somebody, if they didn't log out, anybody could have come in and looked at what was going on, right?
Yes,
And in this case, that's what you're telling us what happened, right?
yes, he did not log out.
And you didn't think of telling him to log out either, right?
By that point, I was on
Yes or
another
no?
computer.
Yes or no?
No.
And with regard to the portion of the Hotmail that you were obviously looking at the Hotmail account, the two of you together, right?
No,
Well, if you need a password to get into the Hotmail account, and you said that both of you were looking at this account,
I didn't say that.
didn't you tell us that you and he went onto this computer together?
Yeah.
That's right.
And that you were there when he was looking at this computer, right?
Yes,
And you're also telling us that you need a password to look at the Hotmail account, right?
that's right.
So while you're sitting there, and while he puts the password in for his Hotmail account, he accesses or looks at his Hotmail account in front of you, right?
No,
Well, I thought you were sitting next to him.
I was at one point.
And now you're not sitting next to him when he's looking at his Hotmail account, right?
No, I went to my own computer to log into my email.
So the answer is no, you weren't sitting next to him when he was looking at his Hotmail account, right?
Yes,
And you went over to your another computer to look at this point, right?
yes.
How long were the both of you there at the library?
I don't remember, but it wasn't too long.
And after that is when you dropped him off somewhere, right?
Yes, at his friend's house.
And that's when you had this idea to go back to look at his computer, right?
That's right.
And did you think of asking him what he was doing?
I did ask him.
And you weren't satisfied with his response, were you?
That's right.
You were suspicious, right?
Very.
And so you were, at that point, very direct about or focused about what you were going to do, right?
Yes,
You were going to go back to that account, to that library to see what was in that computer, right?
yes,
Even though that was not your account, right?
yes.
You, in a sense, were snooping in somebody else's mail, weren't you?
I guess you could put it that way.
No, I want to know how you would put it.
That's not how I would put it.
Ma'am, is there any other way to put it other than that you were looking at things that were not yours to look at?
I would put it a different way.
You would put, it's not snooping then, even though that was not your account.
That's not how I would put it.
I know that's not how you would put it, but that's what you were doing, right?
It could be looked at that way.
Well, I'm asking how you would look at it. In other words, did you tell Bobby, hey, I'm going to go back and look at your account? You didn't do that, right?
No.
You didn't say to him, and then when I go back to look at this account, I'm going to look to see whether or not there are any letters between you and this woman, right?
No.
And in fact, you didn't tell him, and if I find something, I'm going to print those letters out, right?
I didn't know that.
Well, you didn't tell him that any of that before you went there, did you?
No, I did not.
And you did all of this without his permission, right?
Yes,
And so you go back and you tell us that you hit the backspace button and you're then into his Hotmail account, right?
that's right.
So how much time passed between the time he was on there and the time that you came back?
Well, it's Eureka, so not much time. He wasn't far.
Give me a time. Maybe doesn't matter where you are. I just want to know how much time.
Between what and what again?
What are we talking about, man?
We're talking about the incident?
Right? And we're talking about where you took him, right?
Yes.
And we're talking about you coming back, right?
Okay.
Oh my God.
And we're also talking about the time that he logged in initially, right?
Argumentative. Just
Okay.
saying.
And we're talking about how much time elapsed between the time he logged in and the time you came back and hit that
That person.
backspace button.
I don't know.
It had been an hour?
Only.
No, it was not an hour. I almost had to be at work like right then.
What's that?
I had to be to work almost right then. So it was only a matter of minutes.
So you decided to, so it's only a matter of minutes. You're saying it was about 5 minutes then?
Objection. Ms. Gerardo, is her testimony.
Restate your question.
How many minutes?
I don't know. I wasn't timing it.
Did you, after that, did you go to work and say, hey, I'm not going to come into work? Or did you go back to the library?
At what point?
At the point that you decide to go back to the library.
I went to the library first before going to work.
I'm not asking you that. Did you notify work, ma'am, that you were going to be late?
Objection as to relevance.
I notified them that afterward I did. I didn't notify them that I'd be late. I notified them that I wasn't coming in that night.
Right? In other words, you didn't even have the courtesy to tell them that that you weren't going to come in until after this computer issue was presented.
Sustained.
So you didn't tell them that you weren't going to go to work until after this computer incident, right?
Argumentative relevance, it restated the same question.
Call the roll.
After the computer, is that what you asked?
Yes.
Yes, I was too upset.
And how long, did I ask you if you were upset, man?
Mhm.
Is that no?
No.
So did you then go to the computer and you started looking at it, right? You hit the backspace button, right?
Yes,
Did it take you directly to his correspondence?
yes,
And you started reading things, right?
yes.
What was the name of this woman?
I don't remember.
And you
Who's
did
the
print
name?
out some of the letters, right?
Yes,
And you believe that they were inappropriate, right?
yes.
And they were inappropriate. They didn't have any, they weren't of a sexual nature, were they?
No,
They were just sort of friendly kind of letters, right?
they were beyond friendly.
Well, they weren't sexual though, right?
No.
And they didn't indicate that they had met recently or anything like that, right?
They had never met before.
And they had never had any sort of, I don't know, physical contact. The point is they hadn't met before, correct?
Not by that point.
They hadn't met before at the point that you are looking at these letters, right?
Yes, not by that point.
And you then, however, decided that there was a problem here, that he was cheating on you, right?
Yes,
And that sort of validated what you had been feeling, right?
yes, very much.
And so you decided to do something about it right then and there, right?
Yes.
You didn't go into work, right?
I did not.
You did notify them that you were not going to go into work that day. That was what you told us, right?
Yes, I did.
Where were you working?
I think I was working at the Purple Plum.
And then you went to where Mr. Juarez was, and you started to talk to him about these letters, right?
First I printed them and then I went there with him.
You did go to talk to Mr. Juarez, correct?
Yes,
And you had these letters, and you confronted him with the letters, right?
yes.
Ma'am, in your personal life, not the professional life, but in your personal life, you're very direct when you feel that you've been aggrieved, aren't you?
Objection argumentative, Your Honor.
Call the roll.
It depends on how comfortable I am with the person.
Well, you were comfortable enough to immediately confront Bobby, right?
Absolutely.
Because you had a relationship, right?
Yes.
You didn't waste any time going right to him and saying, look, I have these letters and they're a problem for me, right?
I didn't say that.
You didn't go to him. You didn't go to him with these letters?
I did, but I didn't say what you said.
Well, so you told him you were okay with the letters then, right?
I didn't say that either.
Well, you let him know that you had a problem with those letters, didn't you?
I didn't say anything. I handed them to him and cried, and he read them.
So you went in there, you gave him the letters and you started to cry, right?
Yeah.
But that was after you had not gone into work, after you had sort of gone into his computer, his personal items, and then immediately, within minutes, because Rodriguez is very small according to you, you were there confronting him, right?
I guess you could say confrontation.
No, I don't want you to say, I don't want you to guess at anything. You were there showing him
You're
these
like,
letters, whether you were saying word or not, you were there, right?
Define showing, I just handed them to him.
Okay, giving somebody the letters, that doesn't mean showing to you?
They were folded up.
Giving somebody the letters doesn't mean showing them to that person?
It could.
It could. Well, you were there. If you gave him those letters, your intent was for him to look at them, right?
Yes.
So when you gave them to him, you showed him the letters, right?
He reviewed them.
Ma'am, did you show him the letters? Just give them to him.
Badgering.
Sustained.
After you gave him the letters, he began to read them, right?
Yes.
And you were standing there, right?
Yes.
And you did not waste, in other words, you immediately went to see him, right? There wasn't anything intervening other than going to work and letting them know that you were not going to come into work, right?
Actually, that's not right. I did go home and get all my things and move it out. Then I took it over.
So you were even more assertive than that. You were not going to put up with any of this. You put the stuff that you had at his house, and then you moved out, right?
Yes.
That's very assertive, isn't it? Even at the age of 17 or 18, isn't it?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Well, you didn't waste any time at that tender age, did you?
No, I'd never been cheated on before.
Ma'am, did I ask you whether you've been cheated on before?
No.
I'm asking you whether or not at that moment you made that decision and you moved
Ma'am,
out, right?
Did I give
Yes.
you
You're
the
gonna put up with it,
impression that
right?
I give?
No.
And then you went to talk to him about it, right?
Yes.
And then you guys broke up about it over it.
We actually didn't.
You stayed with him then, right?
Yes.
Even though you felt that you had been cheated on, you decided to stay, right?
After some talking, I
The answer
did.
is yes or no. Did you decide to stay?
Eventually, yes.
It eventually means that there was something that happened in between, and you're telling us that you talked about it, right?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
That's yes.
Where did you go when you with your stuff? Where did you actually spend the night that night after you took your stuff and put them in the car?
My grandmother's.
And how long did you stay there?
Hi, everyone. We seem to have some new viewers in here. So I'm going to quickly say what I said earlier at the beginning of the stream. We are watching this as a cautionary tale because I have picked up on a lot of crazy people on the internet recently. And with the holidays coming up, I feel like it's important to know boundaries and to really question who's in your life. And there's no one better to display as the antithesis of everything you want to avoid than Jodi. She is the best example of everything you need to stay away from. And I have been showing trials, both live and former trials, on my channel because I am live. I can read your comments. This is not live. This is from 2013. And things are kind of slow right now because it's Christmas coming up. And everyone has been focused on the same trial that's going on. I don't want to do that. That's not how I jive. So I thought it was important to revisit something that impacted a lot of people. And her actions not only impacted Travis horrifically, but his family, their church members, a whole friggin' community. So that is why we are covering it. But as of January, I will be covering a trial that is taking place in Columbus, Ohio. There's a couple different trials that I have my eyes on. So if you like the idea of that, or you have been enjoying my coverage and my snarky comments, because that is quite often what I do, I would love it if you took a moment to like this stream and make sure that you are subscribed to my channel so that you can watch upcoming streams and we can laugh and do all the lulls together. Okay? Let me know if you have any questions in the chat. We love to talk in the chat. Okay. Gonna keep going now.
Remember, it wasn't too long.
Was it days? Was it hours?
Probably a few days.
So after a few days, you decided to get back with Bobby, right?
Yes.
And that was your decision, right?
To get back with him?
Yes. That was after talking to him, right?
Yes.
Whatever it was that he said, and whatever thought you were thinking, you felt comfortable enough to go back, right?
Yes.
Additionally, do you remember when we talked about Matthew McCartney?
Yes.
You sort of did the same thing with regard to him, didn't you?
In what way?
In the way that we're talking about. You
Be more
found out,
specific.
okay, you had a feeling. Do you remember after looking at a photograph?
Yes.
And based on that feeling, you drove to Crater Lake, right?
No.
Where did you drive to, man?
I drove to Crater Lake, but not based on a feeling.
Well, you saw a photograph with a letter B on it, right?
Yes.
And you believed that something was going on, right?
Not at that point.
Well, at some point, you did go to Crater Lake. What is it that you learned that allowed you to go to Crater Lake?
Two of his coworkers told me that he was
You
with
were
a girl
right.
named Bianca.
The question.
Initial response.
A couple was came into my work and they told me that they wanted to tell me something and it was about Bianca.
And so you saw the photograph, you heard this, and you immediately left work, right?
I went home early, yes.
But you immediately left work. Isn't that what I asked you?
No, I had to do some side work before I left.
All right. How much time elapsed between the time that you heard about this and the side work?
Probably 5 to 10 minutes.
And so then after 5 or 10 minutes, you left because you were going to go take care of this issue by speaking with Bianca, right?
First, I drove to Ashland.
Did I ask you where you went?
Yes.
No, I asked you whether or not you went to speak to Bianca. Did you go speak with her that day?
Yes.
Didn't you tell us that you drove an hour and a half?
I believe it was about that long.
And so you weren't going to put up with that either, were you?
Put up with what?
Well, what is it that we're talking about here?
Which part put up with?
Were you going to put up with what we just talked about? Are you having problems understanding again what's going on?
Sometimes. Could you go in circles?
Well, I'm asking you, did you have any problem knowing that we were talking about Matthew McCartney?
No.
Did you have any problem that we were discussing Bianca?
No.
Did you have any problem after you told us that you were at work, right?
Did I have any problem?
Understanding that?
No.
Did you have any problem understanding that after 5 to 10 minutes you left, right?
That's right.
And then after 5 or 10 minutes, you went and drove an hour and a half to speak with Bianca, right?
No.
What did you do in between?
I drove about 15 miles south to my home in Ashland. Got out of my stinky work clothes and just threw on some jeans and a t-shirt and hit the road.
So other than the stop at your house to change clothing, you did go straight to talk to Bianca, right?
Yes.
Because you, whenever you feel that something's not right, that's your personality, it appears, you are going to confront that person, right?
Not necessarily.
Or not necessarily, well, the 2 occasions that we know of with the 2 boyfriends, isn't that what you've done?
Yes.
And so with regard to Mr. Alexander, sort of the same thing happened back in August of 2007, didn't it?
No, it was in June.
Pardon?
June.
Well, do you remember talking to us about an incident that happened in August of 2007 when you were looking inside and you saw him kissing a woman? Do you
Oh, yeah,
remember
that
that?
incident was August.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that you weren't happy with that incident, were you?
No,
And you thought you were being courted, right?
I was being courted.
And you felt that you were being wronged, right?
I wouldn't say wrong.
Well, you felt strong enough about it to then go confront him the next day, didn't you?
I don't even know if it was confrontation. It was
Well-
very non-confrontational on my end.
You went to see him, right?
Yes.
You went to talk to him, right?
Yes.
You went to clear things up, right?
Yes, exactly.
You just have a problem with the word confrontation because you say you are not confrontational, right?
No, it's because I wasn't allowed to be confrontational with Travis.
Well, you're saying that right now that you're not allowed. How could he possibly control how you acted?
He had that control.
You're saying that he controlled you so much that when you were in his presence, you had no free will. That's what you're telling us, right?
That's not what I said.
Well, you could have left anytime you were in his presence, couldn't you?
Yes.
You did have the opportunity to never go there if you didn't want to, right?
Yes.
In fact, you moved to Wairika when you wanted to, didn't you?
Not when I wanted to, but eventually.
Well, wait a minute. You said you were going to leave around March, You talked to him about leaving in March, and by April, you're gone, right?
Yes.
So that's leaving when you want, right?
No, I wanted to leave much earlier.
Well, you could have made arrangements to do that, right?
If I had the financial means, yes,
Well, you spoke with your mom about it, didn't you?
eventually.
In your personal dealings, you don't waste any time, do you?
No, I'm a procrastinator.
Oh, so even though these examples indicate that you acted immediately, you believe that you procrastinate, right?
I didn't act immediately in August 2007.
Well, with regard to Mr. Juarez, you acted immediately, right?
Yes, I did.
With regard to Mr. McCartney, you acted immediately, right?
Yes.
And with regard to Mr. Brewer, you acted immediately too, right?
Regarding what?
What are we talking about here, ma'am?
Mr. Brewer never cheated on me to my knowledge.
Well, I'm not asking you about cheating. I'm asking about you getting out of relationships. You did get out of that relationship almost immediately upon meeting Mr. Alexander, right?
No. I
Well-
already had one foot out the door on that relationship.
But once you met Mr. Alexander, you got back home and immediately that Thursday, you told Mr. Brewer that it was over, right?
Immediately, as in 4 days later?
Yes, immediately, and as in 4 days later, right?
Yes.
So you got home on a Sunday, and by Thursday, he was on the outs, right?
No, he was in the same house.
No, by the outs, I mean he was no longer your boyfriend, right?
That's correct.
So when you decide something, you can do it if you want to, right?
Yes.
And in fact, with regard to, for example, with your mother, you act the same way with her. If there's something about her that you don't like, you act immediately on it, don't you?
Yes.
And in fact, you were talking about moving. She assisted you or attempted to assist you in moving, right?
Yes.
She came out in May, right? I'm
I
sorry, I
believe it was.
apologize. She came out in March, didn't she?
It was late March or early April.
Well, didn't she come out on Sunday, March 30th of 2008?
Sunday doesn't sound right.
Okay. But she came out in March, didn't she?
Yes. It might have been late March or early April.
And she came out, and when she came out, and she was acting in a way that you didn't like the way she acted, right?
During part of it, yes.
She was making stupid excuses, wasn't she?
Yes, about her flight.
Right. And she was also being negative, right?
Yes.
And because of that, you made sure that she went back, didn't you?
No, that was her decision.
So it was her decision after you indicated to her that she was making stupid excuses and that she was acting negative and you didn't need it around you, right?
Yes.
So in your personal life, ma'am, it appears from these examples that we've been talking about, if you feel something, just again, based on these examples, it looks like you are able to act upon them very quickly.
Depends on the individual.
Well, I'm saying in these examples that we talked about, it appears that you've been able to act very quickly, right?
In those examples, yes.
And so there's an indication somehow that when we were talking about Mr. Burns also, that you acted quickly with regard to him too, right?
What do you mean by quickly?
Well, you and he are talking on the telephone, correct, at some point during the beginnings of your relationship, right?
Yes.
And then you and he are starting to text message each other, right?
Yes.
You almost very quickly decide to make plans to meet him, right?
After a few months.
Right? And then you then decide to drive out there, and you actually do go out to the West Jordan area, don't you?
Yes.
And on the very first date, first time that you've been alone, you very quickly are having some sort of sexual contact with him, right?
No, there was no sexual contact.
So you're saying that based on your being on top of him and kissing him, that is not sexual contact.
I was on top of him sleeping.
Pardon?
When I was on top of him, we were sleeping.
But you woke up and you kissed it, didn't you?
After I moved and he adjusted himself.
So you're saying he adjusted himself. You didn't help with any of the
I assisted him, yes.
Right. And basically that means putting your hands on his buttock area, right?
No, it was his shoulders.
So that additionally, with regard to Mr. Alexander, you broke up with him at the end of June of 2007, right?
Yes.
You were able to do that also, correct?
Yes.
And you did it because of what you believe were trust issues, right?
Yes.
Let's take a look at what you said about those trust issues.
Yeah, the ninjas. They're coming up, right? We haven't missed them.
This is Exhibit 479. Before we leave the issue involving Mr. Juarez, you and he were sexual, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you and Mr. Juarez engaged in anal intercourse, correct?
On 2 occasions.
So the answer is yes, you did, correct?
Yes, on 2 occasions.
Do you know somebody by the name of Richard Samuels?
Yes.
And he's an individual that has come out and is assisting in your
I
defense,
agree,
right?
Cynthia.
That's right.
And with
I don't
regard to
think
him,
you're
you lied to
wrong.
him, didn't you?
Initially, I did.
No, when he asked you about this issue involving anal intercourse, you told him that the only person that you'd ever had anal intercourse with was Travis Alexander, right?
I told him on a regular basis, Travis only.
So what you're saying is that he got it wrong then, right?
I'm not saying that.
So are you saying that you did tell Mr. Samuels that you had had anal intercourse with other men?
If it was asked of me, then yes, I would.
So he had to ask you then, right? In order for you to provide that information.
I answered whatever questions he asked.
And if he indicates that you did not tell him that, then that would be you not being truthful to him, right?
Rephrase.
Were you untruthful with him about whether or not you had had anal intercourse with Bobby Wise?
No.
It's your statement that you did tell him that on 2 occasions you had anal intercourse with Bobby Wise, right?
That's not my statement.
Well, did you or didn't you tell him that you had had anal intercourse with Bobby Glass?
Objection, ask me answer.
If it was discussed, I would have
Ma'am,
told him.
the
If
answer
it
is
wasn't
yes or no.
discussed, then I didn't tell him.
Judge is not responding to me.
She is, Judge.
Restate the question.
Yes or no, did you tell him that you had ever engaged in anal intercourse with Bobby Glass?
I don't remember if it was discussed.
Again, do you have problems with your memory such that you can't remember things?
I don't consider that a problem, but there are things that I don't remember.
So you don't consider that a problem, that there's a lot of things that you don't remember in this case?
In this case, that is sometimes problematic, yes.
And with regard to the act itself,
We have to
part of the
talk
reason I
about-
bring it up is that, do you remember in this
No.
chat that you had with Mr. Alexander, you discussed baby oil? Do you remember that?
Objection, foundation, what act is he referring to?
Ma'am, there was a audio conversation that was played that took place on May 10th of 2008. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And do you remember that during that act, this issue involving
I'll never
KY came
forget
up?
that.
Do you remember that?
yes,
And do you remember that in it, you discussed how much better KY was than baby oil, right?
yes,
And the reason that you were able to say that was because you had experience with baby oil involving Mr. Juarez, right?
I think so.
Well, we don't want you to think. Isn't it true that when you and Mr. Juarez engaged in anal intercourse, you used baby oil, right?
I don't remember that far back what kind of lubricant we used.
But you do remember the telephone conversation that you had with Mr. Alexander dated May 10th of 2008, right?
Yes,
And in it, you do discuss baby oil and KY,
He
right?
did.
yes.
Let's take a look at Exhibit
Kitty.
479.
No objection.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 479.
Hold on
Nice
1
minute.
second. Just take a moment and welcome everyone again. I don't want to go over everything again because I just did this, but please make sure to like the stream, subscribe to the channel. And she's done a lot of stuff recently. I've played a few of the clips on here, but nothing of substance, nothing substantive. Like, it's all about her and controlling the narrative. So I wouldn't put too many eyes on it. Don't let that boost the algorithm, if you know what I'm saying. But that's just me, because I think she's crazy. Oh, jinx, kitty. I just heard about it like last week. Yay! If you're just now getting a membership, make sure to thank maybe.
You know, and it wasn't always perfect. Our relationship was by no
Congratulations.
means
Welcome.
perfect. But just knowing him has taught me a lot.
Were you happy in your relationship with Travis?
Yes, I was. Yeah, during the relationship, I was very happy. You know, and it wasn't always perfect. Our relationship was by no means perfect. But just knowing him has taught me a lot.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
May.
I believe that live can also taped live. I'm sorry, what? It drives me nuts when I watch something live and it's 2 weeks old. This was like 2 weeks ago on Instagram, and I think it was Inside Edition, honestly. Yeah, Cynthia, that topic did enrage Jodi, but we all as
You
adults
do
have
indicate that he's
to
an amazing person, right?
work on
And
anger
part of
management.
what's we've been told about in this particular proceeding is that you've been telling us nothing negative about him, correct?
That's all I was asked about. That's correct.
Well, the answer is yes, that's all you've been telling us about. But he is an individual that was somebody that you love, correct?
Yes,
And according to you, he was an amazing person.
yes,
And with regard to this amazing person, one of the things that we know is that when you broke up because you believed that he was being unfaithful to you, right?
I knew he was.
All right, and you knew that he was being unfaithful because you did, when he was asleep, you went into his telephone, right?
Yes.
And you looked at what was on his
Red
telephone, right?
flag number
And
47.
you really didn't have permission to do that, did you?
No, I didn't. Actually, I did. I'm sorry, I did.
Oh, while he was asleep, you had permission to go in there?
He had offered, here, look at my phone, and I said no.
So right before he went to sleep, he said to you, here, have my phone, look at it.
It wasn't right before he went to sleep.
Now, right before he went to sleep, did he say to you, here, take a look at my phone?
No, not right before he went to sleep.
So you decided, though, to go and look at that phone, though, right?
Yes,
And when you looked at that phone, you believe that you saw some text messages that were inappropriate, right?
I did see text messages that were inappropriate.
That you believe are inappropriate, right?
They were inappropriate.
And in fact, these text messages involve some individuals, some females, right?
I assume they were females. There were no names attached to the phone numbers.
All right. So it could have been guys, is that what you're saying?
Not likely, but I guess it's possible.
So you looked at these text messages, and according to you, the subject matter is what disturbed you, right?
Yes,
He was talking about meeting people, right?
yes.
And in fact, what you told us was that one of the persons was married, right?
No, that was his MySpace.
Okay, so that was something that occurred back at the time that you and he first started to date, right?
Prior to that, it
Right.
occurred a few months prior.
But the messages, what did they say? I'm not saying specifically, but what was the subject matter?
Things referencing specific sexual body parts, interacting with other sexual body parts, things like that, and plans in the making of meeting up at hotel rooms or his house, things like that.
And you were very offended by that, right?
Yeah, offended would be accurate.
Right? And you were so offended that you still decided to go on vacation with him, right?
That wasn't why.
Well, no, you were very offended. You just told us that, right?
I didn't say very, but yes.
Okay, you were offended, right?
I was hurt.
Ma'am, did you just say you were offended?
Offended would be accurate.
And did you just say it was a good word, right?
Yeah, there's many descriptors to use.
But you just said just now it was a good word, right?
Yes, I think.
You think. It means you don't remember what you just said?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? You just said offended was a good word, and when I used it, then you took issue with it. Is it a good word or is it not a good word?
It depends on how you use it.
Well, I'm saying you're the one that I asked you the question, that you were offended, and you said offended is a good word, right? That's what you said, right?
I think so, yes.
So, well, you think so means you don't know, right?
I don't know,
Well, this just happened. How is it that you are not remembering what you're saying?
because you're making my brain scramble.
I'm again making your brain scramble. So in this particular case, the problem is not you, it's the questions being posed by the prosecutor, right?
No, not
Yes or no?
questions.
Yes or no?
I was saying no when you interrupted me.
So, no, so in this case, you're looking to point the finger at somebody else again, right?
No, it's my fault.
Well, you're saying it's the prosecutor that's asking you the questions, and that's creating a problem for you, right?
That's not what I said.
Well, you said it's the way you're posing the questions. You just said that, right?
I don't know.
You don't know what you just said, ma'am?
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
I don't know.
Didn't it just happen?
Yes.
So how is it that if it just happened, you can't even remember what you just said?
I think I'm more focused on your posture and your tone and your anger, so it's hard to process the question.
So the answer is, it's again the prosecutor's fault because you perceive him to be angry, right?
It's not your fault.
Well, is somebody asking you whose fault it is?
You did.
Well, you seem to be pointing it at the prosecutor, right? So you believe the reason that you can't be effective on the witness stand is because somebody is asking you questions in a way you don't like.
I think that was a compound questions.
Ma'am, isn't it true that you are having problems up on the witness stand, according to you, because of the way the prosecutor is asking the questions, right?
Yes.
And so according to you, the truth with regard to this issue depends on the style that's being used, right? That's what the truth knows.
Objection, argumentative. That's characterized as testimony.
You're saying that you are having trouble telling us, you're telling us the truth on the witness stand, right?
Absolutely.
You're telling us that you're having trouble telling us the truth because of the way the questions are being posed, right?
Objection, mischaracterizes her testimony.
I have no problem telling the truth.
I'm not asking you if you have a problem telling the truth, but what you seem to be telling us now is that you have problems telling us the truth now because of the way the questions are being phrased, right?
That's not right.
So it's something else then that the prosecutor is doing that's bothering you, right?
I don't know how to answer that.
Well, it's something else that the prosecutor is doing that's stopping you from telling us the truth, right?
I don't know how to answer that.
Why don't you know how to answer that? You're the one that brought it up. You're the one that pointed the finger at the prosecutor, right?
Objection, argumentative, badgering.
Ma'am, you're the one that complained about the way the questions were being posed by the prosecutor just now, didn't you?
Yes.
And you indicated that the prosecutor's posture was aggressive, right?
I didn't say aggressive.
You indicated posture though, right?
Yes.
And there was something with the prosecutor's posture that you have problems with, right?
I don't know.
Well, no, you're the one that's used the word posture, man. You're the one that said that you have problems with the posture. So is it the
It's not
posture?
the problem with your posture. It's that it creates a problem with me processing what you're saying because I'm focused more on your posture than the content of your question.
So you're saying that you need to take some more time between questions to answer them? Is that what you're saying?
Sometimes.
Well, no. Is that what's going to help your memory to take more time between the questions?
Sometimes.
What's your answer?
Sometimes.
Ma'am, with regard to this issue of posturing, do you remember back on July 15th of 2008 when Detective Flores interviewed you? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And he was sitting down, right?
Yes.
And his voice was very quiet, right?
Yes.
And when he was asking you these questions and his voice was very quiet, you still lied to him, didn't you?
Yes.
So it doesn't have anything to do with the volume of the question then, does it? As to whether or not you'll tell the truth.
I'll always tell the truth.
Well, so you'll always tell the truth. So you told the truth to Detective Flores back then, right?
I mean, here under oath.
No, you said I always will tell the truth, right?
I said I will always tell the truth.
Right. Did you tell the truth? Isn't it true you did not tell the truth to Detective Flores?
That's true.
Okay? And he had posture or a demeanor where he was just sitting back, right?
He was leaning forward, but he
All
was.
right, he was sitting down, right?
Yes.
He wasn't standing, right?
Not for most of the interview.
No, he wasn't, was he? And the reason you're having problems now, is it because the prosecutor's standing?
It's my own internal mental problem, I think.
Well, if it's your own internal mental problem, that means that what you are telling us are inaccurate answers, right?
Objection.
No.
She said she had trouble recalling not telling the truth. It's mischaracterized her testimony and it's continued badgering.
Sustained as to the first objection, rephrase.
Here, are you having trouble because the prosecutor is standing?
Having trouble what?
What are we talking about here?
You're talking about the truth, I'm talking about memory.
Aren't we talking about answering the questions?
You keep saying truth, I'm referring to memory,
Are we, though, basically talking about you answering the questions,
both regarding answering questions.
right? Isn't that what we're talking about?
You keep mentioning truth. I'm not having a problem telling the truth.
All right, but you are having problems answering my questions, right?
I don't have a problem answering your question if I remember the answer.
So, but you just told us that you're having problems answering the question because of the prosecutor's posture. Didn't you tell us that?
That's not the direct reason, but that's a trigger.
Well, that's what you told us just now, right?
Something to that effect.
Right. And so would you like it if I stood over here, like your counsel is asking you the questions? Would that make you feel more comfortable?
Objection, Your Honor, improper comment on counsel.
Sustained, rephrase.
Would it make you feel more comfortable if I stood over here and used the lectern, ma'am?
Why don't we approach him before he does the same thing over and over again, Judge?
Mr. Nermi, are you asking to approach with an objection? You may approach.
This is just, it's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable. That's period. I don't care who it is. It's uncomfortable. Do I still think that she's like the devil of a woman? Yes, absolutely. Two things can be the same, right? What are you guys having for dinner tonight? I had tacos last night and they were just fantastic. How does the jury feel about it at this
Proceed.
point?
Would you be more comfortable if I stood here?
No.
Would you be more comfortable if I stood back here?
Where you stand won't make a difference to the comfort.
So what you're saying is that you are hampered in your ability to answer the questions irrespective of where the prosecutor is, correct?
At times, yes.
Well, that's not how you phrased it initially. You're saying that you are having problems answering the questions because of the prosecutor's posture, right?
I agree,
In
Penny.
that moment, that was correct.
So it changes from moment to moment then.
Sometimes, yeah.
So in this case, it changes from moment to moment depending on what the prosecutor is doing, right?
It's not necessarily just dependent upon the prosecutor.
With regard to your conversation with Detective Flores back on July 16th of 2008, he
Ooh,
was pretty much sitting down in
grilled
the chair,
toast.
wasn't he?
Yes,
And yet you lied to him then, right?
yes.
So it really doesn't have to do anything with the posture or where the person is sitting in terms of whether or not you'll lie, right?
Again, objection, Your Honor. That mischaracterizes her testimony. She said over and over again it deals with memory, not telling the truth.
Objection noted, overruled. You may answer the question.
What was the question?
Mike, could you please read it to her?
She's gonna freak. He is gonna freak the fuck out. Sorry, I'm not wearing my headphones. It's a whole thing.
Question. So it
Maybe
really
can
doesn't
tell
have
you
anything to do
why.
with Posture of where the person is sitting in terms of whether you'll lie.
Well, sometimes I like to Travis based on his posture.
Objection, Judge, he's not responding to the question.
Wait, another question.
So you understand we're not talking about right now about your relationship with Mr. Alexander. You understand that,
I
correct?
understand we got very off track, yes.
Pardon?
I understand we got very off track, the subject of my relationship.
I'm asking you whether or not you understand that this line of questioning right now is not about your relationship with Mr. Alexander. Do you understand that?
I answered yes.
And this is about your ability to answer questions in the courtroom, right?
Yes.
And what we're trying to determine is what is it that will allow you to answer the questions from the witness stand, from the prosecutor.
I thought you had said whether or not it's the truth. It's not about,
Ma'am,
which part are you talking about?
ma'am, Mike, could you please read the further question again?
Have a good time at work. I know that's like
And what
a
you're trying
dumb
to do
thing
is
to say.
determine also what it is that will allow you to answer the question on the witness stand from the prosecutor.
I don't understand that question.
Question's nonsensical.
Restate the question.
Ma'am, you understand that we want your answers, whatever they may be. You understand that, right?
Yes.
And you understand that we need as complete answers as possible. You understand that, right?
No, that's not the impression I'm getting from you.
So so the question is, so to you, unless you're allowed to ramble on, then you're being restricted, right?
No, that's not correct.
Well, in this particular case, you're saying that the prosecutor is cutting you off, right?
In this particular case, in this cross-examination, yes.
And you're saying that you're not getting a chance to answer the questions fully, right?
That's right.
Well, let's do this. With regard to you and Mr. Alexander, one of the things that happened was that you and he broke up. You understand that back on June 29th of 2007. You understand that?
Yes,
The person that did the breaking up was you, right?
yes,
And the reason that you broke up with him is because you snooped into his telephone, right?
yes,
And you did not have his permission on the day that you did it to go into his telephone, right?
not explicitly. No.
That is
When you say
what
not
they would be
explicitly,
used
it
for,
means
though.
that you did have his permission to go into the phone. You understand what you're saying, that, right?
Yes, at one point I did.
I'm not asking at one point. I'm asking on the day that you did it. Did you have his permission, whether written or oral, to go into his telephone and look at his text messages?
He had told me to look in his phone.
That
So I
day
guess
before-
it's just a matter of interpretation.
Ma'am, that day before he went to sleep, did he tell you to look into, that it was okay to look into his telephone?
Not that day.
And so you took it upon yourself to look into that telephone, right?
Yes,
And that's when you saw these text messages, right?
yes,
And then that upset you, right?
yes,
And as a result of that, you made a decision that the relationship was over, right?
not right that day.
At some point, you did make the decision that the relationship was over, right?
Yes,
But you were upset that he was having these conversations about bodily parts with these other individuals via text message, right?
yes,
And you were so upset that you still decided to go on vacation with him, right?
that's not why.
Then
Well, you still went on vacation with him, even though you had this information, right?
Yes,
And you went to New York, correct?
we did go to New York. Yes,
Pardon?
yes, we did. Went to New York.
And then you drove, or you went to a PPL conference also, right?
No, it was a retreat.
And then you went to Huntington Beach, right?
That was the retreat I was referring to.
Okay, so you went to Huntington Beach after that, right?
Yes,
And you stayed with him, right?
yes,
You engaged in sexual contact with him, right?
yes,
Even though you were very upset with
risking.
what you knew, right?
yes,
You chose to go on vacation rather than break up with him at that point, right?
yes.
And so the way you see it, it's his fault that you broke up, not yours.
Objection, Mr. Arias' testimony.
To me, answer.
His fault that I broke up with him?
Yes, not your fault.
Well, it was my choice, so I don't know what you mean by fault.
Well, we're talking about who was to blame. That's what fault means, right?
For the breakup?
For the breakup, that's what we're talking about, right?
I guess we each had a part in it.
Well, no, you're saying that it was his fault because he was doing these things with other women, right?
His fault for the breakup because he was doing things?
The way you explained it to me, ma'am, the reason you broke up was because of something he did, right?
That's what motivated me to break up with him.
So what you did, the fact that you went behind his back and looked at his telephone had nothing to do with the breakup, right?
That was also one of the reasons.
So you believe that you were to blame for going behind his back, right?
Yes,
That was a dishonest thing to do, right?
yes, I felt very bad about it.
Did I ask you whether you felt bad about it?
No.
You know, you say that
Huh?
you feel bad about it, but haven't you done similar stuff in the past?
Yes,
I mean, you did it to Bobby Weiss, right? You went
Yes.
behind his back and you got on the computer, right?
yes.
You went behind Matt McCartney's back and you went and talked to Bianca, right?
I didn't go behind his back.
Oh, you told him that you were going to talk to Bianca before you went to talk to her?
I would have.
The answer is, ma'am, the question is, did you talk to him before you went to talk to Bianca?
No, he wasn't available.
Ma'am, did you talk to him before you went to talk to Bianca?
No, he wasn't available.
Ma'am, you said he wasn't available. Could you have waited until he was available to talk to him to see if it was okay to talk to Bianca? You could have.
Yeah, but I would have been miserable for several days.
Oh, so it's all about you then, right?
Objection, argument.
You could have waited though, right? But you didn't want to.
I chose not to.
That's right, because you would have been miserable, right?
Yes,
And you didn't want to be miserable, right?
that's right.
And so this dishonesty that you said involved Mr. Alexander, you have at least on 2 previous occasions engaged in the same sort of dishonesty, right?
Yes,
And with regard to,
I take that back. I don't think it was dishonest to go talk to Bianca. So I guess one time, because I do believe that the emails with Bobby was dishonest.
all right, but you did engage in conduct with regard to Mr. McCartney that he did not know about before you did it, right?
With regard to his conduct that I didn't know about?
No, I'm asking, the fact that you went to see Bianca, isn't it true that Mr. McCartney did not know about it before you went to talk to her, right?
That's right.
So that was behind his back, wasn't it?
No, because that implies sneaking around.
That was because why?
To me, that implies sneaking around, and I wasn't doing that. I was just open and direct about it.
You weren't sneaking around, you just didn't tell him about it, right? That's the distinction that you're trying to draw here.
Only because he wasn't available.
But that's the distinction that you're drawing here, is that you were not sneaking around, right?
I wasn't sneaking around.
Right?
Yes, it was not dishonest.
With regard to Mr. Alexander, looking at his telephone or viewing his text messages wasn't the only time that you actually went to look at one of his communication mediums, right?
Yes,
In fact, you and he became an item in February of 2007, right?
yes,
And you guys, that's when you made it official. You were still living in Palm Desert, right?
yes,
And you were living in Palm Desert, but at some point you were able to look at his computer, right?
Yes.
And you looked at his computer at his house in Mesa, right?
Yes.
And you looked at his computer and you started to look at some of the items, what, in MySpace? Is that what it was?
Yes, his MySpace emails.
Pardon?
His MySpace emails?
But it was in MySpace, right?
Yes.
And you looked at some of the emails that were there, right?
Yes, I did.
And even though you didn't have permission to look at those emails, did you?
I don't know. It was kind of a trade-off because he did it to me. So
I'm not asking if he did it to you, am I?
Oh,
I'm asking if you had permission to go into his MySpace to look at his emails.
no, I guess I didn't.
And so again, this is this conduct, this dishonest conduct on your part, right?
Yes.
And you went and you looked at his emails and you saw some emails between him and at least two females, right?
Yes.
One of them involved the New Year's Eve meeting, right?
Yes.
And that upset you, though, right?
she's crazy.
Not really.
Well, it didn't make you happy, right?
It didn't thrill me.
Pardon?
It didn't thrill me.
So if it didn't thrill you, that's a way of saying it didn't make you happy, right?
Oh, that's right.
But that happened before you and he were actually officially dating, right?
Yes.
And so that really shouldn't have had any bearing on how you felt. Would you agree?
That wasn't the part that bothered me.
I understand that. Okay, tell me what is the part that bothered you?
He lied about what it was about.
He lied to you what it was about after you confronted him, right?
No, he called me preemptively to explain.
Ma'am, you looked at his MySpace email, right?
Yes.
Then you and he had a conversation about it, right?
Yes.
So it wasn't that he had a conversation about it before you looked at his MySpace email, right?
About the messages? Yes, we did.
So he talked to you about them before?
Yes.
If he talked to you about them before, then why were you upset?
Because I found out that what he said was false
Oh, I see. So he lied to you then, right?
about the message.
And what you were doing is you were sort of checking up on it, right?
Yeah, I was.
And that's because you wanted to see whether or not he was cheating on you, right?
No, it wouldn't have been cheating in December because we weren't together yet. I wanted to see whether it was accurate, what he told
Okay,
me.
so anything that he would tell you, you would want to check to make sure that he's being truthful to you, right?
That's not right, not anything.
Well, things having to do with relationships involving other women, right?
Sometimes.
In this case, that's what you did, right?
This thing particularly, yes.
And this is the other one that involved the email that you were particularly offended by, right?
The other email?
Yes.
Yes.
And you were particularly offended because you said that the woman that was involved there was married, right?
Yes, she was married.
And what was the woman's name?
I don't want to destroy anyone's marriage.
So what was the woman's name?
Shannon Crabtree Peterson.
And so you believe she was married and you believe that they were doing something that they shouldn't have been doing, right?
She was married, and by LDS standards, what they were talking about was very inappropriate.
But all they were doing was talking, right?
They were joking about getting together for a sexual liaison.
They were joking
What
about it,
coming
right?
from you,
I hope it
Juan?
was joking.
Well, didn't you just say that they were joking about it?
Objection, also speculation. As to whether or not they were joking.
Overall, that wasn't the question. Let me ask the question.
Well, he was joking about his wet
Yeah.
dream with her.
Objection,
And-
I asked her whether, isn't it true that you said they were joking?
Oh,
Isn't
I
it true?
didn't say that, yes.
And so the reason you said that is because you believe it, right?
Because he told me later after I
Ma'am.
confronted him. At the time, I didn't know what to believe.
Ma'am, you believe it. That's why you said it, right?
When I sit here today, I believe it somewhat.
And so you believe that they were joking about it, right?
At the time, I did not, but now I think, I mean, if what he told me can be believed, they were joking.
Ma'am, isn't it true that you just said that they were joking about it, right?
Yes,
And that's what you believe, right?
that's what I'd like to believe.
Well, you are testifying to the truth, right?
Yes,
And you said they were joking about it, right?
that's the third time you asked me that. The answer is yes.
And so if they were joking about it, what is the problem?
By LDS standards, you're not supposed to have conversations of that kind of nature with someone else's spouse.
Okay, and that's because you are familiar with the code of conduct involving sexuality in the Mormon church, right?
I am now, yes.
Well, no, you were familiar with it back in February of 2007 when you looked at his MySpace account, right?
Not all of it, but regarding spouses and their behaviors
Well,
and how
ma'am.
to interact with people that are married, yes.
Ma'am, you were familiar enough with their code to pass judgment on what was going on, right?
Yes.
As it applies to the Mormon faith, right?
Yes,
And this is knowledge that you had gained as part of your learning about the Mormon church, right?
well, another Mormon had explained it to me, so yes,
So yes, you did learn it, right?
yes,
And so you knew that joking about these things was not something that was viewed favorably by the Mormon church, right?
that's right.
But you believe that just joking about something, you knew about that. You knew that that's not something that was favored by the Mormon church, right?
That's right.
But in terms of whether or not sexual intercourse is concerned, you're telling us that at that point, you didn't know if it was acceptable or not in the Mormon church.
I'm not saying that.
So at that time, you did know then that sexual intimacy, whatever form they may be, was unacceptable in the Mormon church, right?
I'm not saying that either.
Well, ma'am, did you know back in February of 2007 when you were making these judgments that having oral intercourse
Are you guys subscribed to the channel yet? Have you liked the stream yet? Just check really quick. Okay, thanks.
Was against the teachings of the Mormon faith.
At that time, no, I did not know.
So you believe that just kidding about things is against the Mormon religion, but not oral intercourse? Is that what you're saying?
With a spouse who's married in the temple, yes.
So you're saying then that you believe that oral intercourse was okay back in February of 2007, but not kidding between two people. That was not okay.
Yes, that's what I was taught.
And don't they have brochures that they hand out?
Yes,
And these brochures include talking about sexual contact, right?
yes,
You were here when Desiree Freeman testified, right?
yes,
And one of the things that we know is that even laying or touching or laying on top of somebody with their clothes on, that's against the Mormon teachings, right?
that is right.
And in fact, that's something that you did with Ryan Burns. You laid on top of him with your clothes on, right?
Yes, I did.
And that's against the Mormon teachings, right?
It is.
And you knew that at the time you did that, right?
I did not.
So you gained this knowledge after being with Ryan Burns, right?
After about a year after.
Right. So this is something that is, you never thought to talk to anybody about how far you could go?
I did. I talked to Rachel.
Well, I'm asking whether or not, well, Rachel is not somebody that's the end all in the Mormon church, right?
I don't think anybody would be.
Well, the bishop is a little bit more informed, wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
And if you had any questions about it, right, you could go talk to the bishop, right?
I guess technically, but I wouldn't be comfortable.
Well, you're saying technically, but you wouldn't be comfortable. You could go talk to the bishop, right?
Yes.
In fact, you went to Bishop Layton to talk about Travis Alexander's killing, right?
No.
Well, you called him, right?
Yes.
So you had no problem doing that, right?
That's right.
Did you ever have a desire on your own to go and find out what the Mormon church allowed in terms of sexual contact?
Yes,
Why didn't you do it?
I did.
Pardon?
I did.
So did you go to a bishop?
I went to Rachel.
When did you go see Rachel about this issue involving sexual contact?
It would have been August 2007 after Travis and I went all the way consensually and we were both awake.
So you went to see her in August of 2007. You converted in, or were baptized in November of 2006, right?
Yes.
And you and Mr. Alexander are engaged in sexual contact between that time, November of 2006, until what, April of 2000, or August of 2007? Is that what it is?
That whole time period.
And during that whole time period, it never occurred to you to try to find out what the Mormon church allowed?
I did try to find out.
Did you go to a bishop?
No, definitely not a bishop.
Did you try to read any of the literature that they have?
I'd read some literature, but not the pamphlet that you were reading from.
There is a pamphlet that they have, right?
Yes.
And this pamphlet is available to everybody, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you were here when I was looking at it, and I was questioning Desiree Freeman, right?
Yes.
And this pamphlet is free, right?
Yes.
And it lays out the
No,
guidelines
it's $5.
for what is acceptable sexual contact and not, right?
Yes.
And isn't it true that that pamphlet doesn't include anything about joking involving married people, does it?
I haven't read the whole pamphlet, but the part that I read does not include that.
Today's
It does
goal
include things
is
that you are not
800.
to engage in oral intercourse, right?
Gotta keep it
Yes.
going, Ben.
And any kind of intercourse, right?
Yes. It says all sexual relations.
Right? And in fact, it even talks about certain types of music that shouldn't be listened to, right?
I don't recall that part, but that sounds right.
And it also talks about what kind of videos or what kind of movies should be looked at, right?
Yes.
And you're saying that throughout this whole time, from November of 2006 to August of 2007,
Cynthia,
you
I'm
did
so glad
not
you found us.
have the opportunity to review any of this and know any of that.
Well, I didn't know it existed, so I guess then I wouldn't have had the opportunity. But if I'd known it was there, then I would have had the opportunity.
Did you think that perhaps it would have been a good idea to go ask if these materials were available?
No, I did not.
Rephrase.
You were conflicted by the fact that you saw Mr. Alexander joking with somebody who you believe to be married, right?
She was married, yes.
Yeah.
You were conflicted because Mr. Alexander was joking with somebody that was married. Okay? Better?
Yes.
I'll be
And
back. Maybe
Although
is in
they were
charge.
they had never had any sexual contact, right?
She doesn't know that or not.
Even though you believe they had not had any sexual contact, right?
At that point, that was my belief.
Yet, that's just people talking. Yet, you have no problems engaging in all this conduct that you've told us about during the direct examination. You have no problem engaging in that conduct, yet you're judging somebody for just talking.
Objection, Mr. Harris, the testimony, she's never said she had no problem with it.
State your question.
Well, ma'am, you never sought counseling from a Mormon, whether it's a male or a female, about your sexual contact with Mr. Alexander, right?
I did, but not during that time period.
During the time period that we're talking about. You did not solicit aid from anybody in the Mormon church about what was the proper way to proceed, right?
That's right.
And the reason you didn't was because it was enjoyable, right?
No, because I didn't believe I was in the wrong.
Well, you weren't enjoying what was going on with Mr. Alexander?
I did, but that's not why I didn't seek counsel.
And in fact, the way you described it was that he's somebody that you cannot stay away from sexually, right?
Yes.
And he described you as his kryptonite, right?
Yes.
And so it was a situation that you were mutually attracted, right?
Yes.
So is the reason that you were being so judgmental is because you were just plain jealous? Is that what was going on?
No, I was considering a future with him, and if he was acting that way towards someone else's wife, I wondered how he would treat me as a wife.
So if you were worried about how he was going to treat you as a wife, then why did you just leave him?
Because I wanted to give him an opportunity to explain first.
And you gave him the opportunity to explain, and it sounds like you believed him, right?
Yes,
And so as a result of you believing him, you decided to continue in this sexual relationship, right?
yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, you recess. Please be back in the designated area at 1:25. Please remember the admonition. You are excused. Have a nice lunch. The record will show the jury has left the courtroom. Ms. Arias, you may step down. Counsel, anything before lunch?
No.
We're in recess. Ms. Arias, please take the stand.
Please stand for the jury.
And so even though you saw these messages on his phone, even though they were flirtatious,
Something that I wasn't aware of that aspect right away when I first met him, which was in the MGM Grand. He was very cool, very calm. And even there were people that had made comments saying, why was he on such good behavior that night? And he said that he sort of, looking back on that, he said he kind of had an agenda. And because I came off as a calm person, he was sort of trying to mirror and match. But, by nature, he's very open, very outgoing, very flirtatious. Not that that's a bad thing at all.
and so even though you saw these messages on his phone, even though they were flirtatious, you still decided to break up with it, right?
Not for that reason.
Well, isn't that what you told us before the break, that that was the reason that you broke up with him, because of these text messages?
No, it's because he was sleeping with a bunch of people.
You believe that he was sleeping with a lot of people, right?
Yes,
Do you remember telling us before the break that it was this text message, or during direct examination, that it was the text messages that were the reason for the breakup?
right.
You did say that, though, right?
Yes,
I don't- Okay. You and Mr. Alexander went to Sedona and to the Grand Canyon with Desiree Freeman and Dan Freeman, correct?
yes.
Take a look at Exhibit 41. See if you recognize the people there and the occasion.
Yes, I do. I don't see a date, but I recognize it.
But you're in that photograph, correct?
Yes,
And you recognize the other people, correct?
yes,
And it's a trip that you took. The picture is a photograph taken during the trip to Sedona, correct?
correct.
When was it? When, generally speaking, when did you go to Sedona?
I believe it was April 2007.
And this is a true and accurate depiction of the four of you on this trip to Sedona, correct?
Correct.
I move for the admission of 41.
No objection.
41 is admitted.
This is a photograph that was taken in Sedona, correct?
Yes,
And it shows your height relative to Mr. Alexander, correct?
yes.
You're approximately the same height as he is, correct?
He's 3 inches taller.
Well, this shows it right here, correct?
Yes,
How tall you are, correct?
Foundation, we don't know where they're standing or shoes they're wearing.
Sustained.
Ma'am, this shows you on that particular day with Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes.
You have no reason to believe that that you were standing on a rock and he wasn't, right?
Not that I recall, no.
And with regard to Mr. Freeman, you have a reason to believe that he was standing on a rock.
No.
And with regard to Desiree Freeman, any reason to believe or to think that she was standing on a rock?
What?
No.
That shows the relative heights, correct?
Yes.
Now, one of the things that we know about Mr. Alexander was how his ambience was in a room, correct?
Yes.
Let me show you another bit.
Thank you.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 42.
Any objection?
None that we haven't previously lodged, Judge.
42 is admitted.
Yes, and that's the other thing. When you asked me if I was angry or outraged, I'm more angry and outraged that his life was taken and that he had so much potential, that he had so many things and projects that he was working on that some will get completed and some will never get completed. He was a light, and he had so many. He brightened a room when he walked in. He literally brightened the room. Like you could just tell when Travis was, no matter what direction you were looking at, you could tell when Travis showed up, because the laughter got louder, and the conversation got happier, and just the whole energy of the room changed. And for someone like that, it almost seems like the world is a darker place now that he's not in it anymore. So I'm really angry about that. I can't imagine what his family is going through. I love my brother so much, and I know that he had a lot of siblings, and I just cannot imagine what it would be like to get a phone call to hear that something happened to one of my brothers.
According to that particular excerpt in your statement, he was a great guy, right?
Yes.
And he was a great guy, it appears, to everybody that seemed to come in contact with him, correct?
Yes, it appears.
And nowhere during this conversation that you may have had with people of 48 hours did you mention this issue of him masturbating to pictures.
Oh, definitely not.
So the answer is no, you didn't, correct?
That's correct.
And it wasn't like he didn't do good things for you. He actually did a lot of, or some things that were very nice, didn't he?
Yes, wonderful things.
Let's have you, or listen to you tell us about one of those occasions. I move for the admission of Exhibit 483.
No objection.
43 is admitted.
It's not playing for me. Okay, there we go.
I just personally, I can't see any motive for myself to ever want to do this or inflict this kind of thing on Travis. Someone
I
who's been
agree,
so
maybe.
generous, someone who's been so kind, and someone who has opened up his home, opened up his refrigerator on many times when I didn't have enough money to go to the grocery store and fill up my own fridge. There were just so many things that he did, the little things. I came home from the airport once, and he let me park my car in his garage so that was safe while I was gone. And I showed up to get my car, and there was this bag on the hood that said Cinnabon, and he knew that I liked Cinnabon. And I remember calling him before I flew out. I was flying out of Salt Lake, and in the Phoenix airport, there's a Cinnabon stand, and I always get one before I go on my flight. And I remember lamenting a little bit, saying Cinnabon's going to be closed when I get home because it's going to be late. And so he went out to the mall and got me Cinnabon so I'd be able to have that when I got home. It's just little things that he did like that, thoughtful things as well. He looked up a whole recipe online for Cinnabon and printed it out on pink paper and folded it up in there and put it in there with that. And he gave me a $10 gift card for Cinnabon. So it's like, just little things like those that's just one example of so many little things that he's always done for me, and not just for me, but for everyone that he knew.
Wow, thank you,
And
maybe.
in fact, ma'am, after you moved, you actually thanked him for everything that he had done to you, right?
Yes.
Let's take a look at an exhibit.
I don't care about the colors. Just the overall goal,
Take a look at
either
exhibit number 44.
15
These text messages.
super chats or 500. So I'll write your name down. in case we hit it.
And you were the person that sent them, correct?
Yes, this wasn't before I moved, this was after.
Right, and what date is indicated on it?
April 18th, 2008.
Proof of the admission of Exhibit 484.
Also, Venmo and Cash Apps do count. They're included if you
No
rather
objection.
not have 30% of your donation withdrawn from YouTube.
This was after you did, correct?
Yes,
This was after you were in Wairika, correct?
yes,
This was when you were in Wairika doing your day-to-day activities, whatever they may be, correct?
Plus
And
5
you were not seeing
memberships.
Mr. Alexander on a daily basis, correct?
yes,
This is after you had broken up with him, right?
yes,
This was during a time when, according to you, the fog had lifted, right?
yes,
And this is after the time, after you claim that there has been some physical violence, you wrote this, right?
that's right.
That's yellow.
And we agreed at the time it's 7 hours ahead, correct?
Yes,
And so it's on April 18th that you write this, and you say, Travis, I thank you for being such an amazing friend. You are a rock, a light, and an inspiration. I love you dearly. You were still in love with him, weren't you?
I wouldn't say in love, but I loved him very much.
So when you say you love him dearly, that doesn't mean that you have any physical attraction to him. You just love him like a friend, correct?
That's not true.
Well, when you say you love him dearly, is that the same as saying that the way you love Matt McCartney, or is this a little bit different?
It's similar, but there was no longer a sexual attraction with Matt McCartney.
But there was a sexual attraction with Mr. Alexander, correct?
Correct.
And you indicate that you appreciate all of the ways you've gone out of your way for me, correct? You indicate that, right?
Yes,
And then you say, thank you, thank you, thank you, right?
yes,
This is not in line with what with the person that you've been talking to us about, is it?
yeah, it is. It's very consistent with how he was.
Well, you've been telling us before that he was mean. Do you remember telling us that?
Yes, he was also that.
And you've been telling us that in addition to being mean, he was somebody who physically abused you, right?
Yes, he did.
And that he would raise his voice to you, right?
Yes, he did.
Yet, once you're free of him, and after the fog has lifted, you're thanking him and telling him what an inspiration he is, right?
Yes,
That sort of, the way that is presented, that doesn't seem to correspond, does it?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
You've given us two versions, correct?
of what?
Of Mr. Alexander.
Objection argumentative.
A vote.
I think I've given more than 2 versions.
Well, you've given us one where we just discussed about him being physically abusive and mean and loud to you, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, during the trial, you even referenced that he used to grill you, right?
yes,
And yet, the writings that we have here don't support that, specifically exhibit number 484. Now that you're away, doesn't support what you've been telling us, does it?
Objection argumentative.
Rephrase.
This is at odds with what you're telling us
Objection
before
argumentative.
as to Mr. Alexander, right?
at odds with what?
With Mr. Alexander's portrayal that you wanted us to believe during direct examination.
No, I believe I said during direct examination that he did many wonderful things and that he had amazing sides to him.
But you don't ever mention in any of these text messages, for example, this one right here, all you can do is gush on him, over him and thank him, right?
Yes, he flourished on compliments.
Is that yes?
I said yes.
When you say that he flourished on compliments, it appears that you're saying that you're only doing it in an insincere fashion because you want to shower them on him just because he wants them.
At times they were a little insincere and that they were somewhat exaggerated, but he was a wonderful person
Well-
many times.
What you're saying here, though, is just this particular exhibit, number 484, when you're saying, or you're gushing, whatever the term you want to use on this, it just appears that, from what you tell us, that that's not true, right?
Objection argumentative.
Rephrase.
Ma'am, when you say that you were sending these because Mr. Alexander liked them, that's what you said, right?
No, I said he flourished with compliments.
All right, use the word he flourished on compliments, right?
Yes.
And if he flourished on compliments, the way it sounds is that you were not sincere about the compliment.
Well, I
Well,
believe he was amazing. He was a rock to me. He was a light and inspiration at one time. I did love him dearly. I still do. And he did go out of his way for me. And I wanted to express my gratitude.
So with regard to this particular love, is that how you believe love should be shown like it was on the evening of June 4th of 2008?
Objection argumentative. Badgering.
Sustained.
Well, ma'am, here, you've indicated that all of this is true. So is this one of the ones that was sincere or not?
I believe I was being sincere in this one.
So this one, you are telling the truth.
Yes.
As part of what happened after you killed Mr. Alexander, there was a memorial service, right?
Yes.
And you attended it, right?
Yes.
The memorial service was in Mesa, Arizona, correct?
Correct.
And what time of the day was it?
I don't remember.
Was it in the morning or the afternoon?
I don't remember. It was daytime. I
thank
don't remember.
you.
And many people attended, right?
Yes.
One of the people that attended was Mimi, correct?
Yes.
You actually went up to Mimi, correct?
Yes, I did.
So even though that you say that you're shy, you actually were the person that approached her, right?
Yes.
And you talked to her about Mr. Alexander, correct?
Briefly, yes.
So that is a yes, correct?
Yes.
And it was during this conversation that you say that that's when you first learned that he was going to Cancun with her, right?
I can't remember because another woman had told me right before. She didn't say her name, but I assumed it was probably Mimi Hall. So I don't remember if Cancun was discussed.
Did you speak with Mimi Hall about her going to Cancun with Mr. Alexander?
I don't remember if Cancun was discussed.
Yeah, but you could have discussed it, right?
Could have, but it was very short, and I don't think
Really?
anything came up, but it might have. I don't remember that.
But it was at this memorial, whether it was from Ms. Hall or somebody else, that you, according to you, first learned about him going to Cancun with somebody else, right?
Yes, well, I
Is
assumed.
that yes?
I assumed they didn't.
I can
learned it from
promise
Detective
you she
Flores,
would
but I
remember.
assumed because of the way a woman named Brenda told me.
Promise.
So what you're telling us is that at the memorial service, do you know the date that was?
I think it was June 15th.
At the memorial service, you did not learn that he went to Cancun with Mimi Hall.
Objection, doesn't be a compound question.
I don't remember. I think I assumed it, but I got like solid confirmation from Detective Flores.
So you assumed it at the time you met Ms. Hall then?
Trying to think. I might have spoken to Ms. Hall before Brenda. I don't remember when Brenda came up to me.
So what I'm asking though is, did you or did you not learn that Mr. Alexander was going to Cancun with Mimi Hall at this memorial service?
I don't know if I definitively knew it, but I was pretty sure that she was the one.
And why do you say that you were pretty sure? Is it because of a conversation that you had with Ms. Hall?
Because of the conversation I had with Brenda.
And based on the conversation with Brenda, you believe that that's when you learned about Mr. Alexander going to Cancun with Mimi Hall, correct?
Yes. Mhm.
You and he had discussed him going to Cancun before, right?
Yes.
And he didn't ask you to go, right?
What was that?
He did not ask you to go, correct?
That's correct.
But you knew he was going with someone, didn't you?
Yes. Well, the trip allows for a second person on the ticket, so
So
I
you
assumed.
knew he was going with somebody, right?
Yes.
And you knew he was going with somebody back on June 2nd of 2008, right?
Yes, I assumed it was a babysitter.
Well, I'm not asking you who you assumed it was. Did you know back on that date that he was going to go with somebody?
Yes.
And back on May 28th of 2008, you also knew that he was going to Cancun, right?
Yes.
And you knew that he was going to Cancun with somebody else, right?
Yes.
And this was about the time, because of the telephone call of May 10th, that he was still talking to you about sex, right?
Yes.
And even though he was talking to you about sex, he was actually, you knew, going to go to Cancun with somebody else, right?
Yes.
Let me show you an exhibit. And his going to Cancun with somebody else did not upset you, correct?
No.
And his going to Cancun and not inviting you did not upset you, right?
No.
Take a look at exhibit 485 and see if you recognize this.
Yes.
This is actually a writing by you, correct?
That's correct.
And it was submitted at the time of the memorial service, right?
Yes.
And how did it work? There was a page there that you signed? How did it work?
There was a photo album, sort of in a scrapbook, how I remember it, with a lot of blank paper around the different photos so that people could leave comments.
You actually brought the photograph that's attached to this, right?
I think it was already put together, but I emailed it to the person putting it together because that's one of my photos.
So this is one of your photographs, though, correct?
Yes,
And how it got there, maybe you sent it to somebody and then they put it in the book, correct?
I believe so.
And then you actually signed it, though, right?
I didn't sign it. I just wrote in it. I didn't want to leave my name.
In other words, this is your writing, correct?
Yes.
I move for the admission of exhibit 45.
What'd she do? Right, I'm gonna kill you and your whole family on a piece of paper. Nothing surprises me at this point.
Take a look at exhibit 485. It says, Travis, you're beautiful on the inside and out, doesn't it?
Yes.
Isn't that kind of a lie based on what you told us here in court today?
Objection, argumentative.
He's getting rephrased.
That's not true based on what you told us here in court, right?
I believed that he had inner beauty, yes. So it is true.
So you think somebody who masturbates to pictures of little boys is beautiful on the inside, right?
I don't think that aspect of him is beautiful at all. I think it's sickening.
Well, I'm asking you, you did write beautiful on the inside, and yet you knew, according to you, that he had this issue, right?
Yes,
And so if you write that, you've indicated that it was a problem for you, right?
it was.
And you indicated that you'd even obtain a pamphlet, correct, to give to him?
Yes, too.
And you also indicated that you believed that he needed help, right?
He did
There are
know.
pamphlets
Right, and you
on
indicated
that?
that to us on direct examination, a couple of times at least, right?
That's right.
But yet here you're right that he's beautiful on the inside, knowing all of that.
Yes, he hated those parts of himself.
Pardon?
He hated those parts of himself. It's not who he wanted to be.
Whether he wanted to be it or not, somebody who has those issues, you still think is beautiful on the inside, and that's why you wrote it.
I believe that he could get better.
I'm not asking you if you believe that he could get better, man. I'm asking you whether or not somebody is beautiful on the inside if they have the problem that you have told us about.
Objection, answer this about the third time.
Yeah, it is.
What was the question?
Mike, could you read that for her, please?
I'm not asking if you believe if he could get better, ma'am. I'm asking you whether or not
What,
beautiful on
is
the
he your
inside.
bitch boy?
I'm sorry. I'm asking you whether or not somebody is beautiful on the inside if he had the problem you told us about.
I believed that he had aspects of himself that were beautiful and some that were ugly, just like I do.
So what you're saying is that statement here that he was beautiful on the inside is a qualified statement.
I don't know what you mean by qualified.
Well, it doesn't tell the whole truth. It just tells part of the truth.
Of course, this is a memorial book.
Pardon?
Of course, this is a memorial book.
You didn't have to write it in that memorial book, right?
I didn't have to.
And you didn't have to go to the memorial service, right?
That's right.
One of the things that you told us was that, well, you and Mr. Alexander had an agreement, right?
Yes.
And this agreement, according to you, was that even if the memorial service or the funeral was in Antarctica, the two of you would attend each other's funeral, depending on who outlived the other, right?
Stupidest fucking
He said he
thing
would come to
ever.
mine even if it was in Antarctica.
Ma'am, I'm asking you whether or not you and he, or whether or not you told us previously that you and he had an agreement to attend each other's funeral, depending on who died first.
It wasn't quite like that.
Well, didn't you tell us that on direct examination, that that was part of the reason that you went, because you guys had this
Yeah.
understanding?
I didn't go to his funeral. I tried to go and I didn't make it.
The memorial service.
That wasn't part of the agreement.
Well, but you did mention that you believed that he would have done the same thing for you, right?
Yes.
But in terms of this attending the
Oh,
memorial
no,
service,
he wouldn't have.
if the situation were reversed, do you think that he still should have gone to your memorial service if he had killed you?
Objection, argumentative calls for speculation.
What was the agreement? What was your understanding of the agreement then?
He's not wrong.
I told him one time that I admired his speaking skills, and that if I ever passed away, he would. I would like it if he gave a eulogy at my funeral because I knew that he would edify me in a good way.
How about with him? If he passed away before you, what was the agreement?
It wasn't
Maybe.
discussed. I don't think.
Will you
Oh, so you
edify
didn't have
me?
any understanding whatsoever with regard to whether or not you would attend his memorial service?
It was more about my funeral.
Well, do you remember telling us something different on direct examination?
I don't remember.
Do you remember on direct examination telling us that you felt compelled to go because of this agreement that the two of you had?
That's why I felt compelled to go,
Right. Because you believed there was an agreement, right?
because he would have gone to mine.
And you believe that that was sort of an unwritten agreement between the two of you. That's how you portrayed it to us on direct examination, right?
The eulogy part was sort of an unwritten agreement.
I'm talking about just actually going. I'm not talking about the eulogy. Isn't it true that in direct examination, the way you portrayed it to us was that the reason that you went was because you and he had talked about it and that you felt compelled to go based on those conversations?
Yes.
And those conversations included going to Antarctica, if that were the case, right?
He said he would.
And that's how much the commitment, that's how strong the commitment was to attend each other's memorial services, right?
I don't recall making a commitment to attend his services, but this is the reason I felt compelled to go.
Because of the conversation you had with him, right?
Yes.
No one knew about this conversation that you had with him, right?
No, it was in his office, just the two of us.
Right, so it was just you and him, right?
Yes,
And so if nobody knew about it, you really didn't have to go. And nobody would have been the wiser, right?
that's right.
But you made the choice to go, right?
Yes, I did.
You also, right, you always told me that I never stopped believing in you, and I know that you always believed in me, right? That's what it says, right?
Yes.
You always believed in me, right?
He stopped.
Yes, I did.
Even though, according to you, he would get this mean look on his face, and he would come charging after you down the hallway, you still believed in him, right?
Yes, that wasn't who he wanted to be.
I'm not asking you if that's what he wanted to be. Did I ask you that, man?
No.
I'm asking you whether or not you still believed in him if he, for example, according to you, threw you down and choked you. You still believed in him, right?
I
When
believe
does
his
he
potential
start
to be yes.
throwing
So the answer is
stuff?
yes, right?
That's what I'm waiting for.
And even though he may have been on the couch kissing with some girl in August of 2007, you still believed in him, right?
Yes, I wasn't his girlfriend.
Pardon?
I was his girlfriend. So yeah, of course, I still believed in him.
You were his girlfriend in August of
I was
2007?
not. I wasn't.
So you still believed in him, even though he was kissing on some girl, and you still believed he was courting you at that time. You still believed in him.
Kissing on
Well, it
some
cheapened his
girl.
efforts.
I understand that it may have
I still
cheapened,
believed in his potential to of who he wanted to become.
so it cheapened his efforts, right?
Certainly.
And if it cheapened his efforts, then perhaps he wasn't believing in you as much as you indicate in this card or this writing, correct?
Damn.
Mr. Alexander believed.
It's the other way around. Overall.
I think we're talking about different aspects of what we believe about each other.
Well, you say that you never stopped believing in him, right?
Yes,
And you never stopped believing him, irrespective of what you told us the issues were, right?
that's right.
And these issues that, according to you, he wasn't getting any help for, right?
I don't know if he
Well-
was or not. I
Well,
don't believe he was. He said he would. I don't believe he did.
right, so you know that he's not getting, according to you, your belief is that he's not getting help for any of these issues, right?
Yes.
He's not doing anything about it, right?
I don't know that.
Well, isn't that what your belief is? I'm asking about your belief. I'm not asking about what you know. I'm asking about your belief.
I believe he was doing things, not seeking professional help, but he said he spent a lot of time in prayer about it, things like that.
So you believe he was praying about it, right?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not you believed he went to a bishop to talk about it?
He did talk to a bishop about his,
Is that a yes or a no?
well, I really don't know.
Okay. Says, thank you for sharing so much, and thank you for all your generosity.
Yes.
This world has been blessed because you have been here, right?
Yes.
So you believe somebody who does the sort of horrible act that you described is a blessing to the world?
He did bless the world in ways.
I'm asking you, my question's a little different. You believe that somebody that did whatever it is that you allege he did is a blessing to the world?
That is not a blessing to the world.
So this wasn't true then?
No, I just said that he did bless the world
Tasman,
in
I
ways.
think that's on you. Why don't you
One of the other
refresh the
things that you know
stream?
about him is that you and he had quite the relationship behind closed doors, right?
Yes.
And they're called private relationships for a reason, right?
Yes.
And so one of the things that you complained about on direct examination was that, well,
Question is that?
nobody knew what your business or what your affairs were. You remember complaining about that?
I don't remember the context, but I may have said something to that effect.
And it upset you that these interactions between you and him were behind closed doors.
No, are you talking about this?
So,
What activities are you referring to?
well, for example, you complained that when you went out, he didn't sort of treat you in the way that indicated that you perhaps were closer to him than you were.
That's correct.
He
He's
wouldn't
probably
hold your hand,
embarrassed
right?
of you.
Usually not.
He wouldn't kiss you in public, according to you, right?
He did as long as we weren't on our own home turfs.
So, but in certain circumstances, he wouldn't kiss you when you were out there, right?
That's correct.
And all of this bothered you, didn't it?
It did bother me.
Yeah, and it bothered you because, on the other hand, he's very attentive when the doors are closed, but not when people are around, right?
Yes.
And you could have, though, put an end to that, couldn't you?
Yes.
You could have left, you could have gone to Wairika, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, but you chose not to, right?
Not right away.
Well, you chose not to until April of 2008, right?
That's when I did it. I made the decision prior to that.
All right, you made the decision in March of 2008, right?
Actually, it was Christmas 2007.
Well, do you remember that we took a look at your journal in March of 2008, and that's when you told him that you were going to go to
That's
Wairika?
my commentary, Kitty.
And also, we know that you left in April of 2008, right?
Yes.
So you're free to go at any time that you want, right?
I was broke, so not really, but
What, you have parents, right?
yes.
They would have helped you if you want to go home, wouldn't they? You asked your mom for help to move, right?
Yes.
She came out there, right?
Yes.
She came out here to Mesa, correct?
Yes.
She flew, correct?
She flew into Phoenix.
And whatever happened, but she went on her way shortly after she came out here, right?
Yes.
And so there was at least an indication based on that they would help you, and what your parents would help you in whatever way they could, right?
Yes.
So it wasn't a situation that you were stranded, was it?
I mean, I don't know. Like, I didn't know that they would help me until I was desperate enough to call her, and she would. She
Well-
said she would.
You indicated that you called and she responded, right?
Yes.
They wouldn't know that you needed their help unless you called, right?
Well, unless Matt called once, but unless I called and asked for that kind of help, I guess.
When, on the first occasion that you called your mother, isn't it true that she agreed to help, right?
Yes.
And in fact, the way to help was that she even came out here to try to help you load the truck, right?
Mm.
I think I got the truck after she left, but her purpose was to come down here and help me load the truck and move.
You just didn't have the truck at the time, right?
Not yet.
And so it
Piss
seems
poor
like when you say that,
planning,
when you
huh,
confess and say, well,
Jody?
you know, I was sort of stuck here in Arizona. You weren't really stuck here in Arizona, were you?
I don't know. I mean, my parents have been financially capable at times and other times not. So at the time I called, they were able to help me. They were in a position to help me.
And so they did. The only time that you asked them, at least as it involves this case, the only time that you asked them, they were able to provide some help, right?
Yes.
And in fact, when you got to Wairika, you had a place to stay, right?
Yes.
You didn't want to stay with your parents, though, right?
There were no bedrooms there. That's right.
So you didn't want to stay with your parents, right?
No, I didn't.
You preferred to stay with your grandparents, correct?
Yes.
And so you had a place to go to, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you could get a job there if you wanted to, right?
I did get a job there.
Well, you could if you wanted to, right? In fact, you started work at Casa Ramos, according to you, right?
Well, it depends on who hires. I mean, I searched and hunted, and I did not get a job for a while. And I finally was hired somewhere.
You did get a job at Casa Ramos, didn't you?
Yes.
And this was in Wairika, correct?
Yes.
And when you were working at Casa Ramos, you had your own money, right?
Yes.
Nobody took it away from you, right?
No.
And in fact, you weren't lending or giving any money to Mr. Alexander at that point, right?
I was paying back a debt that I owed him.
But that's not giving money to him, is it?
Yes, I was giving it willingly.
Well, if you have a debt, that's not, and you give money for that, that's not a gift, is it?
It was not a gift. It was a repayment that I was
Right.
giving him.
And in fact, the terms were pretty loose on that, correct?
Very loose.
And whatever you could afford, he basically would accept, right?
Yeah, he said to try to keep it to at least $100 a month, but pay more anytime you can pay more.
They were loose, it was a loose agreement, right?
Yes.
He wasn't putting any financial pressure on you, right?
Not at first.
When you say not at first, that implies that he was putting pressure on you at some point, right?
Yes, he did.
And it was an amount mentioned,
No. It was-
and was there ever the threat of him going to court to get the money?
No.
And in fact, he actually even was trying to help you with the car, the one that had lost the transmission and had all those problems when you started to tow it, right?
The BMW?
Well, he was trying to find out who was responsible for that on your behalf, wasn't he?
It was her.
I think I was. I had called the law firm. He called the law firm. We were waiting for calls back on it.
But he attempted by calling a law firm, right?
I don't remember if he called his directly or, I mean, I know that I called attorneys on it, and I think he was doing his own research on it as well.
And when you told him that this had happened, he wasn't upset with you, was he?
No, he wasn't.
And in fact, when you told him that this happened, he tried to do the best that he could.
Okay, hey, we're 2 hours in, and I'm just wondering if you've subscribed yet and liked the stream. You can check now. Going in 1, 2, 3. Okay, thanks.
Good for you, right? Because
Yes.
you wrote that he felt bad for you, right?
Yes.
And in fact, the way he handled that situation, you actually in your journal called him your hero, right?
Yes.
So it appears that you're in Wairika. This individual, Mr. Alexander, is in the Mesa area, and there doesn't seem to be any other tie other than this sexual bond that the two of you seem to have, right?
Well, that in the car, I guess.
Well, but the car was a loose bond, wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
You could mail the payment and not talk to him ever, right?
That's right.
And you could conceivably pay him off in one payment. Not that you probably would, but you could in one payment, and that would be the end of it, right?
The end of our communication.
No, the end of the issues involving the car, right?
Yes.
And you wouldn't have to communicate anymore if you really didn't want to, right?
After the car was paid and I had the title, no, we wouldn't have to.
Right. And so, but you did have this sexual bond, right?
Yes.
And it appeared that you wanted to be with him as much as he wanted to be with you.
That would be accurate.
And so that when we talk about, or when you tell us things like, well, when I was over at Sky and Chris Hughes' house, approximately a week after you met him, and you indicate that, well, that you had oral sex, and you said that you were uncomfortable with that. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Well, you were pretty attracted to him, weren't you?
My attraction didn't develop that quickly.
So are you saying that you did that even though you didn't want to?
Yes.
And did you tell him that?
No.
Did you think that he was a mind reader and would know that you didn't want to do that?
No.
And one of the things that you said that was kind of striking about that was that when he was performing oral sex on you, that you said, he sure knew what he was doing. Do you remember saying that on direct examination?
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Well, doesn't it take one to know one?
Oh!
How do you know he was so good unless you had previously been exposed to that activity?
I was previously exposed to that activity in my prior relationships.
So there wasn't anything wrong with him being experienced in that area, was there?
Not in my opinion, no.
No. So when you said that he sure was experienced in that area, you didn't mean to be saying that that was a negative thing, right?
No.
And the other thing that you said, well, really wasn't your cup of tea that time, right?
That's correct.
You could have stopped at any time and said, I don't want to see you anymore, right?
Yes.
Because that was really the first time you had ever seen him, right?
No, that would have been our
You know what I
second.
mean? Alone, in private.
Second.
You had had some sort of sexual contact with him before that?
My
No, no sexual contact.
Goodness.
Nothing alone, private.
I'm talking about sexual contact.
Okay.
Based on what happened there and the sexual contact at that point, you said, well, I wasn't really that interested in him at that point, right? You just said that.
There was an interest, but the deep level of my attraction had not developed to its extent.
So you weren't that attracted to him, right? Would that be fair to say or no?
Well, when you say that
Bullshit.
attraction, like I was attracted to him, but it felt like it was just too soon. Is all.
Well, you said my attraction hadn't developed to that point yet, which appears to say that you weren't attracted to him to have sex with him on that occasion, right?
Not yet to that level.
So you keep saying that, yeah, I'm just talking about that particular point. I just want you to focus
Hi,
on that
Peggy.
point.
Welcome
At that point,
back.
you were not sexually attracted to
I'm
him.
glad you found us.
I wouldn't say that.
Well, so you were sexually attracted to him.
On some level, I believe I was.
And so being sexually attracted to him, this was an activity that was enjoyable to you, right?
It otherwise could have been, but I just felt uncomfortable.
Well, you're saying you felt uncomfortable, and are you saying then that it was not an enjoyable situation for you?
Like internally, no. So therefore, physically, I wasn't able to enjoy myself. But there was nothing outwardly wrong with the scenario because
Well,
all the elements were there, other than those things.
If you weren't enjoying it internally, and if you weren't enjoying it externally, it appears that what you're saying is that you're not enjoying it at all. Because there's only the internal and the external, right?
Yes.
Overall, two answers.
Yes.
So you
Oh my
weren't
God. Shut the
you
hell
were
up.
not enjoying it. That is what you're saying.
Once it progressed to the oral sex, I was no longer enjoying it.
You could have told him to stop, though, right?
Yes,
But you didn't, right?
that's right.
You never showed any indication that this activity was unwelcome, right?
That's right.
There was no way for him to know that this activity was unwelcome, right?
That's right. In fact, I think I acted like
The
I liked
answer is
it.
yes, right?
That's right.
And so after that, and really what we have for that sort of assertion, all we have is your word, correct?
Yes.
We don't have, for example, any video or anything like that that would show us what happened then to see whether or not you were enjoying this particular activity, correct?
That's correct.
And with regard to the other time, the situation in the car, again, you indicated that you were uncomfortable with it, right?
Don't fall for the
Somewhat, yes.
crazies.
If you were uncomfortable the first time, and you have the
Wait until you
ability to
meet
say no,
someone not
you could have
crazy.
stopped the second time, right?
Yes.
That was a choice that you made, correct?
Yes.
For whatever reason, you made the choice to be with them that second time, right?
Yes, I did.
And so when you talk about, well, I was uncomfortable about it, I felt bad about it, I felt bad about it, or whatever the terms are that you use, at some point, even though you felt that way, that was your responsibility to let the other party know that perhaps you weren't into it as much as they were, right?
What do you mean?
Well,
You mean if I didn't want to proceed with it?
Pardon?
Then it would have been my responsibility to tell him?
right, you
That's
could
right.
you could have
Sorry,
told
guys,
him no,
I
right?
had to take a
Yes.
photo.
And you've done that before in
popcorn.
your lifetime, haven't you?
Yes.
And one of the things that you kept saying on direct examination was that, well, I felt that I liked him and didn't want to hurt his feelings or something like that. Do you remember saying something like that you didn't want to hurt his feelings?
Yes.
Saying no to you, the fact that you would have said no, you think would have hurt his feelings?
I felt that way, like it would have been a blow to his ego.
So you felt that it would have been a blow to his ego then if you would have told him no, right?
Yes,
Well, who cares what about his ego?
I did.
You cared about his ego even though you had only known him for approximately 2 weeks?
Yes,
So does that mean that you were more invested in him than you're telling us? In other words, at that point, you really had strong feelings for him?
they weren't strong, but there was an attraction there.
So you were attracted to him then?
Yes.
And you wanted this sort of activity to continue, right?
What kind of activity?
Sexual activity.
Well, I didn't stop it.
Well, when you say you didn't stop it, it just sounds again like you're saying it was all him, not you, right?
No, it takes two to tango.
That's right. And it was a mutual activity, wasn't it?
Yes.
Let's see what you have to say about
Red flag alert. Actually, that'd be great. Fine idea. Our resident 70-year-old lady, Peggy, coming up with the great ideas.
that. For the division, we did 46.
No objection, Your Honor.
Did you say 486?
Yes, sir.
486 is in.
Well, Patrick, you might just be that strapping of a man. You just have that effect on women. Have you ever considered that? Dating advice with Lacey. Crack my shit up. Everyone, give your opinions on Patrick's situation.
Like if you're moving away and you're saying you want to end this unhealthy relationship, and yet A, you're still making plans to get together and travel, and B, you're still showing up for sex.
Yeah, it was hard to tell Travis no. He would call me at night, and we would have long conversations, and he would tell me the things that he would like to see happen when he came up to visit me, to put it in a G-rated manner, and the things that he wanted to do as far as traveling, where we would go and what we would do. And then it wasn't like I wasn't the agenda for him coming up, but that was a big part of it. He was going to continue on to Washington, see friends there, and then come all the way back down and see the Pacific Coast Highway as well. It eventually became sex.
Was it mutual?
It was always mutual. Yeah.
Wrong.
You did indicate there that it was always mutual, right?
That's correct.
So that means, for example, that when you and he were involved the very first time, that it was mutual, right?
Yes, it was.
And when you were involved, anytime after that, it was also mutual, right?
I believe it was.
So when you tell us that you felt like a used piece of toilet paper, well, that you're sort of telling us that at that point that it wasn't mutual, that somebody was taking more than they were giving.
No, it was still mutual at that point.
Even though you felt that way, you can still say that it was a mutual kind of thing.
Yes.
right?
When I told him to stop, he did.
Pardon?
When I told him to stop, he did.
So anytime that you would ask him to stop, he would stop, right?
Except the one time in May 2007.
But in the statement that we just heard in Exhibit 486, you did indicate that it was always mutual, right?
Yes,
You never indicated that there was ever a problem, right?
that's right.
Ma'am, one of the things that we know is that there was this text message that you received while you were at the Grove. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes,
And this was sometime in November of 2006, right?
that's right.
And this is what you told us that you were at some sort of meeting or something at a restaurant, right?
We were first at a Super Saturday, and then a group of friends and I, business associates, we all went to a restaurant.
What was the name of the restaurant?
I don't remember.
Why
What was
the
the name
fuck
of
is
the
that
city?
important?
Anaheim.
One?
And you were in Anaheim, and you were at this restaurant. Who else was sitting there?
Michelle was sitting across from me. I think Lenore was there. I was still kind of new, so I don't remember all the names, but I think my friend Jared was sitting to my left. And I mean, I can picture faces, but I don't remember their names. There was a whole long table of people.
And you received this text message, right?
Yes,
And at that time, you indicated to us that you had a flip-top phone, right?
that's right.
And basically, when you receive a text message, what would be required is for you to open the phone to take a look at it, right?
Yes,
And in addition, you would have to take an extra step, right?
yes,
You would have to take a step to take a look at the text message, right?
yes,
And you said that you were somewhat unaware of what was in that you were unaware of what was in that text message, right?
yes,
And that you went ahead and that you opened it, right?
yes.
Did anybody see it?
Well, I don't know if Jared saw it. I don't think he did. I flipped it shut real quick and then looked around to make sure nobody was looking.
Because you were able to recognize what it was, right?
Yes,
And you found it offensive, right?
not at all, actually.
So you thought it was okay then?
Yes,
And so when you were telling us about how it was that you received this, you didn't mean to tell us that you were offended by it, right?
no, I was not offended.
And in fact, it was something that you liked, right?
I did like it, yeah.
And it was something that he was showing you attention. And so
Stop turning her on
looking at it
one.
was
It's
something
gross.
that, for whatever reason, at least indicated there was a relationship, a partial relationship there for me, right?
Yes,
And you never told him, don't ever send me anything like that, right?
No.
You never indicated to him afterwards, I'm embarrassed by that sort of activity, don't do that, right?
I did not say that.
And in fact, you were so, I would say, well, weren't you so happy with that activity that you actually took the time, the effort and the trouble to download it?
I took the effort and the trouble to download all the photos on my phone at once.
Well, you knew that that was on your telephone, didn't you?
Yes,
That's not something that you forget, right?
no.
And in fact, there were other pictures that were involved at other times that were deleted, right?
On my phone?
Yes.
Yes,
And in this particular case, though, this actually went onto the hard drive that was damaged that we've heard about, right?
that's right.
And that hard drive was available for your enjoyment, right?
Until it broke, yes.
But you
Love
could
the
access
movie.
whatever photographs that you wanted, including the picture of Mr.
You
Alexander's
guys
penis,
like
right?
that movie?
Yes,
And you also sent him pictures of yourself, right?
yes.
And you sent him photographs of yourself topless, right?
Yes, I did.
You were not offended by the fact that you were sending him photographs. In other words, that wasn't a problem for you, right?
Not the types that I was sending. I don't think I showed my face in the photos.
But you did show your upper chest area, correct?
I believe there were photos, several of that nature.
And there were 3 of them, right?
I don't remember.
Oh, maybe you missed the part where I was
And
told
did
by
you also
3
send
different
them-
people
send
that I
them
look
to
like the girl
his
from The
phone?
Handmaid's Tale.
Yes,
And you used
Awkward.
your telephone to take the pictures?
yes,
And even doing that, you took the trouble to then download those also onto your computer, right?
I might have.
Well, you're familiar with these photographs that came from this computer, right?
No, we couldn't find the pictures that you're referring to. When
Okay, so, but you didn't see anything wrong or anything untoward with you sending in pictures and him sending you pictures, right?
No, I didn't.
And in fact, it was almost like it was a learning process for both of you, right?
Sustained.
Well, you and he were experimenting, correct?
You mean with the camera phone?
Well, no, just sexually speaking.
I don't know what you mean by experimenting, but we were sexual.
Well, let's talk about something that was on the May 10th, 2008 conversation that you had with him, okay?
Okay.
I was told I look like the girl from The Handmaid's Tale by 3 different people. You guys are gonna love my creation. So original.
And while they're looking at that, now I'm going to show you exhibits numbers 425, 426, and 427.
Okay.
Do you recognize the person in those?
Yeah,
That's you, correct?
yeah, this is me just prior to my surgery for breast
Right.
implants.
Oh, she got
They're
a
all
both
And your surgery was May of
done.
2006, right?
June 2006.
I move for the admission of exhibits number 425 to 427.
Objection is relevant.
Get your white ass up here. This is Jodi Arias. I seem to have just gotten a second wind. Thank God. Maybe in like 10 minutes, can you remind me to check if my flight's been canceled? There's a snowstorm heading this way, and it'd be great if it allowed me to move my flight. You're the best. You're the best. So there was some craziness on the internet
You
today.
indicated that you sent photographs to Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes,
And these are part of the photographs that you sent to him, right?
those were taken before I met him.
But you actually sent it to him, didn't you?
I don't believe I would send him those. He wanted to see them, and I was too embarrassed to show him my pre-surgery breasts.
And so it's okay. You felt a lot better once you had your surgery then, right?
Not at first, but ultimately, yes.
But you did take these photographs, right?
Yes.
And you kept these
From
photographs, right?
what?
I guess I did. They're there.
Right. And the only purpose for these photographs is of a sexual nature, right?
No, they're medical photos.
I'm sorry, hold on. Let me answer the question. Your objection?
To the relevance, it has nothing to do with her relationship with Mr. Alexander.
Overruled. Jimmy, answer the question.
No, they were just before shots for my surgery, just for that purpose.
And Judge, I move the addition of 47.
No objection.
47 is admitted.
Okay. Hold on. Okay. We seem to have several people in the chat who are confused. And I think it's actually a appropriate time to bring this up. First of all, you can always go to the very beginning of the stream where I kind of outline the play-by-play for the day. Secondly, this is the Jodi Arias trial. We are watching this because it did happen in 2013. It is not new. If you are not from America or you do not celebrate Christmas, you might have run into the same issue that I have been running into, that it's quite frankly a slow week. Thank God, I'm not asking for otherwise. I think this is a good opportunity for us to reflect and learn some damn lessons about crazy people and how to avoid them. I think that Jodi is point in case the antithesis of a nut job. And I think it would be in everyone's best interest to really think about who you allow in your life, to have those healthy boundaries, and don't bring anyone around your friends and family that are going to pull a Jodi, or you even speculate may pull a Jodi. So that is why we are watching the highlights from this case, because it was 75 days long. I ain't about to do a 75-day coverage of a trial. So we're watching this until I start my next live stream trial. Like it will also be live in the moment in January. If you are enjoying this stream, what's up? I mean, it's pretty great here. I have some great mods. I'm a very nice person. I would love to have you around more often, guys. Just make sure you hit the subscribe button to my channel and make sure to like this stream, please. And if you want to show your support for the channel, my Venmo, my Cash App, that is listed in the ticker. Whether you're watching on your phone, it'll be above, or on a laptop, it'll be below. Or you can super chat or join with a membership. I have cool things for my members. I'm still relatively new and I'm growing. So I I've been adding new things every week. Next week, we'll have some items in the shop, and trying to think of anything else that I haven't addressed. One thing I do want to say, if I'm not answering your questions out loud, it's because I'm trying to be respectful of the people watching this. And I haven't looked at StreamYard. I've probably lost like 50 to 60 people just by taking the time to explain this, but I felt like it was an appropriate action. So thanks, guys. This wasn't meant to be mean or like punishment. I believe in being very clear and direct. So I hope this helps.
The K1?
I've heard of it, obviously, but I've never used it.
You know, I had never used it.
Oh God, this
and
again.
I'd always heard of it until one day I just thought, because it's so cliche and people make fun of it, and you know, but it's great stuff.
No, it's awesome. There's nothing else.
Did you
There's
use that now?
No. I use freaking Vaseline.
Oh, does that line work? It seems so thick.
No, it works. You just got it.
Oh, you mean the lotion?
Yeah, no, it does.
Oh.
It works well, but it doesn't work as well as KY.
Yeah. I think KY is for that. It's like good for you. I don't mean like it's beneficial, but it's better. It's the best thing for you because it's designed specifically for that purpose. It's best for your skin. It's okay to go on the inside and that kind of thing.
Yeah, see, other stuff, nothing's really on the inside.
Like I use baby oil in the past, but it doesn't hurt, but it's not the best thing because it's mineral oil,
So it appears that in terms of at least in terms of the KY, you were the one that introduced Mr. Alexander to it, right?
Yes, that's right.
And it was used as part of these sexual encounters that the two of you had.
Yes.
And you introduced that into the relationship because it was enjoyable to you, right?
It made our activities more enjoyable.
So they were enjoyable to start with, and this just enhanced them, right?
Most were enjoyable to start with.
Pardon?
Most were the first time. You did.
I'm just asking about the KY. You introduced the KY into the relationship to make it more sexually enjoyable, right?
Yes,
And in fact, before that, your experience had been with baby oil, right?
that's right.
And at least as to Bobby Wise, that's what was involved. That's what you used with him, right?
Probably, I don't remember that far back, but definitely with Matt.
So when we're talking about this level of experimentation, in this case, it looks like the both of you were experimenting together sexually, right?
That's right.
So that when we hear things like, well, I felt like a prostitute, that's not exactly true, right?
There's an art
When you say
vandal in
that you felt
here.
like a prostitute, that's at odds with what you're telling us, or what we're hearing here about the KY.
Well, you're talking about two different incidents, so yes, it would be at odds.
So
If you know, you know.
your participation, if you will, in these activities was equal to his, right? Wasn't it?
Yes,
So any derogatory statement such as I felt like a prostitute isn't really what was going on, representative of what's going on, right?
it was, but it was my fault for feeling that way because I allowed it.
Well, I know that you allowed it and you felt that way, and you say that you felt like a prostitute, but when we hear, for example, this partial clip of this sexual conversation, it looks like you're the one that's moving it along as opposed to him.
Is that a question?
It is a question.
What's the question?
The question is, isn't it true that you were the one that was moving it along?
I'd say it was mutual.
Well, if it's mutual, then there is no, I guess, suggestion then, or any reason why you should feel like a prostitute if it's mutual then, right?
I didn't feel like a prostitute during, just afterward I did.
Well,
Oh my
this is
God.
suggestive of you being as much of a participant in these activities as he was, right?
Yes, and I was.
And so you indicated on 2 occasions on direct examination that you felt like a prostitute, right?
I believe referencing Ehrenberg, yes.
And in Ehrenberg, you said that that's when you felt like one, correct?
Not when, after Ehrenberg, after thinking about it, and he didn't call me for 3 days, I thought, hotel room, all that, just
Right.
kind of felt that way.
And then additionally, you also said that you felt like that after the baptism, right?
No, I think after that I said I felt like a used piece of toilet paper.
And you didn't convey that to him, did you?
No,
Did you also say that you felt like a prostitute when he came over to your house and engaged in oral sex on the porch? Is that the other time?
if I did say that, that would be accurate.
And so if you did feel like that, and remember you even referenced a piece of chocolate being thrown your way, do you remember that?
Yes,
And then you said, well, I felt kind of like a prostitute. Do you remember saying that now?
yes,
So that was already when you were in Mesa, right? Living in Mesa, right?
That's right.
That's after you had broken up with him on June 29th of 2007, right?
Yes.
That's after you and he had sex many times, right?
Yes.
That's after you and he had already started using the KY, right?
Yes.
And so how is it that you can say, I felt like a prostitute, if you're the one that's sort of moving the relationship ahead?
Well, your question doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't make sense to you. Why is that, man? Because you're moving relationship ahead by providing the KY, right?
I don't know. We would have used something else if it wasn't KY, so no.
Well, you might have used something else if it wasn't KY, but you provided the something else, didn't you? The KY.
In this case, I did, yes.
Well, we're not talking about any other cases, man. We're talking about this case. You were the one that had the KY or brought it into the relationship to make it better, right?
To facilitate our activities.
Sure. And that would make them better if it facilitated your activities, right?
Yes.
And yet you're telling us that. And on the other hand, you're telling us, well, I felt like a prostitute. Which one is it?
You sounded like
Well,
one.
When he judges on my face and throws candy my way and walks away without a word, it kind of feels like I was a prostitute. And when we're mutually going through sexual activity and there happens to be KY there, it's mutual.
And you're saying that the offensive thing here was the jizz on your face, right?
I didn't say it was offensive because I knew it was coming and I willingly participated in it.
Well, no, but that's sort of how you're making it sound like it's something that you didn't want, right?
If I didn't want it, then I wouldn't have done it.
Well, but let's see what a text message that.
Oh my
actually
God,
says
he
about the
just said
activity.
that? He just said that. Oh my God. Sorry, guys, I'm
Let's take a
checking
look
this
at
new
another example.
flight stuff for tomorrow.
Let's take a look at exhibits 49 and 488. 488 does not include Mr. Alexander's responses, but 489 does. Take a look at those.
All right, I need to set an alarm.
Yes, I remember this.
And these are text messages that you sent out referencing the particular sex act that we've been talking about, right?
No, this took place in his bedroom, not on the
Okay,
porch.
but it talks about the same sex act, doesn't it? Oral sex, doesn't it?
Oral sex, ejaculating on the face, yes.
Okay. I move for the admission of exhibit number 489.
This is the part of the trial I felt. This was the most uncomfortable I've ever felt on stream. He threw a chocolate at me. This is okay. I hate to show this because it's gross. I keep looking where my phone usually is. Sorry, guys. But that's really what he said. It's really what they said. Oh my gosh. If you guys didn't know, there's a huge snowstorm that's like
489 is
causing issues.
Let's take a look at exhibit 489. Ma'am, the date on that is January 18th of 2008, correct?
Yeah.
And again, we've already talked about the times, that this is 7 hours too fast, correct?
That's correct.
And it does say that it's an incoming message, right?
Yes.
Toblerone.
Which means, you previously told us, that incoming means that it's you that is sending this text message, right?
That's right.
And then this is what the text message reads. Will do.
Expensive
The
shit.
reason I was asking about later tonight is because I want to give you a nice BJ. BJ stands for what?
Blowjob.
And blowjob means, without getting way, well, blowjob means that you put your mouth on his penis, right?
Yes, oral sex.
Right. And in addition to it, you say, and I'd like a generous facial in return, right?
Yes.
That means that you want him to gesticulate on your face. One of the things that you talked about previously, feeling like a prostitute, involved a situation where he came over to your house, right?
Yes.
On the porch, right?
That's right.
And this is what happened. What is said here in this exhibit, right?
This is a different event, but just that part, yes.
It may be a different event, but it's the same act, correct?
Yes.
And then on one occasion, he just did it, and on another occasion, he actually is when he left the chocolate, right?
Yes.
And what you're saying is you found the other one, you felt like a prostitute, even though you're the one that's asking for him to do that on January 18th of 2008, right?
This is another night, but yes.
So
I'm not asking him to do those two things that you just referenced. I went over to his house. We were in his bedroom on his bed.
right.
I am putting my support information up because if you are enjoying it this much, yeah, no doubt.
But it's the same act, isn't it?
Yes.
And so you want him to do to you what happened on the porch, right? Same act.
Yes. Well, no, I didn't want to kneel like on my porch and have him walk away from me when he was done.
But I'm talking about the sexual act itself. Isn't it the same thing?
Yes.
And so yet one of them you describe as leaving you feeling like a prostitute, yet this one, which is the same thing, you're requesting it, right?
Yes. Well, no. Not. I don't know what you mean by same thing. If you're talking about jizz on your face, it's the same thing. As far as the context, it's completely different.
Right. What you're talking about is geography, right?
Geography, mood, setting. And all
Right. You're talking about one being on the porch and this one being at his house, right?
They sure
yes.
did, Shelley.
Putting aside geography, that one happened in front of the porch and one happened in his house, isn't it the same act?
Yes, it is.
And this is one that you are requesting, right?
That's right.
And we know that because you say, what do you say, right?
Yes.
And actually then he says, or we can just run, right?
I think I said that.
Okay, then you say that, or we can just run, correct?
Yes.
And he's saying something to the effect of, that's a good close, right?
Right.
So we can get our terms straight. Grinding is a sexual term for those in the Mormon community, correct?
Docking.
Well, I think it is. Usually Mormons typically do it with their clothes on, but we did it without our clothes.
And when you say that they do it with their clothes on, that means that they rub their genitalia together, correct? And they call it grinding, correct?
Yes.
But you and Mr. Alexander did it without your clothes on, right?
Yes.
And was KY involved in this grinding activity?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
And it would involve, if you will, sexual intimacy, correct?
Yes.
All right.
All right, we'll take the afternoon recess. Please be back in the designated area at 3:20. Please remember the admonition, you are excused.
Well, that's nice. They're giving them a time to go throw up in the bathrooms. I'm almost done with my piece of art for everyone to enjoy. Whoop, sorry. Yes, Peggy. Correct. Sherry Papini's case is actually fascinating to me. I don't know if y'all watched her documentary that came out this year, but I thought it was really good. I thought it was really good, and it really makes you think. That's all I'll say. So maybe it would be they didn't. Yeah, I can't do anything because they didn't televise it. But been crazy to watch the documentaries on it. Unfortunately, I can't show the documentaries. No, Travis wasn't innocent in all of this. Like, takes two to tango, but he absolutely did not deserve what he got. Everyone says the chick is hot.
Ms. Arias, please take the stand.
I'm gonna have to check my comforter in the dryer here shortly.
Council approach again, please, for a moment.
This trial took forever.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury. The defendant and all counsel, Mr. Martinez, you may continue with cross-examination.
Have you guys liked the stream and subscribed yet?
Ma'am, yesterday you told us that after your experience or your time in Ehrenberg with Mr. Alexander, that you felt like a prostitute, right?
Yes,
But you've made other statements with regard to your experiences in Ehrenberg, haven't you?
yes.
Let's take a look at an exhibit, which is exhibit number, get that from the clerk.
Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, Dice.
It's exhibit 490, which comes from your an excerpt from your conversation on May 10th, 2008 with Mr. Alexander. Let's listen to it and see if that's your voice, and then we'll move it in.
The goal is 800 tonight. We're at 763.
You just keep running on as you need it and you keep flying around.
Thanks.
Remember the first time that you and I grinded at Ehrenberg, and we both like, I know this coming, and you're like, whoa, I came. When you came at the same time, I looked around, there's just jizz like all over. It was so hot. We came together. That was so cool. Yeah. I think about that when you drive through there.
Oh, yeah, always.
Good, okay.
Ma'am, that's your voice on it, right?
Yes,
And that's you and Mr. Alexander discussing what may have happened in Ehrenberg, correct?
yes. What did happen?
Pardon?
What did happen?
What happened in Ehrenberg, then, right?
Yes,
And you were talking in very fond tones about that experience in this clip that we just played, weren't you?
yes,
And it was because it was fun, right?
yes,
And it was something that you enjoyed, right?
yes.
So when you tell us that you felt like a prostitute, it really does, it seems to be contradicted by what's on exhibit 490, right?
Not if you understand why I said that.
Well, you do say that you enjoyed the visit to Ehrenberg, correct?
Yes,
You like
You do
it?
enjoy the sex in Ehrenberg, correct?
yes.
Remember the admission of exhibit 490?
Objection.
490 is admitted.
What's the objection?
And we also had another conversation involving Ehrenberg with people from 48 Hours, right?
Yes.
Let me have that marked as an exhibit. And for the admission of exhibit 491.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
491 is admitted.
Someone has some
Tell me
serious
more about
breathing
that.
issues.
What was it that was special about him?
He really was an amazing person to know. He was generous, one of the most generous people that I've ever encountered. There was one point where we were in Ehrenberg. I think that's Arizona. It's right on the border of Arizona or California. It's Ehrenberg. And we were driving up, we were hitting the freeway to go to a movie theater. And we stopped at the stop sign to get onto the freeway, and there's a lady there holding a sign. I don't remember if it said, "We'll work for food," or "Hungry," or "God bless," or something like that. But either way, he pulled over. We were in his BMW, rolled down the window, and he said, "Are you hungry?" And she said, "Yeah." And so with that, he turns around and we go to Wendy's, and we get the triple decker that Wendy's sells, and the biggie fries and the biggest drink that you could get. And we drove back and gave it to her, and she was really grateful. And she just went over and sat down away from the freeway and started eating and had dinner that night. So just little examples like that is just one of so many that people could tell you about his generosity. So there were so many attractive qualities about him. He was very kind. When I moved to Mesa originally, I downsized from a house
Yeah,
to
I
a room.
agree.
And I didn't have a place to put my art. I didn't have a place to put my books and some of the things that were really precious to me. So
He reads.
he allowed me to use, he had so much storage available in his home. So he allowed me to use a lot of that storage to put things in his home, in his garage, or in his closet, in his office, and things like that. So and it wasn't even a question. He was just like, put it at my house. It wasn't like he was doing me this big favor. It was just like, of course, I think twice about it. So he never was showy about how generous he was. It just was like second nature to him.
Ma'am, when you first described this visit to Ehrenberg, you told us something that was a little bit different than what we heard right now, right?
Yes, according to the questions I was asked.
Well, yes or no?
Yes,
And you told us about going to Sizzler, right?
yes,
You told us about him grabbing your
Sizzler.
rear end, right?
yes,
You told us about the sexual encounters, right?
yes.
You told us that really wasn't a romantic weekend at all.
No, it wasn't.
And in fact, the indication from you, from the witness stand, was that this was a pretty bad weekend all the way around, wasn't it?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, your indication was that all he wanted was sex, right?
It seemed that way.
Well, if it seemed that way, that was your belief, right?
Not at the time, but in retrospect, yes.
So as you said here today, it looked like, or not looked like, all he wanted was sex, right?
Mostly.
Well,
Not
is
all,
it
but
yes or
mostly.
no?
Mostly.
And when you got there, according to you, that's the first thing that happened, right?
Yes,
And then you guys sat around at some point and started to look at TV or watch TV, correct?
yes,
And at some point you went out to dinner, right?
yes,
And at another point you went to the movies, right?
yes.
And you indicated that, well, to you, that was the way you said it. It wasn't a very romantic weekend, right?
Not overly romantic. In fact, there wasn't really any romance. That
Ma'am,
weekend.
I'm not asking you to embellish right now. I'm asking you whether or not you told us before that it was
Ma'am,
not a romantic
I
weekend.
really
That's
don't
what you
give
said
a
on
shit.
direct, correct?
Yes,
And you didn't tell us about this circumstance where he stopped and he gave this woman this burger from Wendy's either, did you?
no,
It appears that there are two sides to what went on in Ehrenberg, doesn't it?
no,
Well, it appears that there's a side that we just heard from where you enjoyed the sex, right?
yes,
A side where you and he were driving around, correct?
yes.
And he helped some homeless person, right?
I think she was homeless.
Well, it's somebody that was standing there at the side of the road, right?
Yes,
And with some sort of sign.
Yeah,
And it looks
Jodi,
like
I don't
this
think
is
she was
based on what we
gainfully
heard from the
employed.
previous excerpt. It looks like you were sort of reminiscing back on May 10th of 2008, reminiscing in a very positive fashion, right?
May 10th, 2000. Oh, yes, I
That's
was.
the phone call that we just listened to prior to this.
Yes,
And it looked like you were reminiscing in a very positive fashion, right?
yes.
Not the same picture that you presented previously with regard to the Ehrenberg meeting, correct?
I was asked about a different time frame.
Ma'am.
So then that would be correct.
So the answer is that is correct.
Yes.
right?
Okay, I'm done.
One of the other things that was presented in this case was that it appeared that Mr. Alexander, from what you presented, was an individual that was totally into sex, correct?
Yes.
And that's when he was with you, correct?
Me and other girls.
Well, had you ever been in a bedroom with him and another girl,
Yes.
and the three of you had sex?
No.
So when you say that he had sex with other women, you really don't know if that's true or not, do you?
If he was telling me the truth, then it's true.
Well, ma'am, I'm not asking you what he told you. I'm asking from your personal experience in terms of the situations that you know about.
I know.
You don't really know of any other circumstances where he had sex with anybody else, right?
I do know.
And you're talking because you were there and you were watching his penis go inside them. Is that what you're saying?
No.
You're just telling us that because of some conversations that you may have had with somebody else, correct?
Him.
Other people, right?
Just one person.
And as we know, people don't lie, do they?
That's not necessarily true.
Well, no, people don't lie. That's what you're telling us right now because you're saying that somebody told me that it must be true.
I said if,
Ma'am, you're saying that it's based on what somebody told you, right?
based on what Travis told me, yes.
And people have a tendency to embellish things sometimes, don't they?
Yes.
Just like you in this case, correct?
Not on the stand, but in this case, yes.
Haven't you lied from the very start of this case until, according to you, you got on the witness stand?
No.
Well, you're saying that you're not lying here, that what you're telling us is the truth, right?
Yes.
But you are telling us that when you spoke with the detective, that wasn't true, correct? Whatever it is that you told him.
Well, some things were not true. Most things.
Most things were true? Is that what you're saying?
Some things were not true.
Did you lie to the detective? Yes or no?
Yes.
And did you lie to him on 2 occasions?
More than 2, yes.
Well, I'm talking about 2 dates. Did you lie to him
Yes.
on 2 dates? And did you also lie to 48 hours?
Yes.
Did you lie to people in Utah?
Yes.
Did you lie to Daniel Freeman?
Yes, everyone.
Right, so you lied to a lot of people, but you're saying that just because you are sitting here in this courtroom, there has been, for lack of a better term, a conversion, and you're not telling the truth, right?
For lack of a better term, yes.
And the same thing with regard to whatever Mr. Alexander tells you, everything that he says, you believe, right?
Not necessarily.
Well, but you do believe the part about the sexual encounters, right?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to the women that were involved to confirm it?
No.
So you don't have any confirmation from these women as to whether or not it happened, right?
No.
And it appears, however, though, that this sexual interest that he had was directed towards you, wasn't it?
Some of it.
No, most of it, or all of it, wasn't it directed towards you?
Not all of it. Some of it. Most of it. I don't know. Maybe during the time we were together, most of it. I don't know.
Well, let's take a look at it and see what was said during May 10th of 2008 about that.
What is it? 46 more subscribers needed? No, 36. We're getting close, guys. That's what she said. That's what Jodi said. Oh my God.
See whether or not that is your voice, and whether it is part of the previous stuff as well.
We ask that be moved to be admitted before it's published.
I did not move for the admission of the 492.
No objection.
492 is admitted.
I died.
Yeah, you are right, that in the bath. Oh,
Oh, when we took a bath together,
uh-huh.
that was surreal. Like honestly, and I think maybe the candlelight and the bubbles all had something to do with it, but you were amazing. You made me feel like a goddess. Like I wasn't saying you were like worshiping me, but you made me feel like I was the most freaking beautiful woman on the whole planet. Like I so felt like I was the goddess. And so aside from all those warm fuzzy feelings, but like it was so sexy and it was so hot. And, oh gosh.
Well, It wasn't hard to make you that way because you were freaking, you were hot. You are serious, honey? I want to force you right now for that. Start touching yourself.
I am already.
I just started.
I wish those were my hands giving you a hand job.
Honey, so, you know, like, before I met you, I'd never jacked off.
Uh-huh.
Once I started meeting, I don't know, once a month, once every 2 weeks. Like, since you've left, I jacked off every day, sometimes 2-3 times a day.
Are you serious?
Well, it's always just fucking you.
Oh, please, right now. I wish you were here. If you were here, my grandparents were asleep, I'd let you right into my bedroom, we'd shut and lock the door, and we would just have a big fuck fest. We'd go at it all night.
That is your voice, right?
Yes.
And that's him telling you that in terms of his sexual activity, masturbation specifically, he didn't masturbate before he met you, right?
No, he didn't say that. He said he hardly ever did.
Well, man, perhaps we should listen to it again.
Yeah.
So you can hear it. And
That's
you're
not
saying
what
that
he
he's not
said.
saying, I don't know. Before I met you, I
It was
never
her
jacked
that
off. I want you
recorded
to listen to that.
Great. We get to listen to it again. Thanks so much, Jodi.
Yeah, you are. I said that. Oh,
Oh, when we took a bath together? That was surreal, like, honestly. And I think, I mean, maybe the candlelight and the bubbles all had something to do with it, but you were amazing. You made me feel like a goddess. Like, I wasn't saying you were like worshiping me, but you made me feel like I was the most freaking beautiful woman on the whole planet. Like, I so felt like I was a goddess. And so, aside from all those warm, fuzzy feelings, but like, it was so sexy and it was so hot. And oh gosh.
well, that wasn't hard to make you that way because you were freaking, you were hot. You are serious, honey? I want to force you right now for that. Start touching yourself.
I am already.
I just started.
I wish those were my hands giving you a hand job.
Honey, so, you know, like, before I met you, I'd never jacked off.
Did you hear that?
Yes.
He said, honey, before I met you, I never jacked off, right?
Yes.
And you have no reason to doubt that, do you?
I have plenty of reason to doubt that. Yes, I do have reason to doubt that.
And you're basing your previous statements to us about him being with other women on what he told you, right?
Yes.
And yet we have him here via this technical medium telling us that he never jacked off before he met you. Isn't that what he's saying?
Yes.
And so what you're saying is that, well, I'll believe him when it's to my benefit, but I won't believe him when it's not.
Yes, in this contrast, this is testimony, we're talking about apples and oranges, sex versus masturbation.
Overall, do you answer the question?
I don't know because I don't think that's to my benefit or not either way.
Well, what you're saying to me is, I'll believe him when he tells me that he's having some sort of intimacies with other women. You told us that you believe that, right?
Yeah.
And you
I do.
believe that without talking to the women, right?
Yes.
Yet when we hear him in court saying that he never masturbated or jacked off before he met you, you're saying you won't believe that, right?
Based on what he said, also
Yes
told me
or
that
no?
that would be no because he has checked off.
Yes or no? You won't believe what he just said there, right?
It wasn't consistent, so no.
So no, you don't believe him, right?
No, I don't believe that.
And in fact, with regard to this recording, the person that was recording it was you, right?
Yes.
It wasn't him, right?
No.
And you're saying that it was for his benefit, though, right? That's what you told us on direct examination, right?
No, I didn't say for his benefit. It was for us to listen to.
Well, it was actually for your benefit, wasn't it?
I don't see how.
Well, in terms of who had control of it, that was you, right?
Control of the recording?
Yes, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about a recording that you made on May 10th of 2008. Are we clear on that?
Yes.
That recording was in your control, right?
Yes.
It was never in Mr. Alexander's control, was it?
No.
So that if anybody was going to enjoy that recording, it was you.
No.
Well, if anybody had it, it was you then, right?
I had it, yes.
And if anybody wanted to hear it again, that would be, the only person that could do that would be you, right?
That's not right.
How is it that Mr. Alexander could hear it if you were the only person who had it?
That's what we were trying to figure out how to replay it for him.
Man, you still had control of it though, didn't you?
For about a week I did.
Well, yes or no, did you have control of it?
Yes, for a week.
You keep saying for a week. Are you saying that you then gave it to him?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
All right, so but you did have control of this recording in the sense that it was in your telephone, right?
Yes.
It was never in Mr. Alexander's possession, right?
No.
So if anybody wanted to listen to it, they would have to go through you, right?
At that time, yes.
Well, what time do you think we're talking about, ma'am?
I'm talking about for the week following the recording.
I'm talking about
Beyond that, then the answer would be no.
the week following the recording. You keep referencing that. Did something happen to the record? Did you give the recording to Mr. Alexander after a week?
No.
Did you give this recording to Mr. Alexander after 2 or 3 weeks?
No, I never gave it to him.
That's true. So if anybody was going to enjoy this recording, it wasn't Mr. Alexander because he didn't have control of it, right?
That wasn't the purpose of the recording, so that would
Did
be
I
no.
ask you what the purpose of the recording was, ma'am?
No.
I asked you if anybody was going to enjoy the fruits of this, whatever it was, it would have been you, right?
It would have been Travis.
Oh, so Travis was going to enjoy it even though he had no control over it, right?
I don't know how to answer that.
Why don't you know how to answer that?
Because
You're
the
the
way
one
your
that,
question is
ma'am, excuse me. You were the one that was in control of it, right?
Yes.
And you were the one that actually created that recording, right?
We both created the recording.
Well, no, that's not true. Was he pushing the button over and over to keep this recording going? Or
No, I
was that
was.
you?
I was.
So you created it then, right?
I recorded it. We both created it together.
No, you recorded it, which means that's how it came into being. He had nothing to do with the recording, did he?
I don't agree with that. No, I don't agree with that.
So you're saying that somehow he was pushing a button in Mesa so that this recording would come about? Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, technologically speaking, ma'am, the only person that was in control of creating this recording was you, right?
That's correct.
And he was a player, if you will, or one of the protagonists in this little tete-a-tete, whatever went on, right?
That's correct.
And so he didn't even know he was being recorded.
That's not correct.
Well, does he ever say at any point in that whole recording that we ever hear, could you record this for me? He doesn't say that, does he?
No, it was already recorded.
Ma'am, does it say in that recording any words from Mr. Alexander that say anything to the effect that he knows that he's being recorded?
I don't think so.
When you say you don't think so, you were there when it was actually created, right?
Yes.
You were here when it was played, right?
Yes.
So you're familiar with this, right?
Yes.
And nowhere is there any indication that Mr. Alexander even knew that he was being recorded, right?
No, I don't think either of us say anything about it being recorded.
And you didn't tell him throughout this whole, from what we heard, you didn't tell him that he was being recorded, right?
I wouldn't have needed to. We already knew.
Ma'am, yes or no?
No.
In this recording, did you tell him that he was being recorded?
I answered no.
I'll be
So-
right back. Maybe is in
And you
charge.
had this recording for whatever purposes you wanted to use it, right?
Yes.
You could have posted it on the internet if you wanted to, right?
In theory, yes, I could have.
Well, that can be done. You know how to do that, right?
No, I didn't know how to get anything off the phone at that time, but if that was my goal, I could have figured that out.
Sure. And this recording that you had, for whatever reason, you chose not to erase it, right?
Not for a week.
Did you erase it after a week? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't have the opportunity. So no, I did not erase it after a week.
Pardon?
No, I didn't.
So and you just said something about you didn't have an opportunity to erase it after a week. If this was on the 10th, what happened on May 17th that prevented you from having it erased?
Well, it may not have been exactly a week. I think it may have been the 18th instead of the 17th. But I believed that my phone was stolen and it was actually lost for about, a few years. It didn't.
So according to you, this phone was stolen for approximately a couple of years, right?
Yes, I reported it stolen with the police and I had insurance on the phone, so they replaced a new one for me.
And then it resurfaced, right?
Yes.
And, yesterday when we talked about this issue involving recordings and that sort of thing, and specifically involving Mr. Alexander's penis, one of the things that you told us was that, well, yes, I was the one that downloaded it onto the hard drive of my computer, right? Do you remember telling us that?
Yes.
If you would have been offended, man, you could have deleted that photograph, right?
If I was offended.
Yeah, you could have, but you didn't do that, right?
Right, I wasn't offended.
Now, in terms of this recording, it also gives us a view into what your views are about the sexual relationship that you had with Mr. Alexander, doesn't it?
Yes.
In fact, in it, you indicate that you want to blossom sexually, right?
Yes.
And that he's the person that you want to help you blossom sexually, correct?
I didn't say want, I said I have with him and that I would like to in the future with somebody else.
Well, let's take a look so that we're totally clear about what you said.
No objection.
493 is admitted.
You're not joking. I mean, like there are times when we just, I'm trying to give an example. There's been a few times where I've been bold enough to just pull you onto the bed and start. And oh my gosh, you remember that time I came to visit you when I was still living in California and I fell asleep on your chair next to your bed? And you just woke me up by pulling my pants off and totally licking my pussy.
Yeah.
I was so embarrassed because I just got my Brazilian on and I was worried about what it looked like. And I was like, and the lights were bright and they were on. I was all self-conscious. But I remember that was hot. I was totally tired and I was asleep. And I would have been completely content just cuddling with you once we got into bed, but you had another agenda.
You got to admit though, there's not many guys that would do that just for fun.
Well, see, that's the thing. I don't know what the ratio is, but I get the impression that it's kind of an awkward subject to bring up, but eventually we're both going to be married people, and I just get the feeling that there aren't a lot of Mormon guys like that. And there may or may not, I'm sure there are plenty of freaky Mormon girls, but are they the marrying type? I shouldn't say that. I'm just saying, are they
the type that you want to marry, or the guys out there the type that I'd want to marry. And I don't know, like, I really would like to marry a return missionary, but like you, someone who can be freaky, like, I just worry about that. There are plenty of nice people out there, but I worry that I might feel like a wilting flower as well, who never really blossomed to her full potential, at least in the sexual realm. I feel like I have with you, but like I still have plenty of blossom time left, and I want to live all those years being that way. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's all.
Well, I'm gonna enjoy your blessings and make them up there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tie you to a tree and put it in your ass, by the way.
What's that?
I'm gonna tie you to a tree and put it in your ass, by the way.
Oh my gosh. That is so debasing. I like it.
And you did hear the talk there as it started about a situation where he woke you up in a sexual fashion, didn't he?
Yes.
Do you remember on direct examination also telling us that on a previous occasion when you first had vaginal intercourse with him that he woke you up in a similar fashion, right?
Well, similarly, yes.
Well, what you told us at that time was that you were asleep. Do you remember telling us that?
Yes.
And that he pulled your panties or whatever it was that you were wearing down below, correct?
Which time?
The time that you claimed that he placed his penis inside you.
I don't know. I was awake for that. My panties were missing.
Okay, what was that now?
They were missing when I woke up.
So you went to bed with them on, right?
I woke up without them still, and I had to look for them.
Well, ma'am, do you remember testifying on direct examination that you had your panties on and that he took your panties off? Do you remember testifying to that?
Yeah, I assumed he took them off.
Well, I'm not asking you to assume anything right now. I'm asking you whether or not you remember that that's what you testified to.
Yes, I remember that.
And as part of that encounter, one of the things that you told us was that he went inside you, right?
Yes.
And he didn't have permission, right?
I guess technically not.
Well, no, not technically. That's what you told us. Do you remember telling us that?
I remember my attorney asking me if
Ma'am, I'm not asking you what your attorney asked you. I don't care about his questions. I care about your answers. My question to you, isn't it true that you responded or told us that he was doing it without your permission and that you didn't like it?
I don't remember that. I don't remember characterizing it that way.
And so you did like it when he went inside you?
She was asleep.
It wasn't really like or dislike. I was just worried, is all.
You say that you're worried. So, and my question to you is, if you liked it or didn't like it, did you express any preference either way to Mr. Alexander?
I don't think I did.
Did you forget what you told us that you did after that?
I said his name after that.
And then after that, what did you remember that you told us that you did?
That he, well, when I said his name and I kind of tried to get out from underneath him, his thrusts quickened, and then after that, we sort of broke apart and he pushed my head under the covers.
Right. So that's we're talking about the same encounter, right?
Yes.
And it was consensual though, even though you were asleep, wasn't it?
Objection, Your Honor, Mr. Harris is wrong.
Well, overall, do you mean answer?
Well, I didn't object to it.
So if you didn't object to it, it meant it was consensual, right?
Objection, Your Honor, Mr. Harris, well, she was asleep.
Coverage.
May I proceed?
You thought it was okay when he placed his penis inside you while you were asleep, right?
Yes, maybe just not morally, but other than that, I thought it was okay.
Ma'am, is it yes?
It's yes and no, but mostly yes, I guess.
The no part in you, that didn't report it to the police, right?
That wouldn't have been the no part. So,
So
no.
the no part that didn't want it, that didn't get on the telephone and call the police, did it?
Of course not, no.
So the answer is no, you didn't call the police, right?
That's the answer.
You didn't stop the sexual encounter at that point either, did you?
I attempted to stop the intercourse, but not the whole sexual encounter.
So the answer is no, you didn't stop the sexual encounter, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you
I
continued
miss
on with
something?
the sexual encounter until you tell us there was a sexual release on his part, right?
Yes.
You never indicated to him afterwards not to do that, right?
No.
And in fact, what we just heard was you lauding him or praising him for waking you up, engaging in intercourse, oral intercourse with you, right?
Yes.
So it's the same thing, only something different is going inside your body without getting too graphic, isn't it?
Well, I was awake when there was any kind of penetration on that account, so
Well, no.
it's somewhat similar, I would say.
Ma'am, do you want to hear this again where you indicate that you say you woke me up by pulling my pants off and licking my pussy?
Yes.
So he did wake you up in the same fashion, didn't he?
I was awoken as my pants were coming off. So yeah, similar, yes.
And you didn't have any problem with that, right?
I was embarrassed, but other than that, no.
When you say that you were embarrassed, you weren't embarrassed because of the sexual act. You were embarrassed because of the fact that you had just taken some cosmetic
Yes.
approach to your pelvic area, correct?
Yes, and the lights were bright, yes.
Right. But other than that, you didn't have any objection to it, right?
That's right.
And you wanted to continue to blossom, right?
Yes.
and you wanted to continue, and you wanted to boss him sexually, right?
Yes.
So that when we hear, for example, that there was a situation where, of the many that you've described, where he comes over to your house, for example, on the porch, and you guys do whatever it is that you do, that's part of the blossoming process, isn't it?
I would say so.
And all the other activity that occurred between the two of you, including, for example, this telephone call that took place between two consenting adults, that's also part of the blossoming process, right?
I guess so.
Well, no, you were there, right?
Well, I'm talking about sex, and I didn't have sex while I was on the phone, so.
And you told us that for you, it takes two hands, right?
Yeah.
And so with regard to this particular conversation, you just didn't have any fun at all, right?
No, I wasn't saying that.
Well, your words and your demeanor speak for themselves on the telephone.
Did she admit that she was faking? Did I miss any admission of false O's?
Correct?
Yes.
And one of the other things that we know from that conversation, in terms of your blossoming, is that you and Mr. Alexander discussed making a movie, right?
Yes.
And you discussed making a sexual movie, correct?
Yes.
And it wasn't like you were telling him, no, I don't want to do that sexual movie. You actually were into it as much as he was, right?
Yes.
And in fact, as part of the sexual blossoming, there are other things that you asked him to do for you, didn't you?
Yes.
Let's take a look at some of them.
Can't wait.
Take a look at exhibit 494.
What happened to Travis's mom?
Recognize that?
Yes.
These are two text messages that you sent to Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes.
What is the date of those?
The date is February 25th.
And there is a time there, but as you previously told us when you first testified on direct, that time is 7 hours ahead of what the real time is, correct?
That's correct.
Remember the admission, we did it 494.
Did they have Bluetooth? 2008? Yeah. Or no?
494 submitted.
Let's take a look at what 494 says.
Hi, good, you?
This is you sending him this text message, right?
Yes.
And this was part of the relationship that you had with him, right?
That's right.
There was a sexual component to it, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it was always a component that you partook of as much as he did, right?
Yes.
And in it you say, if you're a lucky boy and you promise to give me a good, well-deserved spanking, and then there's a period there, right?
Yes.
And then you also say, maybe you could give my
What?
ass a too much needed pounding too. Kidding, correct?
Yes.
You're kidding about the second portion, but not the first portion, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at exhibit 495. Do you recognize that series of text messages?
Yes.
And those also involve some sexual activities between the two of you, correct?
Yes. Well, ones we're anticipating.
Pardon?
Ones we're planning on.
And the date on this is February 26th of 08, correct?
26th.
Well, let me have you look at it. At least that's what it says.
It would have been the 25th, but it says the 26th.
And that's because of the 7-hour issue that we talked about before.
That's right.
I move for the admission of exhibit 495.
We only need like 30 more people, which is easy. 83 people are watching right now to subscribe to my channel for me to hit my goal today. So if you haven't done it and you're holding off for some reason, or you think it's going to cost you money, it's free. I promise. Please. Thank you. I thought the same thing, Peggy, but I wasn't going to say it.
You start out by saying, oh my gosh, this is so freaking hot, I want to lick it up, and then sit on it, you are so tasty, my goodness, correct?
Yes.
You were talking about his penis, right?
Yes, he sent me a photo of
And
it.
it appears he did send you a photograph, correct?
Yes.
You were not offended by him sending you a photograph, correct?
No.
Even though we had a photograph here that was introduced, it was the same sort of photograph as the one that was introduced at trial, right?
Yes.
Nothing different than the one that was here that was introduced. In other words, it was his penis and whatever was happening with it, correct?
In that regard, nothing was different.
And in fact, he then said, I'm glad you like it, right?
Yes.
And then you said, oh yes, I want to fuck you like a dirty, horny little schoolgirl, right?
Yes.
So the schoolgirl issue here in this conversation is being brought up by you, not by him, right?
That's right.
And in fact, this issue about the schoolgirl that may have been presented as part of the conversation on May 10th of 2008, well, you were enjoying it too, weren't you?
I don't think we said schoolgirl on the tape.
Pardon?
I don't think I said schoolgirl on the tape, but as far as that goes, yes.
Yeah. You liked dressing up like a horny little schoolgirl, for lack of a better term, right?
Well, I think I said on direct I didn't have a schoolgirl outfit, but it was kind of, that was the idea.
Put
You
it
did
lightly.
enjoy dressing up for him, right?
Yes.
And you enjoyed, at least indicating here, in February of 2008, that it had to do with looking like a little schoolgirl, correct?
I guess so, yeah.
Well, no, you keep saying you guess so, but isn't that what you wrote?
No, I didn't say look in that text message.
Pardon?
You said looking like, and I don't see that in the text
All
message.
right, so, okay, let's read it. I want to fuck you like a dirty, horny little schoolgirl. So that implies that you are dressed up in a certain fashion, right?
Yes.
And it also implies that, or indicates that it's you. That's the person that likes this sort of activity and looking like a horny little schoolgirl, right?
Yes.
Although we heard previously some talk about braids and that it was only him that wanted that. It was a consensual, mutual relationship, sexually speaking, wasn't it?
Yes, always.
This issue involving the idea that there was going to be a movie and what was going to happen in the movie, part of it, it took place during a conversation that you had on May 10th of 2008, right?
Yes.
And it can be characterized as phone sex, correct?
Yes.
And it can also be fair to say that what people say during phone sex isn't necessarily true. Wouldn't you agree to that?
I would agree to that.
Well, ma'am, what you said in your phone sex conversation with Mr. Alexander, according to your own testimony, part of it was a lie, wasn't it?
Are you talking about how he never jerked off?
No, I'm talking about what you said in that conversation. What you said, part of what was going on was a lie, wasn't it?
I agree, Betty.
Yes, part of it was a lie.
Sure, it was a lie, right? And so at least if we're using this conversation as a point of reference, people, you and Mr. Alexander, but you specifically, you lied to him, right?
I did.
And there was no harm in it because it was just a fantasy kind of conversation, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was just fancy.
Right, and so that if he says he wants to tie you up to a tree and stick it up your ass, that could also be seen as fantasy, right? That never happened, did it?
Oh, God.
Talking
that's
about,
so
for example,
gross.
these things about the movie and that sort of thing,
Oh,
whether or not you
God.
believed it or not, it was part of the fantasy of that conversation, wasn't it?
Yes.
So, for example, if you just listen to one of these snippets,
Why
of these
the tree?
exchanges, we can see that perhaps it's just all a fantasy. Let me have this represented here.
Also, thank you to everyone who subscribed. I just saw that we're like 25 people away from 800. Thank you.
Over the admission, we did 496. No objection.
496 is admitted.
Oh. Girl is a freak.
And Matt, before we listen to it, in this particular excerpt, you would actually indicate that you believe that maybe this making of this movie could be artistic. I want you to listen to that.
Educational, even.
I was saying, I'm kind of envisioning one, like when you're kitty fucking me, but like I'm looking with my head tilted back, so all you can really see is like the outline of my chin and some of my cheek and jawbone, and like my ears and hair, but you can't really see the rest of my face. You can just see a dick between two tits, like in focus with the neck and everything sort of a little bit blurry, but they're kind of artistic, you know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Yeah, I don't know if you could see that because your legs might take up the spot where the camera should be, but I think get something like that. Or vice versa. Ooh, I'm somewhere. Okay, go ahead.
Well, we'll work that out. Worst case scenario, we could do it from like the reverse angle or
Mm-hmm.
yep, the other way.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we could still blur my face and put your clapping. You have a good looking dick, baby. I just want to let you know.
You like my dick?
Yeah. It's like, it's just, so smooth. And it goes so, every time you fuck me. So you went just where I needed it. Just went where I just needed it. That is, you fucked me so right.
You do say that it could be an artistic endeavor, right?
Yes.
And in fact, that comes from the fact that you like to take photographs, correct?
Yes.
And that's sort of one side of your life that you have, correct?
Yes.
And so, again, the fact that you're talking about it doesn't mean that you're actually going to do it, right?
We were kind of tentatively planning it, but I don't know whether we were actually going to do it or not.
Right, and it's a situation, again, that sometimes when people are involved in a sexual situation like what this appears to be, they get caught up in the heat of the moment, and they say things that are related to what's going on, correct?
I would agree with that.
And during this conversation, you and he actually discussed whether or not you guys should stop this particular activity of having sex, don't you?
Stop having sex?
Or stop having sex, stop having phone sex, that sort of thing.
I think we did, yes.
Well, let's hear what you actually said. I work for the admission, is it 497?
No objection.
497 is admitted.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to get pictures of Jizzle on your face.
That's gonna be cool, actually.
Oh, God.
It's gonna be.
Try to get one tab on coming on your face, and then
Yeah, definitely.
like mid shot.
Mm-hmm. You make me so horny. I seriously think about having sex with you every day, several times a day. Think about how it feels to have your cock deep inside of me. If I remember it, and I want it again.
I'm really glad we started fucking.
What?
I'm really glad that we started fucking.
Well, if it's
I
wrong,
used
then
to
I wanna
have
be
that.
right. Because I'm left too.
Oh my God, I used to have that.
Like, seriously?
And I'm like, okay, I'm just Jodi. I'm just Jodi. I'm calling Jodi.
I don't know. What's wrong is that I wish we were doing it before. Because
Yeah.
that was good. And
Once we did it, why not do it? Yeah.
I know what you mean.
And it appears that there's a bit of a conflict because the two of you keep engaging in sexual activity, correct?
That's correct.
Whether it be by telephone or whether it be in person, correct?
Yes.
And this
I used to
issue
have
involving
that
you and he
ghost
having sex,
machine.
it also created a conflict for him, right?
Yes.
And you knew that it had to do with the LDS faith, right?
Yes.
And you were also LDS, and that created a conflict for you too, right?
Yes.
And so it wasn't a situation that it was a secret to both of you that perhaps,
Oh, it's great. Great.
since you were both members of the LDS faith, this is
Oh,
not
wow.
what you should be engaging in, right?
That's right.
But neither of you cared, right?
Objection, also speculation.
Sustained.
Ma'am, you still continue to engage in sexual activities with him, even though you had this conflict, didn't you?
Yes.
And even though he says he has this conflict here, he still continued to have sex with you, right?
Yes.
So even though you were two conflicted persons, you still continued to engage in this activity, right?
Yeah, that's what the conflict was about.
Right. And in fact, you even had a description of the two of you, didn't you, in that conversation that we just heard from May 10th of 2008, don't you?
Yes.
Let's hear what you said.
LDS is
I
more.
move for the admission of 498.
No objection.
498 is
Too
admitted.
long didn't read is TLDR. Yay! Thanks, Josh. Everybody who got a membership, thanks, Josh. Thank you so much, Josh. Thank you for being a mod and helping me out as well. I know you're busy with the Brian Walsh case.
That's right. I see not case I can get him. Hang on, I thought I heard somebody. Let me just double check. Oh, I think it was just my charger. All right, we're good.
Grandpa whining.
I was just here. Let's get back in the groove. Things.
Not even pictures of it today. You're so hot. Giggled.
Like, what are we going to do with ourselves? We are just horny toads.
Not my type.
Ma'am, that's just an acknowledgement there that both of you are into each other sexually, correct?
That's correct.
No indication from anything that we've heard that you were offended by the physical sexual activities that were going on, right?
Right.
You may have been in conflict, but the two of you enjoyed each other. At least you enjoyed him as much as it appeared that he was enjoying you, right?
Yes.
And you had at least that kind of relationship to the point where you actually had a name for him or a pet name for him, didn't you?
Yes.
Let me show you this exhibit.
I see we got an influx of people, and I'm just going to say that if you could please double check to make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. We are less than 30 people away from hitting my goal, like 25 people away. And people are giving out memberships. So if you got one, please make sure to say thank you to Josh. He's in the chat. And I so greatly appreciate you guys being here. Oops. There we go.
Take a look at exhibit 499. Do you recognize it?
Yes,
It's a text message that you sent, right?
yes.
What's the date?
The date
More
is
memberships.
21st.
Thank you,
Actually, it would
Amy.
have been
Thank
the
you,
20th of
Josh.
January.
And you're saying that it was the 21st of January because of the time difference, right?
Yes, it was the 20th, but it shows the 21st.
Move for the addition of exhibit 4, then we have it.
I'm adding it to my list. Either 15 super chats or $500.
No objection.
$4.99 is admitted.
And that's you sending him a message saying, hey, Hadi Biscotti will you call me before you hit the sack, right?
Yes,
I have a question about tomorrow morning. Thanks, my dear, correct?
that's correct.
And you actually called him Hadi Biscotti, correct?
Yes,
And that's because he was, in part, because he was special to you, right?
yes.
Because apparently at that time you were in love with him, right?
I believe it was. Yes.
And it's something
so
that two
much.
people who are intimate have in common, right?
Yes,
But he really wasn't that special to you, was he?
I wouldn't say that.
Keep the train
Well-
going.
Let's take a look at another exhibit. 287. This is to Ryan Burns. You see that? It says Ryan's PPL, Gmail.
Right.
You're me. You see that?
Yes,
And you say to him, at some point before you go meet him, hey, Hadi Biscotti, what's new, right?
yes,
Isn't that the same thing that you call Mr. Alexander?
yes. I call a lot of people that.
So what you're saying is, when you call that Mr. Alexander that, it didn't mean anything then.
I wouldn't say it was meaningless. No.
It could also mean that when you started calling Mr. Burns Hadi Biscotti, was that Mr. Alexander really didn't mean that much to you, right?
That's not what it meant.
Well, it could, though, based on what we see.
She's answered the question.
Sustained.
You called them both by the same name, right?
Yes.
And
What's
you only
with
had
the
one
jewels?
encounter
Thank
with
you.
Mr. Burns, correct?
Well, I met him once, and then I saw him again, so that would be twice. But if you're talking about the physical encounter, yeah,
Right.
one time, I guess.
Yeah, one time, right?
Unless you count shaking his hand, which I guess that doesn't really
Pardon?
count.
I didn't hear what you
I'm
said.
sorry. Unless you count, we shook hands and spoke briefly. I don't even really remember it, so it was pretty brief. But
In terms of a one-on-one with
Yes,
Mr.
that
Burns,
would be
it was only
one.
one time, right?
yes,
And you're already calling him Hadi Biscotti, at least through this PPL, or at least through this instant messaging thing, right?
that's right.
And exhibit number 286, it tells us a little bit more of what actually happened when you went to see him. Why don't you go down here and read what he says, starting with a haha, if you can read it. If not, I'll bring it in. Go ahead and read it out loud.
It says, haha, well, we woke up, we sat there for a bit, and then we held each other, and then we started to kiss. And you said I could not be comfortable, and you adjusted me.
So it does say that you told him that he could not be comfortable, and so you adjusted him, right?
Yes.
And then what else does he say? It's above it.
Then you pressed your body really close to mine and started to kiss me.
So you were on top of him, weren't you?
Yes, well, kind of on top of him off to the side a little, I think on his left.
That you did start to press your body close to him, right?
Yes.
And then you say what? It's right above it.
Well, I think it's out of order, but I say, well, I would gladly give it to you.
And then right above it, he asks.
Can I ask what else you might give me?
And your answer is?
You can ask, but you'll have to wait and see for that one.
Bottom line, you're sort of already involved in the same sort of give and take that you were involved with Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes.
Then there's a number of stories that you gave in
Thank
this
you,
particular
friend
case
Amy.
involving the killing. There was one that you gave on the 15th of July of 2008 to Detective Flores, right?
Yes.
There's another one that you gave on July 16th of 2008 to Detective Flores, right?
Yes.
But then you still gave another view of what happened to 48 hours, right?
I think I was inconsistent in my lies. Yes.
So let's take a look at what you may have said 48 hours. I remember the admission was 500.
No objection.
500 is admitted.
All right. I'm keeping track, guys. if you got a membership, make sure to say thank you to either Josh or maybe. And if you're feeling exceptionally thankful, you can
Yeah, let me talk
5
about
memberships to someone else.
I'll talk about this, and nobody knows this. The detectives know this because I've spoken with them. Boy, this is really hard. I'm trying to think if I want to say this or not.
Years ago.
There's a lot of evidence that places me at Travis's house the day he was, or not just the day he was killed, but the day, most of that week. And there's a reason for that. And that reason is that that I did see Travis the day that he passed away. And a lot of things happened that day. I almost lost my life as well. And I was told that I can't speak about it or tell anyone about it because my family's life was in danger over it. I was told that if I did, that they would all die and that I would die. And that was kind of the end of the story. There was an argument among some people, 2 individuals, that one wanted to take my life and one said, that's not why we came. And at one point, the guy with the gun sort of succumbed to her pressure, I think, because he was holding the gun at my forehead. And I was on the ground on my knees. And I was near the armoire of where he kept his TV in his bedroom. And Travis was in the bathroom. And she was standing over Travis near him. And the guy with the gun was standing near me. And again, this argument was going on back and forth. And I just remember holding my head and closing my eyes.
Can someone in the chat, one of my mods or someone else, explain how to know if they are set up to receive memberships? I haven't described or explained that yet. And I want to make sure that if you want a membership, you can get a membership. You're not guaranteed because, obviously there are a lot of people who are in this channel, but yeah, you have to literally turn something on in order to receive one. So just wanted to let you guys know. Thanks.
And there was so much that went on that day, but the short of it is he pulled the trigger and nothing happened, just a click. And I realized then that he probably, I don't know if that means that he was out of bullets or I don't know what that means. I wasn't that familiar with handguns. And so at that point I pushed past him and I ran downstairs. He didn't make much of an effort to stop me. But I could almost swear that I heard someone following me down the stairs, and I ran out the front door and I got into my car and I drove and I left.
Nowhere in that recitation or in any of the interviews that you gave with 48 Hours did you ever indicate that you had memory loss, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, you gave a slightly different view of the same event to 48 Hours on another occasion, didn't you?
Yes, couldn't keep my story straight.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 501.
No objection.
501 is admitted.
Now it's just too quiet. Sorry, I was trying to avoid making too much noise for you guys.
Again, I was looking down and going through some photos. He is really critical of himself. We're all our own worst critics. And so, some pictures he liked, some he didn't. And I was looking through the pictures and I heard, again, a loud pop and I was hit on the back of the head. I don't think I was out very long, but when I came to, I was kind of laying next to the bathtub and the shower right next to each other. And Travis was on all fours on the tile and he was, but one of his hands was actually holding his head. And he wasn't laying down or anything. He was kind of on his knees and on his hands. And at that point I looked over toward the entrance of the bathroom, there was a hallway and two people were walking down the hallway, and I ran into the closet. It's a big closet. And I was going to run out the other door, except he stopped me with a gun pointed at my forehead. And I was just, when you have a gun pointed at your forehead, you just do anything. So he told me to get down onto my knees and stand over or sit over by the armoire. So I just stayed there, squatting on my knees next to the armoire. And he left the room for a minute, maybe a few minutes. And she was in the bathroom, standing over Travis. And I charged her. I ran down that hall and I pushed her as hard as I could. And she fell over him, landed near the sink. There's two sinks in the master bath, and he landed near the left sink, near the trash can, close to the windows. And I started to pull on him, and I said, come on, let's go. And he just wasn't. He was sluggish, lethargic, and he just wasn't getting up, and he wasn't really saying much of anything. He was there, and he was conscious, and I could see that. He wasn't saying much. I was able to get him he was sort of not crawling, but he was kind of moving and was trying to stand up. And I was able to get him about halfway down the hallway when she came back at me, and we struggled for a few minutes. And again, she was doing what she could to overpower me, and she was kicking me, and she was stomping on my feet, and she was trying to kick my knees, and I was kind of bending them or trying to do what I could. And he came back in the room, and again, I had to go back to where I was sitting and stay there. And that's when they both began to argue about whether or not I should die. And there was an argument that went on back and forth between them for several minutes. At least it felt like several minutes. And he didn't want to, and she did. And she kept saying why they should. And he kept saying, well, that's not why we came here. And, after he had gone through my purse again, he finally just pulled the trigger. And I thought, honestly, if it's over, it's the weirdest feeling to think that it's going to be over at any second. And then someone pulls the trigger, but you're still there. And at that point, I just ran. I pushed right past him. And I flew down the stairs, and there's part of I wasn't even in my body. I think I was, but everything felt numb. I was hyperventilating and my heart was racing. And so even as I went down the stairs, there's part of me, my brain was telling my legs, don't screw up, or you're going to fly down these stairs and you're not going to get away. So I'm, trying my best not to stumble down these stairs. And I just went out as fast as I could and out the door and slammed the door behind me and got in the car and left.
And that's another version of the events that occurred on June 4th of 2008, correct?
Yes,
And they're not true.
neither of them. Well, it's all the same thing. It's just different versions. Can keep my life straight.
So the answer is they're not true, right?
Neither of them, yes.
Ma'am, you did also continue to talk to 48 Hours about coming to Mesa. You remember talking to them about that?
Yes.
And you remember talking to them about what your plans were initially? Do you remember about that?
Yes.
And the reason that you came out to Mesa, you didn't have a plan initially, correct?
Do you mean on June 4th?
Pardon?
Are you talking about on June 4th?
I'm talking about when you left Rodrigo.
What was your question? I'm sorry.
My question is, according to you, you didn't have any plans to come to Mesa initially when you left Rodrigo, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, that's something that you told 48 Hours, right?
Yes.
Take a look at what you told them.
It's clickable on my end stream, Mama. I just went over to my stream independently.
No objection.
502 is admitted.
Oh, 2 more subs. Yoo-hoo! YouTube does go out of its way, I feel like, to make it difficult to do things.
So tell me about this trip on this particular day. Did you plan that in advance, or just?
No, I'm really kind of go by the wind when I take my road trips. I usually plan more than I can actually do, and then I cross some off the list when I feel I can. So on this last trip, my plan was to go to Monterey, to Los Angeles, to San Diego, to Utah, and then over to Death Valley, and then back up to Wairika. And it certainly didn't go anything like that. It went Santa Cruz, and then Monterey, and then I went to LA and Pasadena, and then I skipped San Diego. And it was when I was in Pasadena that night that I decided to go to Mesa. And Travis had found out about my road trip about a week prior, and he has this way of kind of guilting me. Not in a bad way, just making me sort of feel bad. So he said, well, why don't you come to Mesa instead, and you can visit me? And I was like, no, I have other things I need to do and other plans and other people. I didn't say it in that way because you have to kind of be delicate about it. Otherwise, he would take offense, I think. And so he would say things like, okay, I see, whatever. I see how it is. You don't love me, just as a joke though. And so it just kind of pulls on my heartstrings a little. And again, I was weak and I folded and I decided that I'm going to go. And so I called him when I was in Pasadena and said, guess what? And he said, what? And I said, I'm coming to Mesa. And he said, really? And I said, yeah. He's like, all right, cool. And so, we hung up the phone and I drove, and I told him he didn't have to wait up for me because, I was still in Pasadena, and that's probably a good 5 hours and something, just all the way to Mesa. And as well as that, my phone was about to die. So, I just said, if I don't speak to you again until I get there, then, that's why. And so I showed up, I think around 4 a.m. And he was still awake. He had stayed up all night. He was on the internet looking up some videos on YouTube, some silly videos. And we watched some more videos for a little while. And then it was just like I was exhausted from the drive. So we just went to bed and went to sleep. And,
With regard to the videos that he was looking at, we've heard something about quicker, faster, stronger, something like that. They weren't of any sexual nature, were they?
No.
And in fact, it may have been, when you described it, that it was some people with some sort of weird or funny headgear that were just dancing around. That's the way you described it,
It
right?
looked that way, yes.
And so you actually left Wairika on June 2nd of 2008, correct?
Yes.
And prior to that, though, you made some preparations, didn't you?
Yes.
You made some preparations in the sense that, according to you, you made a reservation to rent a car, right?
Right.
And the reservation to rent the car was made not in Wairika, but in some other place, right?
It was made online. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, in Reading, for Reading. Yes.
Right. And Wairika does have some rental car companies, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, what happened was that when you went to Reading to rent the car, you even had to, for lack of a better term, inconvenience somebody else to take you to get your car, to get the rental car, and then take you back to their house, right?
That's right.
And it would have been much more convenient in Wairika to go rent the car in Wairika, wouldn't it?
Not for my bank account, no.
Well, when you're saying your bank account, you're talking about financial reasons, right?
Right.
And how much money did you take with you in cash?
I don't recall, but it was probably a few hundred, I think.
So when you say a few hundred, are we talking about 200?
Maybe that's not much more, somewhere in that ballpark. It was between like 80 and 200. I don't remember the exact amount.
So it's between $80 and $200, maximum being $200, right?
I think. I don't really remember as far as cash.
Well, could it have been $300?
It could have. I don't remember having that much cash on me, but I guess it could have.
If you don't remember having that much cash on you, then it wasn't $300, right?
Well, it just means I don't remember. Probably not.
All right. And so previously during the direct examination, you told us that when you go on these trips, you don't take usually more than $200. You remember telling us that?
Yeah, that's typical.
And so in this particular case, you said, well, I had financial issues, and so I decided to rent out of Reading because it was cheaper, right?
That's right.
But it would have been more convenient, though, to rent from Wairika, correct?
Convenient for who?
You.
No.
In terms of picking up the car, it wouldn't have been convenient?
No.
Well, Wairika, you told us, was a small town, right?
Yes.
And you indicated that everybody sort of knows everybody there, right?
That's pretty much the case.
And the other thing that you told us about Wairika was that people know everybody else's business there, right?
Usually.
Right. And in fact, one of the examples that you gave us of where people in Wairika know what's going on was the example when you were 17 and you went to, or you skipped a class. Do you remember telling us that?
Sad.
Yes.
It was a history exam that you had to prepare for, right?
That's right.
And you indicated that you went somewhere in the car and you were studying, right?
Yes.
And while you were studying, your father found you, right?
Yes.
And one of the explanations or reasons that you gave for that was that Wairika is a very small town, right?
I don't remember giving that explanation because that's not why he found me.
Well, you indicated that you don't know how he found you, right?
I knew how he found me.
Well, that's not what you told us on direct examination.
Oh, I mean, I knew why he went to go looking for me. How he found me was he was just driving around. I'm sorry.
Ma'am, that's not what you told us on direct examination, right?
I don't remember. That's not the fact.
Again, do you have problems remembering what you just told us less than a couple of weeks ago?
Occasionally, I guess.
And in this particular case, you're having trouble remembering what you told us as to how your father found you, right?
I'm having trouble with how you're characterizing it, I think.
Well, again, we're going to get into this word exchange issue, but my question to you is, do you remember telling us on direct examination that Wairika is a small town and that's part of the reason or how your father found you? Do you remember telling us that?
Yes.
And so Wairika in 2008 is not much bigger than it was in 1997 or 1998 when this happened, right?
No, I think it's about 1,000 more in population.
Right. It's only 1,000 more in population. In other words, it's not a town that's exploding in terms of population, right?
Yes.
It is or it is not.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry.
And so that in people in Wairika, if somebody does something, more likely than not, they may end up meeting somebody that they know, right?
Yes.
So, for example, if you went to one of the two or either of the two car rental agencies that are there in Wairika, somebody may have been able to know or talk about it later if they were asked about it, correct?
Perhaps people wouldn't know me though because I lived there for 10, 15 years.
But they may have, right?
Some, like
Because
high school
again-
friends or something.
Again, it's not a very large town, right?
Yes.
And in fact, what's the population is what, 11,000?
I think it's 7,000.
7,000?
Something, yeah.
And you at the time, back in June 2nd of 2008, you were working, right?
Yes.
And where you were in this town, there aren't that many bars, right?
I think there are like 5 or 6 bars.
And there isn't one called Margaritaville, right?
No, there's not.
You worked at Casa Ramos, right?
Yes.
And you had some time off, didn't you?
Yes.
And this was going to be part of your vacation, right?
Road trip, yes.
The road trip was for vacation.
Oh my God.
There isn't one called Margaritaville, right?
No, there's not.
You worked at Casa Ramos, right?
Yes.
And you had some time off, didn't you?
Yes.
And this was going to be part of your vacation, right?
Road trip, yes.
The road trip was your vacation, right?
It was partially vacation, partially a business trip.
And when you say partially business trip, what you're saying is, for example, that if you went to buy gas, that's something that could be deductible, correct?
If it was for the business purpose, yes, it would be deductible.
Sure. And in fact, since you were going to go to Utah, going to a gas station, it would make sense to save the receipts so that you could then deduct them from your income taxes, right?
That's right.
And in this particular case, wouldn't matter whether or not you paid cash or you paid with a credit card, right?
It wouldn't matter for tax purposes.
Right, as long as you have the receipts, right?
Yes.
And in this case, so you did pay at least attention to the receipts that you got, for example, from the gas station, right?
What do you mean by pay attention?
Kept them.
Yeah, I just threw everything in the shoebox.
Right, you threw everything in the shoebox, everything related to this trip, right?
Yes.
All of the receipts from this trip were thrown in the shoebox that we've seen previously, right?
No, probably not all, but just whatever was left over in my wallet.
Well, but you were trying to pay attention to keep the receipts that were related to a business expense, right?
Somewhat. I'm very disorganized, but that's kind of my effort, yeah.
Well, no, that's what you were attempting to do, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you did save some of the receipts involved with this particular trip, right?
Yes.
And so you're in Wairika, and you decide instead to rent a car from Redding, California, right?
Yes.
And that's south of Wairika, correct?
Yes, on my way.
And it is on the way, but it is south, correct?
Yes.
And it's what, 90 miles away?
I think it's 99 miles.
So in terms of travel, we're talking about what? Close to 2 hours?
Maybe just under 2 hours, I think.
And on this particular day that you left, on June 2nd of 2008, you left the house around 5 o'clock in the morning, something like that, right?
Yeah, I think so. It was very early in the morning.
Well, you were at the Redding airport by 8 o'clock, weren't you?
Yes.
And so did you get there before 8 o'clock and just wait around, or did you get there at about at that time?
I don't remember waiting. Well, I waited a little bit because there was a line, but not waiting for them to open.
And somebody was with you, correct?
Yes.
A guy was with you, right?
I can't remember if it was my brother's neighbor or my sister-in-law, but I think it was my sister-in-law. So either one of them dropped me off and picked me up or vice versa.
So when you're saying that they dropped you off and picked you up, what you're saying is that they did not get out of the car that took you to the Redding airport, correct?
I don't remember.
You don't remember whether or not they went up to the counter with you?
I think I was alone.
So you were here when Mr. Colombo testified, correct, as to whether or not you were accompanied, correct?
Yes.
And so what time did you arrive at this would be your sister's house, right?
Yes.
What time did you get there?
Before renting the car, you mean?
Yes, that was the only time that you got there, on June 2nd, correct?
No, I got there with the rental car afterward and took a nap. No, I went back to our house.
All right, the first time before you rented the car.
In the morning. I don't remember the exact time.
So it would have been, and they knew you were coming, correct?
Yes.
And so they were ready to then take you down to the airport, right?
Yes.
And they dropped you off, and then you went to pick up the car, right?
I believe they did, yes.
And one of the things that happened is that you initially were given a car, or rented a car by Mr. Colombo, correct?
Yes.
And the car that he offered you initially was red, right?
Yes.
And you told him that you didn't want the red car, right?
That's right.
And the reason that you told him that you didn't want the red car was because it would call attention to it would stand out, correct?
No.
Well, didn't you tell him that you did want to exchange the car, though, right?
Yes.
And you told him that red is a color that police officers sort of focus on. You remember telling him that? Is that yes or no?
I'm trying to remember. I don't think I worded it that way.
So you did give him a reason why you didn't want that car, right?
Yeah.
And part of it had to do with the color, right?
Yes.
You didn't want the color red,
Yes.
correct? The color red seems to stand out, doesn't it?
I don't know. I just heard they get more tickets.
Right. And so it had to do with the police department, right? You did not want to stand out, and that's why you wanted a different color, correct?
Not police department because I'd be on the freeway. I just didn't want to get tickets and
Well,
get more tickets.
Who do you think gets traffic citations here?
On the freeways in California, it's the California Highway Patrol.
That's police, aren't they?
I don't think they're police. I think they're law enforcement, but not categorized as police, not to my knowledge. Anyway.
So if there's a crime, you're saying that the California Highway Patrol doesn't respond to them?
They respond as well as maybe the sheriff's office or something. Depends on the district, I would imagine.
Right. And so you were afraid that police, whether it includes the California Highway Patrol or somebody driving down the street, that they would focus in on your car because you had heard that police get more tickets involving a red car, correct?
Afraid? No, I wasn't afraid. I just didn't want to shell out more money for tickets.
Right. So afraid may not be the word that you like. What word would you like? Concerned?
I don't know.
Well, no, you're the one that said afraid wasn't the right word. Why don't you tell me what word you would use in describing your reluctance in taking a red car?
It was motivated by financial frugality.
Well, you're telling us then that the red car was cheaper to rent than the white car.
No, in theory, I would be less likely to get a speeding ticket and shell out hundreds of dollars if I were not in a red car.
So what you're saying is the red car, in your view, because of the color, stands out more to police departments, whether they be California Highway Patrol, whether they be the Salinas Police Department, whether they be the Redding Police Department, right?
I'd be speculating, but I guess that's why they get more tickets. I don't know.
Well, no, I don't want you to guess because I want you to tell us what you were thinking at the time because you were the one that made this request involving the red car.
Well, my thought is that drivers of red cars tend to drive faster. They get more tickets. That's just what I've always been told.
Right. But that's what other drivers do. You supposedly were going to adhere to the speed limit or within 10 miles of it, right?
Usually I tried.
Right. So if you do that, then you really shouldn't have too much of a concern about a traffic citation then, right?
That's not right. I've been cited before when the radar was off.
And how many times have you been cited before for speeding, ma'am, when your speed was over 10 miles an hour, over the speed limit?
Several times.
Give me one time.
One time I was driving on Highway 1 south of Carmel, or just entering Carmel Highlands, and I was going, I think, 60 something in a 50, and I got pulled over, and he clocked me at, he said 70.
Let me stop you. You said you were going 60 something in a 50 mile per hour zone, right?
Yes,
That means you were going over the 10-mile issue that I just presented to you.
yes.
So in other words, what I'm asking you, can you give me an example where you were driving either the speed limit or within 9 miles of the speed limit where you were given a ticket?
Objection, Your Honor.
We are going to take the noon recess at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, please be back in the designated area at 1:25. Please remember the admonition, you are excused. Record will show the presence of the defendant and all counsel. Ms. Arias, when responding to questions, be sure that you let Mr. Martinez finish his question before you start to speak. The court reporter cannot take down 2 people at one time.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Please back to the jury.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. To sustain the last objection, Mr. Martinez, you may continue.
We're talking about a car rental in Redding, California, and you ultimately were given a second car, correct?
Yes,
And the color of this car was white, correct?
yes,
And that was more to your liking because of this issue involving the traffic citations, correct?
yes.
And this car had a capacity of over 12 gallons per tankful, correct?
It was 10 or 12. I don't remember.
Well, okay. Do you remember, this is exhibit 237.018. Do you remember filling up with gas in Winnemucca, Nevada?
I remember running out of gas in Nevada, and
When you say that you ran out of gas, there was absolutely no gas in your car, or you were just running low?
it was, the gas light was on, so.
When you say that the gas light was on, doesn't mean that you're not moving. It means that you are low on gasoline, correct?
Yeah, it was kind of up.
Are you saying that that's where it happened in Winnemucca, Nevada?
No, I was probably, I think he said I was 15 or 20 miles from there.
And you were able to make it to Winnemucca, correct?
No, I pulled over.
And you pulled over and did what?
I went in and asked the guy where the nearest gas station is. He said it's about 15 miles. I think he said 15 miles further. I didn't think I would make it on E, so I went and started putting gas in the car, and he came out and assisted me
And you were putting gas from what?
from one of the gas cans.
All right. And let's just take a look at this exhibit right here. And it indicates that it's your name, right?
Yes,
It's from Winnemucca, right?
yes,
And it indicates that the amount that you purchased was 12.175 gallons, right?
yes,
And you paid $49.91, correct?
that's right.
And this issue involving you running out of gas, that's not something that you told us at the right examination, correct?
No, I was not.
And so you have this car that has at least a capacity of 12 gallons, correct?
Objection, foundation.
Approach.
Now, with regard to Winnemucca, you filled up your car with gas, didn't you?
Yes, I put gas in it.
All the way until it was full, right?
I probably, because I usually filled up until the
Yes or
nozzle
no?
clicked.
Yes or no, in Winnemucca, did you fill it up with gas?
I put gas in it. I probably filled it up.
So you're saying that you're not sure if you filled it up all the way with gas then, right?
That's right.
But you did make a purchase in Winnemucca, pursuant to exhibit 237.018, in which 12.175 gallons were purchased by you, right?
Yes,
And so it could be that the tank was 15 gallons of gas, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled. Jimmy answer.
Right.
that's possible.
But at least we know that this gas tank could hold at least 12.175 gallons of gas, right?
Right.
And before you went on this trip, it started on June 2nd of 2008, correct?
Yes.
It started around 5 o'clock in the morning, correct?
It was early in the mornings, around that time.
Because you were at Reading at 8 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Well, we saw the receipts. Were you here when the receipts were shown of you renting the car at approximately 8:01?
Yes, I was here.
And so if it takes you 1 to 2 hours to drive down there, that would mean you have to get up pretty early, right?
Yes.
And so you got up pretty early, you drove down to Reading, but in anticipation of that, you actually called somebody by the name of Daryl Brewer, right?
Yeah, and I'm sorry I didn't get up early. I was up all night. So.
Pardon?
You said I got up early. I just wanted to make that clear. I was up all night. So
Okay, so what you're saying is you didn't sleep that night,
I
right?
didn't sleep that night. No.
Okay, so but you did, in anticipation of this trip, contact an old boyfriend, right?
Yes.
And that would be Daryl Brewer, right?
Yes.
You made a number of telephone calls to him, correct?
Probably.
And when you say probably, it means that you're not sure, right?
I'm not sure, no.
So you at least made 2 calls to him, though, right?
If that's what my phone records reflect, then that would be right.
Now I'm asking what your memory reflects.
I don't remember actually calling him before leaving on my trip. And
So you have no idea as to whether or not you even called them before you went on the trip, then, right?
I don't recall. Well, of course I called him before the trip, but I don't know how soon before the trip.
So you don't remember whether or not it was in May, then? Is that what you're saying?
I did talk to him in May,
And it was toward the end of May, correct?
probably.
And when you keep saying probably, it means that you're not sure, but that you do not deny that you made a call, right?
That's right.
And so you made this call to him at the end of May, and you asked him whether or not he had any spare gas cans for you to use, right?
That sounds right.
No, I'm not asking what sounds right. Is that what you did?
I think I did because he's the one I ended up borrowing them.
Well, ma'am, are you having trouble again with your memory with regard to events then?
Yeah, because there were a few different,
So the answer is yes. You are having trouble with your memory.
with that question.
Well, are you having trouble? It's not the only question that you've had trouble with. Are you having trouble with the memory of the events leading up to your trip?
Leading up to, yeah, I felt
Okay.
a little bit.
And you would agree then that the events leading up to your trip were probably the end of May, and the murder was, or the killing was on June 4th of 2008. So are you saying that that whole period you're having problems with your memory, or is it just the end of May?
Well, there are some things I recall and some things I don't.
So my question is, are you having trouble with both or just the end of May?
I'd say my whole life is like that, so both.
So you're saying that you're having trouble remembering everything or events throughout your life. Is that what you're saying?
Some things, not everything.
And sometimes you know what you can remember very well, and sometimes you can't. Is that what you're saying?
You mean can't at all or can't remember well?
Can't remember. Both well or at all?
Yeah,
Tell me.
all of the above.
And so at the end of May then, you're saying that you really don't remember whether or not you made a telephone call to Mr. Brewer. Is that what you're saying?
I don't remember specifically, but I know I called him at one point.
All right. And you did call him because you wanted to talk to him about some gas cans, right?
That wasn't the purpose of the call.
Well, that was what was discussed during that call, correct?
I think so, yes.
You're saying you think so? Yes, correct? That's
Yes.
what you're saying. And so one of the things that you told him in discussing these gas cans was that you were going to take a trip, right?
Yes,
And that the purpose for the gas cans was so that you could put gas in it, right?
yes,
And the other thing that you told him was that the trip that you were going to make was going to be to Mesa, Arizona, right?
no,
You were here when he testified, correct?
yes,
And he's somebody that you've had I guess, a long-term relationship with, correct?
yes, about 4 years.
Pardon?
About 4 years, we were in a relationship.
Right? And then even after that, you have had, if not a close friendship, you've had a friendship after the two of you split, correct?
It was more distant, but it was still a friendship.
Sure. And in fact, you felt comfortable. You still remembered his number, right? Telephone number, right?
Yes.
And you felt comfortable enough to ask him for a favor, right?
Certain favors, yes.
Well, that particular favor, you felt comfortable in asking him for that, right?
Which one? The gas cans?
Well, which other favor are we talking about? Are there more than one favor here that we've talked about?
I want to know what you're talking about.
No, I'm asking you. Do you remember that we started talking about gas cans? Do you remember that?
Yes.
That we've talked of nothing else other than gas cans so far. Is there anything else that you believe that we've talked about?
I wasn't sure, that's why I asked.
Ma'am, is there anything else that we have talked about?
I'm not sure, that's why I asked.
I'm asking you, is there anything else that has been posed to you other than this gas can issue involving Mr. Brewer?
Yes.
Objection, ask and answer badgering.
Sustained.
Now, you have this conversation with him involving the gas cans. It is more than one conversation, isn't it?
I don't remember.
And it could be more than one conversation. It's what you're telling us, right?
Yes,
And are you saying you did not tell him that you were going to go to Mesa when you spoke to him?
that's right, I told him after.
I'm asking you, the question is this, isn't it true that before you went on the trip, you told him you were going to Mesa?
No, that is not true.
All right? Isn't it true that as part of one or another conversation that you had, you told him that you were going to go to Arizona to visit some friends?
No, I said Utah.
You didn't. I'm asking you whether or not it's true that you told him that you were going to Mesa to visit some friends before you took the trip.
No, I said Utah.
I'm not asking you what you said, am I?
Objection, badgering.
Overruled.
Yeah, I think you are.
You're thinking, my question to you is asking you what.
Let the record show that I have asked for milkshake products. And that is why I haven't made a milkshake. Your response?
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard.
Don't go any further. I'll get strike.
And they're like,
You motherfucker.
What you told him? Is that what you think it is? Whether or not you told him that you were going to go to Utah? Do you think that that's what the question was?
No.
The question was, isn't it true, ma'am, that you discussed with Mr. Brewer before the trip that you took that you needed the gas cans to go and visit friends in Mesa, Arizona? What is your answer to that?
My answer is no, I told him Utah.
And I'm asking you whether or not you think I'm asking you what you told him. Am I asking you what you told him?
That's kind of my interpretation of it. It's a yes or no question.
It is a yes or no question, isn't it?
And I answered no 3 times, yes.
And you also added something 3 times, didn't you?
Yes, the truth.
Am I asking you whether you're telling the truth?
You have asked me that.
Am I asking you right now if you're telling the truth?
I don't know, are you?
Well, have you heard that question prior to you saying that?
Yes.
You heard that question immediately before I'm telling the truth. The prosecutor asking you if you were telling the truth, you heard the prosecutor say that.
Not immediately.
Pardon?
Not immediately.
So the answer is yes or no. Did you hear the question immediately before you gave the answer that you were telling the truth?
No, not immediately.
So you did have these conversations with Mr. Brewer, and you decided to get the gas cans. Why don't you just go and buy some gas cans?
They were expensive.
And when you say they were expensive, how much is a gas can get you?
I don't remember, but it wasn't in my budget for my travels.
And you wanted 2 of them, right?
I don't know, I guess whatever you had.
So if you would have had 6, you would have taken 6?
No, they wouldn't have fit.
And these gas cans, when you picked them up, where did you put them?
In the trunk.
The back?
Yes.
So you rented this car, and this car had some floor mats, correct?
No, it did not.
So then you get into this car, and you pick it up, and you go back to sleep, right?
Yes, back at my brother's house.
I didn't ask you where, did I?
No.
I asked you if you went back to sleep, right?
Crap.
Yes.
So you went back to sleep, and at some point, you then started to go on your trip for reals, right?
Okay, yeah.
All right, and about what time was that?
I want to say late morning, but I'm not too sure.
And you then drove south till you got to the Monterey, California area, correct?
I stopped again and slept and then continued driving south.
What did you say?
I stopped again and slept and then I continued driving south.
Did anybody ask you whether or not you slept?
Well, you just asked me.
I asked you whether or not you slept. Is that what my question was?
Yes, you asked if I went to sleep.
No, I asked you when you started your trip, did you make it to Monterey, California? Do you remember me asking you that?
I remember you asking something like that, but not worded that way.
When you say something like that, again, it seems that you have a problem with your memory. Do you have a problem with your memory today?
Why is he nailing
Okay, so
her on the
after you
memory
woke up,
thing? How does that
You're
help
sleeping at
him?
your sister's house. Did you begin your trip?
Yes.
And did you eventually make it to the Monterey, California area?
Yes.
And what time did you get there?
It was very, very late.
I knew you would like it streamed.
I think it was even the 3rd in the morning because we had stopped in Santa Cruz first.
So you got there on the 3rd, you believe, but in any event, it was late, correct?
Yeah, it was past midnight, I think, by the time we got to Monterey.
And so in terms of miles, how many miles are we talking about?
From where to where?
From the place that you left your sister to Monterey, wherever it is that you went, and you arrived around midnight or after, or in the early morning hours of June 3rd.
Well, I'm not particularly sure. I'd say somewhere in the ballpark of 500 miles.
And so,
I know more by hours, not miles.
okay, how many hours? Then?
From Reading to Santa Cruz, it was approximately.
I'm actually like this in real life, you guys. Like, am I not, Frank? It takes me forever to decide what I want for dinner. If I'm going to waste calories, I want to make sure that they go towards something I want. So I apologize if I'm not paying attention. I'm not. It's not a question at this point. Just give me 5 more minutes. Thank you.
6.5 to 7 hours.
And in Santa Cruz, did you meet anybody?
In this
Yes.
argument,
And that's where you met Mr. McCartney, correct?
Yes, and his roommate.
And did I ask you again if you met his roommate?
You asked if I met anybody.
No, I asked you if you met Mr. McCartney. Do you remember that question?
Yes, and I answered yes.
And so you met Mr. McCartney, and you spent the night at a place where he was living, right?
Yes.
And what time did you get up the next morning?
I don't remember, but it would have been in the morning.
I understand it was the morning. Would it have been really early, or would it not be so early in the morning?
It would have been before Jack had to go to school, so whatever time that was, it couldn't have been too late.
What time did Jack have to go to school?
I don't remember.
And so, did you have plans already to meet up with Mr. McCartney, or is it a situation where you got on the phone on the road, called him up, and said, "Hey, I'm coming down there. Can we meet?"
It was definitely beforehand because I was going to crash there.
So, when did you speak to him beforehand? Was it a week or so before? Was it days before you left? What was it?
I don't know. We spoke here and there. I don't know.
All right. And did Mr. McCartney go with you the next morning to meet with Mr. Brewer?
No.
So you did go over to Mr. Brewer's house, and one of the reasons that you went over was to talk to or see Jack, the son, right?
That was one of the reasons.
And you also had breakfast there, correct?
Yes.
And you also checked your email there, correct?
I think it was my MySpace
Pardon?
email. Yeah, what was my MySpace account?
Well, when you say that you checked your MySpace account, is your email included in the MySpace account?
There is an email system, but not my main email.
I'm asking if you checked when you checked your MySpace account, did you check any email in the MySpace account?
I don't remember.
Did you check? You mentioned that you had another email system. Did you check that other email system?
I don't remember. Probably not. I think it was just MySpace.
And what was the purpose for checking that, the MySpace account?
Hadn't done it in a few days, so.
And so you check that, and then at some point, you get some gas cans, right?
Yes.
And when in this whole sequence of events do you get the gas cans?
Sometime while I was visiting with him. I don't remember how it happened.
Was it before or after Jack left for school?
I don't remember.
And what color were the gas cans?
They were red.
And where did you put them?
In the trunk.
And that would be in the back, correct?
Yes.
Where was your luggage?
In the trunk.
Same place with the same area as the gas cans?
Yes.
And how much time do you spend there with Mr. Brewer?
I don't know. I think it was somewhere like a half hour, it felt like. I don't really remember.
And then you come back again, right?
Yes.
My bad, guys.
To return a remote, right?
Right.
What kind of remote are you returning?
It was for either his TV or his DVD player, I think.
How is it that it found its way into your car?
I don't know. I think that.
Well, don't speculate. You don't know, right?
No, it was already with him. I drove away with it on accident. I don't know how I got it.
All right. And then after you returned it, you drove to Salinas, right?
Yes.
And in Salinas, you did a number of things, right?
Not really. I just did a few things.
Pardon?
I just did a few things.
Right. You did your nails, right?
Yes.
And you said it took quite a while, right?
I had to wait for a while. Yes.
In other words, the doing of the nails didn't take a long time. The fact that you probably didn't have an appointment is what took some time, right?
Yes.
Yay, we figured it out.
And then you left Salinas
you.
and continued your trip, right? And this would be on the 3rd, right?
That's correct.
About what time was it?
It was afternoon, but I don't know what time.
You told us about the gas canister, Mr. Brewer, right?
That's right.
But you forgot to tell us something else, didn't you?
You haven't asked me yet.
Well, isn't it true that there was more than 2 gas cans involved, right?
Yes.
And you testified on direct examination involving the gas cans, didn't you?
Yes.
And you never testified about a 3rd gas can, did you?
No.
And this 3rd gas can, you actually bought it in Salinas, didn't you?
Yes.
And you bought it from Walmart, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And not only do you have 2 5-gallon gas cans, you have another gas can. How many? What's the capacity of this one?
It was the same size. No, I think it was, I don't know. It was the same size, I think.
You think so? Now you have a capacity of 15 gallons, right?
At that moment, I did.
Well, you're saying like at that moment, did the size of these gas cans change so that it would go from a 15-gallon capacity down to a lesser capacity?
You guys like
With regard to, you keep saying that at that point you had that
Subtract.
capacity. Was there something
Please do.
involving these gas cans that would not allow you to fill them up to their capacity later on?
Yes, there was.
And what is that?
I returned the gas can.
You returned it back, right?
Yes.
So that you now have a capacity of still 10 gallons, right?
Yes.
Maximum, right?
Yes.
So then why is it, ma'am, that when you go to the Arco, you fill up with gas, you remember that?
Yes.
And then you go inside and exhibit number 237.012, do you see that there?
Yes.
That's a capacity of 10 gallons, right? Or
Um,
approximately, it's 9.5494 gallons, right?
yes.
And then 237.013, it's 2.77 gallons, right?
Where does it say that? Oh, yeah, I see that.
So you're saying that these gas cans then have a larger capacity now?
I don't know what the capacity was.
Well, you remember Mr. Brewer saying they were 5-gallon gas cans, right?
I don't know if he said that or not.
You were here when he testified, right?
I was physically here, yes. Sometimes I space out.
Pardon?
I was physically here, yes. Sometimes I space out.
And so you're saying that throughout the trial, you may have spaced out and not paid attention to what's going on?
During other people's testimony, sometimes my mind wanders.
So the answer is yes.
Yes.
And you don't remember then specifically what Mr. Brewer may have said. Is that what you're saying?
I remember some things he said. Almost all.
But not everything.
Not every single thing.
Well, 237.011. Do you see that it says Arco and it's in Pasadena?
Yes.
Do you see the address there?
Yes.
What's the address? Read it for me.
3706 East Foothill Boulevard,
And the city and state?
Pasadena, California, 92553.
And it does talk about a debit account. You see that?
Yes.
Talks about a date of June 3rd, 2008, right?
Yes.
And a time of 8:42 p.m., right?
Yes.
And then it talks about being at pump number 2. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then it talks about the amount of gallons that are involved, right?
Yes.
8.301 gallons. And there's a price there, right?
Yes.
That is for you filling up the car, isn't it?
I don't know.
Well, you were there though, right?
Yes.
And this is first in the sequence at 8:42 p.m., right?
Yes.
And you don't know whether or not this is part of filling up the car with gas then?
I don't remember what order. I
All right, well, you remember that we're talking about 2 5-gallon gas cans, right?
Yes.
5 plus 5 is 10, right?
That's right.
This is 8.301. Do you see that?
Yes.
So this is not the capacity, if you will, of the up to 10 gallons for those 2 gas cans, correct?
It has that capacity, so that's not correct. It's not the maximum capacity.
No, it isn't, right? So there's no reason to believe that this would be the gas cans. If you're going to take these gas cans, presumably you're going to fill them up to the top, right?
Restate your question.
Why? You were taking those gas cans for a reason, right?
Yes.
And that was to have extra gas, right?
Originally it was.
Yes or no? Was it to have extra gas available to you?
At one point, yes. At another point, no.
Well, and if you want to have extra gas available to you, don't you want to have the maximum amount?
I guess.
Well, no, you were driving. You're the one that asked to borrow these gas cans. If you have let's just say 10 gallons of space available, and you want to make sure that you have enough gas, wouldn't you fill it up to approximately 10 gallons?
Objection, what's the relevance of this? It's 8.3 gallons.
I don't know.
Ma'am, what's going on is that exhibit 237.001 is you filling up that Ford Focus with gas, isn't it?
I don't remember what order I filled up.
And this was at 8:42 p.m., right?
Yes.
And you went and you pumped your own gas, didn't you?
Yes.
And then and you paid with a debit card. Do you see that?
Yes.
You had a MasterCard back then, right?
I don't remember what it was, MasterCard or Visa.
But you paid for that with a credit card or Visa or MasterCard, whatever it was, right?
Yes.
With regard to the gas that you purchased inside, which is 237.012, you paid cash, right?
That's right.
And cash is harder to track in terms of sales than a credit transaction. Wouldn't you agree?
Not if you save the receipt.
Not if you save your receipt. What if you don't save your receipt, ma'am? Wouldn't you agree that a cash transaction is harder to keep track of than a credit transaction?
Yes, I would agree with that.
And in this case, you initially said, I want to pay $40, right?
Yes.
And then it's the amount of gallons that you got for that was 9.594 gallons, correct?
Yes.
And that was the $40, right?
Yes.
Do you see the time there?
That would be 10:53.
Well, how about 8:46:50? You see the 20:46:50, wouldn't that be 8:46:50?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. That's correct.
And that is 4 minutes after the transaction in 237.001. Do you see that?
Yes. Wait, what was the other time? I'm sorry.
There's 8:42.
Okay.
You see that?
Yes.
8:46:50. Do you see that?
Yes. I was sorry. I was looking at the other time. I thought.
Do you see that right there?
Yes.
It's 8:46:50, right?
Okay.
So that's 4 minutes after the transaction. That's the debit transaction, right?
Yes.
And then you have 237.013. It's the same ARCO, right?
Yes.
And this one is at what time?
This one is at, what time is it?
How about 8:53?
53, yes.
And that's 5 minutes later than the transaction involving the approximately 10 gallons of gas, right?
Yes.
And during that time, that 5 minutes, that would allow you to go from the inside out to your car again, wouldn't it? 5
Yes.
minutes. It was that close, correct?
Yes.
And the time span between exhibit 237.001, which is
He's gonna grab her.
8:42, to the next one, which is 8:46, which is 4 minutes, that would give you time to go back between the car and the register or inside the store, correct?
Yes.
And so now, we know that at that particular gas station, you spent 237.011, I'm sorry. It's $35 there, right?
Yes.
And 6 cents, but let's leave the cents aside. And 237.012, that's $40. So far, you spent $75 in gas, right?
Yes.
And then if you add from 237.013, if you add 9, because we're rounding up, you're now talking $84 in gas that you spent, right?
I don't know. I'm not good at math, but okay.
Assuming the math is correct,
Assuming math is correct.
it's between $80 and $84 in gas that you spent, correct?
Yes.
And so you've now driven all the way down there. And one of the reasons that you told us on direct examination that you wanted these gas cans was that gas was cheaper in Arizona and Utah. Do you remember telling us that on direct?
No, I said Nevada and Utah.
All right, gas is cheaper in Nevada and Utah, right?
Yes.
You weren't filling up in Nevada or Utah, were you?
No.
You were filling up in California, right?
Yes.
Where the gas is as expensive there as it is probably throughout the state, right?
No.
Or well, it was expensive in California, isn't it?
More than Nevada and Utah, yes.
And so you had actually, and California is kind of a progressive state in the sense that it has gas stations almost everywhere, doesn't it?
Objection, foundation, relevance.
Restate your question.
On your travels on that date,
Nicely done, Frank.
you went from the Monterey area down to Salinas. Any trouble seeing any gas stations there?
No.
From Salinas all the way down to Pasadena. Any problem seeing any gas stations there?
No.
So it seems that your fears about gas in California were not well founded then, right? There was gas in places that you were traveling in California, right?
I didn't have any fears in California then, so no.
You had fears somewhere else, correct?
Yes.
Arizona, for example, right?
No.
Well, you did end up going to Arizona, right?
Yes, I did.
And so presumably, is that where the fears were, in Arizona?
No, I've driven that highway many times. I knew where the gas stations were there.
So you didn't really have a need for gas if you're going to drive through Arizona, then, right?
No, that's right, yes.
Pardon?
That's right.
And you were telling us, though, that approximately every 150 to 170 miles, your car was running out of gas. Do you remember telling us that?
150 to 170 miles?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't remember saying that.
Well, do you remember that you said that you had problems with that your Ford Focus had problems with gas, that was using too much gas on direct examination?
Hey,
I remember running out quickly. yes.
Your
Well, you told us that
disinfectant.
this car, the Ford Focus, was using an inordinate amount of gas, correct?
No, that wasn't my thought.
Well,
It ran out of gas quickly.
you told us that from Pasadena, then you filled up at Desert Center, right?
Yes.
That's approximately 170 miles down the road, right?
I don't know.
Well, you drove it.
It sounds right.
Objection, foundation, yes, ma'am.
Restate, ask another question.
And after that, you then said that you drove out to Buckeye and you filled up there, right?
Yes.
That's approximately another 170 miles, right?
Objection, foundation.
Overruled.
I guess.
Well, you did drive that though. You
Yes,
did
I
tell us
did.
that, right?
Yes.
And you told us that both of those times you filled up, right?
Yes.
And you filled that car up with 12 gallons of gas approximately every time, right?
Whatever it would have been, I filled up, I think.
Well, if you were running low, we've already seen the capacity, then it would be approximately 12 gallons, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Sustained.
Ma'am, you said that you filled up in Winnemucca, right? And your car was low, ran out of gas, right?
It did not run out of gas. I was low.
Oh, so it did run out of gas, and yet you were able to put over 12 gallons worth of gas in Winnemucca, correct?
That's correct.
And so if you are running low on gas in Desert Center, that would mean that you would put approximately 12 gallons worth of gas, right?
Approximately.
And then from that point over to Buckeye, you said you put gas into the car again, right?
Yes, I did.
So that would mean that you would put another 12 gallons worth of gas in the car if it was running low, based on the previous computations.
Overruled. You mean?
Been fighting too long.
If you base it on those computations, but I stopped in Buckeye because the Shell station there always had cheap gas.
I'm not asking you whether or not I had cheap gas, right? Am I?
No.
You remember that on direct examination, the way you processed this was that, oh, this car used an inordinate or a lot of gas. Do you remember telling us that portion?
Yes.
And that as a consequence of that, do you remember telling us that you stopped at Desert Center, right? And
Yes,
put gas in
I
it.
did.
And then you also said, and because of this problem that it was running low on gas, you also stopped in Buckeye, right? You told us that,
Yes, I
right?
did.
So if this car is running low on gas, that means that it's close to empty, right?
Yes.
And so that would mean that if it's close to empty, it would be around 12 gallons that you put at Desert Center inside the car tank, right?
Approximately.
Approximately. And then it would be another 12 gallons worth of gas there at Buckeye, right?
Presumably, yes.
Well, given the computations that we have going. And then you made your way over to Mesa, right?
Yes, I did.
And how long did it take you to get to Mesa?
That hour of the morning, not long because there was no traffic.
And how much gas did you use?
I don't know.
And all the while you have these gas cans full of gas, right?
Yes, I did.
And because you filled up in Pasadena, correct?
Yes.
And where did you put these gas cans?
They were in my trunk.
And again, in the back part of the trunk?
Yes.
And you maintain that this third gas can, that you did not have a third gas can, right?
No, not at that time.
When you keep saying that at that time, I'm asking after Salinas, you did not have that gas can, right?
That's correct.
Take a look at 237.008. Do you see that? Do you see the receipt?
Yes.
And at the very bottom, it says 5G.
I gotta
Actually,
wash
it's
my
5 gallons,
hands.
right?
Yes.
Carocarb is the type
I'll be
of
right back.
gas can, correct?
Yes.
And it's 12.96, right?
Yes.
Ma'am, at the time that you bought it, one of the things that you were telling us was that you were very financially strapped, for lack of a better phrase, right?
That's right.
So if you want to save on gas, which is on the price of gas, which is what you say is your ultimate goal, right?
At the time that I wanted gas cans, that was my ultimate goal.
So that was your ultimate goal at the time that you talked to Mr. Brewer, right?
Hey guys, so I think now is a good time to do a we've done this like 3 times, but just an overview for anyone that's new. Hi, this is Lacey, criminally confident. I am showing the Jodi Arias trial as a cautionary tale of what happens when you bring crazy broads around your friends and family. Learn from this, set boundaries, know who is in your life, what they know. Be careful because this is for real. It's no joking matter. Like, I think she's the craziest of the crazies. So I thought that she was a good person to put on blast and exemplify for what to avoid when you choose a mate to bring home to your parents. Men are not excluded, and maybe in Stream Mama, that's something that we should look into, like the opposite of Jodi. But you get where I'm going with that, I hope. With that being said, if you could please do me a very big favor, I would like to get to 800 subs today. If you could check and make sure that you are subscribed to this channel, and if you could check and like the channel, that would do me and my mods so much. And I will expand upon that later, but you would be helping not just me, you would be helping several people. So I appreciate that so much. The goal is 1,000, but we're taking it one day at a time, right? So we're going to get back to the trial. Scott Peterson, that is a great option. Can I just really quickly tell you guys how many friggin' years I've gotten Christmas cards to Lacey Peterson because it was on the news and people were like, oh, I need to send Lacey a card. And it was, they didn't mean to do that, but I have received several cards to Lacey Peterson. My last name doesn't even start with a P, but I digress. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel. It's free. Make sure to like the stream, please. That's also free. And if you want to show support for the channel, you can join as a member. You can send a super chat. Just so you know, it will be 30% of proceeds for super chats are taken out by YouTube. So I do have my PayPal and my Venmo, depending on which layout you are watching. That information is listed above or below. Not PayPal, Cash App. I'm sorry. Okay, I think that's it. Let's go ahead and continue on. And that is the last time tonight. I want to do like a full stop. I might ask about subscribe and likes, but I'm done. And mods, if we get any more of those, just tell them to rewind to the very first part of the video. Please and thanks.
That's correct.
So if you want to save on gas, why is it then that you're willing to pay $13 for a gas can, which would increase, if you will, the price of travel?
Well,
by $13.
That wasn't a calculation that I made when I bought it. That's why I returned it.
Do you have the receipt that you took it back?
I didn't get a receipt.
So Walmart did not give you any documentation whatsoever when you took that gas can back?
I don't think so.
Well, I'm asking you just whether, I just want to be as clear as we can about this. Do you believe that when you took that gas can back, Walmart did not give you any written document evidencing that or showing that?
I don't recall having to fill anything out or any documents regarding that, no.
You weren't even given a printout or anything at all, right?
I'm not saying that, I'm just saying I don't remember.
And you would agree, though, that if you bought the gas can and it was approximately $13, it would not make any financial sense if you were looking to save for gas, correct?
I do agree with that.
And the other thing is, if you're looking to save for gas and you're trying to do this, wouldn't it have made more sense to have filled up in Pasadena than driven up to Nevada, if that's where you were going, and once you get to Nevada, fill up the gas cans? Wouldn't it have made more sense then?
Yes, it would have, if that was my goal.
Well, your goal at that time when you were filling up was to travel up to Utah. Didn't you tell us that?
Yes.
So you didn't do that, though, right?
I did not end up going directly to Utah.
I'm not saying whether or not you ended up going directly to Utah. At the time that you filled up these cans, your plans were to go to Utah, weren't they?
Yes.
Because of the time on there, correct?
Yes.
Previously, you had told us that you didn't speak to Mr. Alexander until after that, right?
That's right.
In fact, you were at getting some coffee or something, right? At Starbucks, something like that, or some drink at Starbucks, correct?
Yeah, strawberry drink.
Right, at Starbucks, right?
Yes.
And so if you are going to go from Pasadena to Nevada, you can make it on a tank of gas, can't you?
I've never driven that freeway, so, I mean, this is the USA, so I would guess yes, but I've never driven that road, especially not at night. So.
You didn't think that perhaps all that way from Pasadena to Las Vegas, there wouldn't be a gas station? Did you believe that that was the case?
No, I didn't believe that was the case.
So if you really were trying to save gas, you would continue driving through California and filling up in California until you got to Nevada, and then you would have been able to purchase the cheaper gas, right?
That was a long question. I'm sorry, say it again.
Well, it would have made more financial sense for you to keep driving from Pasadena northeastbound, until you got closer to the border, right?
That's right.
And then when you got to Nevada, then it would have made more sense to fill the gas cans, right?
Financially, yes.
And that was your goal, correct?
At the time I got the gas cans, that was my goal.
Your goal changed, apparently, is what you're saying, right?
I still wanted to save gas, but my priority changed.
And so with regard to exhibit number 237.012, this is the one that's approximately 10 gallons. And then 237.013, it's approximately 2.7 gallons. You see that?
Yes.
You were the person that actually put the gas into the gas cans, right?
That's right.
And you know that one of the gas cans was 5 gallons, right?
Yes.
The other was 5 gallons, right?
Well, I believe it was because that's what Daryl said.
They were the same size, weren't they?
They were the same size.
And so if that's the capacity, the most that each can carry is about 10 gallons, right?
Yes, I guess.
Yeah, you were able to put 10 gallons plus 2.774 gallons in containers, weren't you?
No, I think the other one, the 10 gallon, was probably the car.
Was what?
Probably the car, I would guess.
What did you, tard?
Car.
So you're saying that this one right here, 237.012 went to the car.
That's very possible.
And you're saying that this one right here, 237.001, went into the gas can. Is that what you're saying?
That sounds right.
Okay. Why are you breaking it up in this purchase? If you're going to put 10 gallons in the gas can, what you're saying is you went to the pump, went to the gas cans, and you put 8.3 gallons worth of gas in it, right?
Yes.
Then you made that debit transaction, right?
Yes.
And then you put gas in the car, according to you, right
Yes.
here
Mhm.
at 8:46, right?
Right.
You went inside to do that, right?
I think so, yes.
Well, no, it says initial payment. You can't pay at the pump, right?
Sometimes you can, but I don't
Well,
know
you
about
think you can pay at the pump there, right?
If I remember correctly, I don't know about ARCO. So, I mean, I prepaid is what I know.
You did prepay, and you prepaid inside, didn't you?
Objection has been answered.
Listening.
Well, man, let's just get to the bottom of this. You say that you don't know. It's 237.012. You see right here.
Oh, yes.
Well, let me just ask the question. It's clerk 2525, right?
Yes.
That means you went inside, right?
I don't know. I would guess.
That's correct.
Well, did you go inside?
I know I went inside at one point, but I don't know which payment I went inside for. So,
And 237.011. You see a clerk there anywhere?
no.
And then 4 minutes later, I'm sorry, it's 2046 and 2053, which is 7 minutes later. So 237.012, you see the time there, right? 2046, right?
Yes.
And then 237.013 is 2053. You see that?
Yes.
7 minutes later, you go back inside, right?
7 minutes later from
7 minutes later.
the 8 gallons?
From
Is that what you're saying?
2046. I'm just looking at times here.
Okay.
Well, no, do you have any reason to doubt the authenticity of these records?
No.
So 7 minutes later, first of all, you go in at 8:46 and you pay for the gas, right? With cash.
Yes.
Then, you then go back and you pay for more gas, right?
Yes.
And then, before that, at 8:42, you pay for more gas again, right?
Yes.
What you're doing now is actually filling up the 2 5-gallon gas cans first. Aren't you doing that first?
I don't know if I filled them, but I don't remember what order I did.
And after you filled that, you filled up the 3rd gas can, didn't you?
I didn't have a third.
And before you did all of that, you put gas in your car, right?
I don't remember what order I did it.
After that, well, still in Pasadena, you decided to go to a Starbucks, right?
Yes.
And that was around 9 o'clock in the evening, right?
Somewhere that sounds right.
Well, that's what you told us. Can you give us a closer approximation?
No.
So you go there, and one of the things that you said is that you got a strawberry drink, something like that?
Yeah, strawberry frappuccino.
And while you were there, you called Mr. Burns, right?
I don't know if I called him from Starbucks, but I know we talked a few times that night.
And the plan was still for you to go up to Utah, right?
Yes.
And if you were to leave Pasadena at about the time that you said that you were going to leave, you would have arrived up in the West Jordan area at about maybe 10, 11 o'clock the next morning, right?
If I drove straight through, I think that's right.
It's about a 12-hour drive, I think is what you testified to, right?
That sounds right, yes.
But in talking to Mr. Burns, you never told him that you were not going to go straight to Utah, did you?
No, because I was going to go.
So the answer is no, you didn't, right?
No, I didn't tell him that.
In any conversations prior to arriving in Mesa that night or the next morning, you never communicated to Mr. Burns that you were going to take a detour, did you?
No, I didn't.
And you never contacted Matthew McCartney to tell him that you were going to take a detour, right?
I attempted to contact him before I decided to drive out to Mesa, I
The
think.
answer is you didn't let him know, right?
No, he didn't answer.
The bottom line is he didn't know either, right?
That's right.
And Mr. Brewer, you didn't call to let him know that either, right?
I think I called him too. I called both of them because I couldn't find my car charger or my phone charger. It was a phone charger.
You called both of them, but you didn't let either of them know of the change of plans, correct?
Say that again.
You called both of them at whatever time, but you never informed either of them of the change in plans, your supposed change in plans, right?
Yes, that's correct.
One of the things that you took on this trip, of course, was the gas cans, right?
Yes, I did.
Right. The other thing that you took when you took this trip was that you also brought a gun, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
Well, do you remember having a conversation on June 10th of 2008 with Detective Flores of the Mesa Police Department?
Yes, I do.
You initiated that call by calling him first, right?
Yes, I did.
And after you called him, he called you back, right?
Yes.
And I think previously you said, well, I called him to sort of find out what was going on with the investigation, right?
Yes.
That was one of the reasons, right?
Yes.
You wanted to know what was going on, right?
Yes.
And during that conversation, you and he discussed a number of things, right?
Yes.
And during that time that you were talking to him, part of the purpose was, at that time, again, not only to get information, but the way you put it was to also sort of cast suspicion away from you, right?
Yes, for the time being. That was
Well, that phone call, one of your objectives was to get the detective to look somewhere else, right? Not you.
yes.
And we know the reasons, but some of the reasons was that you didn't want to be incarcerated or be involved in the prosecution for this particular killing, right?
That would be accurate.
And so what you were doing, part of this telephone call, was in your best interest. In other words, you were trying to do things that benefited you, right?
I wouldn't put it like that.
Well, you were doing things so that he wouldn't see you as a suspect, right?
Yes.
So if he didn't see you as a suspect, that would benefit you, right?
I guess it depends on how you look at it.
Well, no, I'm asking how you would look at it. If you don't want him to think of you as a suspect, that's the goal. That's part of the goal, right?
That was part of the goal for the call.
Right.
yes.
That was part of the goal for the call. And so you wouldn't say anything, at least in a planned way, you wouldn't say anything that would make it look like you were a suspect, right?
I would attempt to not say anything.
Right. And that's, it would be based on the world of knowledge that you had at that time, right?
I guess.
Well, no, you wouldn't call up and say, oh, I was the person that killed Mr. Alexander. You're not calling to say that, right?
No, I wasn't ready to say that.
And you're not calling to say, you know, you really should look at this part of the desert because that's where I threw the gun, right?
No.
No, what you were trying to do is you were trying to say, look, I'm giving you all the information that I know so that you can look at somebody else, right?
I wasn't thinking of somebody else, just I was thinking not me.
All right, I'm giving you this information so that you don't look towards me, right?
Yes.
So when you are doing that, you wouldn't purposely say things to hurt you, would you? Hurt your case.
Stop. Don't bite me.
I don't know.
You think that you would purposely say things to hurt your case?
Probably not. That wasn't really my goal.
No, that wasn't your goal, so you really wouldn't, would you? But you, really, right?
I didn't consider it my case, but no, I wouldn't say things intentionally to hurt myself.
Okay, but you and he did talk about whether or not Mr. Alexander owned the gun, right?
Yes, I did.
And at that time, you did not know that you were being tape recorded, do you?
I assumed I was.
You assumed it was, but you didn't know, right?
I was told it was.
Who told you that it was? Did the detective tell you in advance?
An attorney told me.
In advance of you making the call?
Yes.
So you knew before you made the call that your conversation with the detective was going to be taped, right?
They said they are, yes.
So all the more reason then, knowing that it's going to be taped, it's all the more reason for you to be on the lookout, if you will, or be careful to not say anything to, you know,
I got a question for my flight. Hold on.
Yes.
Sorry, guys.
right? And so knowing that, you still made a statement about a gun, didn't you?
Yes, I didn't follow the attorney's counsel.
I'm not asking you whether or not you followed anybody's counsel. I'm just asking you, ma'am, whether or not you made a statement involving a gun.
Yes, I did.
And it isn't like Detective Flores came looking for you, right?
You mean
He's
physically?
going to.
No, called you. He never called you first, right?
First, no, he didn't.
No, you were the one that actually sought him out, right?
Yes.
And he returned your call, right?
Yes.
At that point, for all you knew, he didn't even know that you even existed, for all you knew, right?
No, I already knew that he knew.
Well, how could you possibly know what he knows, ma'am?
I was going on hearsay.
Well, but you don't really, it's what people tell you, but you don't know what he really knows, do you?
Do I know what he knows inside his head? No, I don't. But I knew that he knew about my name.
No, that's what you believe, but you don't know that, right?
That's what I had a strong belief.
All right, and so you made a statement, and that statement is Exhibit 273. Let's listen to it.
Can I call you again if I need more information or if I have another question? Do you have any questions I can answer for you?
Yeah, do you know when all this happened? I mean, I got a call last night, but is there any word on?
Sometime between Thursday and last night. We're not sure yet. We haven't pinpointed yet.
And you said that maybe multiple people, because he was a guy. Maybe you can't talk about this, but was there like any kind of weapon used, or was there a gun? Was there?
I can't say what type of weapon was used, but yeah, I'm guessing there was a weapon used by the type of injuries that were left behind. Do you know of him having any weapons at all in the house?
His two fists.
That's it?
Really? Yeah.
Okay. No handguns or rifles or.
No, he wasn't one to keep any of that I know.
Fighting knives or anything like that.
No, he was more into like wrestling and UFC, and he had a, he said he had just bought a punching bag, and he's like, I love the crap out of my punching bag,
Yeah.
That was you on that recording, correct?
Correct.
And that was you talking to the detective about whether or not Mr. Alexander had any handguns, right?
That's right.
And that was you saying at that time, the day after you were notified that his body was discovered, that's you saying, no, he doesn't have any guns, right?
Yes, that's right.
And that was the truth, wasn't it?
No, that wasn't the truth.
Are you saying that you lied to him again?
Yes.
So whenever it doesn't suit you, it's a lie, right?
That's not true.
Well, let's review. When you spoke to him back then in June 10th of 2008, You talked about a lot of other things, right? You talked about what was going on with the case, right?
What little he could tell me, yes.
And what little you could tell him, right?
Yes.
You talked about your relationship with Mr. Alexander, right?
Somewhat, yes.
Right.
We didn't get into a lot of detail.
Right. You talked about potentially when his body was found, right? Or when it happened, right?
Yes.
And it's clear from what the detective was saying that at that point, he didn't even know when the killing had occurred, right?
He gave a time range.
Actually, he said it Thursday. Do you remember him saying Thursday?
Yes.
It wasn't Thursday that it happened, right?
That's correct.
So when he said Thursday, you knew he was wrong, right?
I thought he was lying, but yeah.
Well, but you knew that was wrong,
I
correct?
knew that was not true.
You had all the cards when you called, or you had all the information when you called the detective. Isn't that true?
Barring my memory gaps, what I knew, yeah, I had information.
You knew that you had been the person that had killed him. You knew that, right?
Yeah.
You know that you had been there on June 4th, right?
Yes.
You know what had happened when you arrived there, right?
Yes.
So you knew all of that when you were talking to the detective there, right?
That's right.
And one of the things that you didn't know at that particular time was how the case was going to eventually unfold, how the matters were eventually going to unfold, right?
Well, I had a good idea. Just
What,
details.
you're saying you had a good idea, but you're not a prognosticator of the future, are you?
No.
No one is, right?
I guess not. I don't know.
And so you really didn't know how things were going to unfold. So at that point, you didn't know what was going to be important, right?
I wasn't thinking along those lines.
Well, you said you had a goal to point the investigation away from you, right? That was one goal, right?
For the time being, yes.
And then on the 15th of July, when they spoke to you, you said you weren't even there, right?
Yes, I did.
And then on the 16th, you said it was some other people a man and a woman that had come in and done it, right?
That's correct.
And for the longest time, that's what you maintained, right? For a couple of years, right?
Yes.
So the point being that back then, you didn't know what your defense was going to be back on June 10th of 2008 when you made that comment.
I don't really know what you mean by that.
Well, you didn't know it was going to be important back then in 2008, this issue involving the gun. And that's why when he asked you about it, you said, no, he doesn't have any guns. Because it wasn't important at that point because you couldn't foresee the future.
That's not why I said that.
Well, you said it though, right?
Yes, I did.
And there was no indication that, for example, that it was a lack of sophistication on your part in saying that.
It was a calculated statement.
It was a calculated statement, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it wasn't a situation where it was a technique by the police officer, was it?
Sustained.
Well, one of the things that were you here when Detective Flores testified?
Yes.
And the issue of techniques was discussed, correct?
Yes.
At that time, when you called him, you were the person that was actually, for lack of a better term, running the conversation.
I wouldn't.
Speculation again regarding techniques.
I wouldn't say I was running the conversation.
You could have stopped that at any time, right?
Yes.
If we compare it to July 15th, on July 15th, you couldn't have walked out, right?
I could have stopped the conversation, but not walked out.
Right, you could have stopped it, but you could. Whereas in this case, not only could you stop the conversation, but you could have walked and done whatever it is that you wanted, right?
That day, yes.
Right, and that's the day that we're talking about, right?
Yes.
And if you wanted to ask him more questions, it's clear that he would have talked to you more, right?
Yes.
And on that date, on June 10th of 2008, if you would have wanted to tell him that you knew more about it, he would have listened to you, wouldn't he?
Yes.
Sustained.
Do you think, ma'am, that if, in your opinion, that based on what you feel about the conversation, do you feel that if you were going to tell Officer Flores about what you knew had happened on June 4th, do you think that you would have been stopped from talking?
No, I don't think so.
Right, he would have listened to you, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you made that particular statement on that day, right?
Yes.
And it's because it is the truth, right?
No, it's not the truth.
You and Mr. Alexander never went shooting any guns, right?
No.
And you never saw Mr. Alexander with that gun in his hand, ever, did you? Any gun in his hand, right?
That's not true.
So you did see him with guns in his hand when you were with him?
At one time I did, yes.
And were the guns his?
It was not guns plural, it was one gun, and it was his.
So he had a gun back then?
Yes.
When was this?
I discovered it in the fall 2007.
No. I'm asking in terms of Mr. Alexander being the owner of a gun. When do you say that you knew he was the owner of a gun?
The fall 2007.
Is this the gun that we're talking about that you claim was used in the shooting?
It is the one.
That's what you claim, right?
Yes.
And with regard to that particular gun, you said that you supposedly found it somewhere. Where was the ammunition for it?
Inside the gun.
Inside where?
I guess it was inside the gun.
Do you even know if it was loaded?
He told me it was not loaded. But
So you don't even know if it was loaded, and you claim that he told you it wasn't loaded, right?
in the fall when I found it, he said it was not loaded.
Okay, so you believe it's not loaded, and you haven't received any statements to the contrary, right?
No, he took it one night when he was.
So you haven't received any statements to the contrary, right?
From him, I did receive statements to the contrary.
But knowing that then, according to you, now you say that he had a gun in 2007, you got on the phone and you said, no, Mr. Alexander didn't have any weapons, or no, any guns. You said that specifically, right?
Yes.
And now you come in and you tell us that, yes, he does have guns, or at least one of them, right?
At least one the night, yeah.
Right. Your grandfather also had guns, didn't he?
Yes, he had rifles and shotguns.
And he also had smaller guns too, didn't he?
I don't think so. Not plural.
Okay, he had a small gun then, right?
I don't know what it was.
Well, do you
How
remember?
small it was.
Pardon?
I don't know how small it was.
Well, was it one of those big long ones with a big long barrel?
Those are the only kinds I'd ever seen.
Right. So when you spoke to the detective about the gun that could have possibly been taken in the burglary, you indicated that it was a toy gun. Do you remember telling him that it looked like a toy gun?
No, I indicated that's what my grandfather said.
Right. And do you have any reason to doubt your grandfather's word?
No.
So the gun that was taken, there was a burglary of the house you were staying at back on May 28th of 2008, wasn't there?
Yes.
And during that burglary, there were certain things that were taken from your room, right?
I think only, yes, that's
What
right.
was taken from your room? What is it that you reported that was taken?
$10 and $20 bill.
So there was a total of $30 that were taken, right?
Yes. Yes.
It wasn't your laptop wasn't taken, right?
No, my laptop was with me.
Well, I thought, do you remember that you actually told the police officers that you were pretty lucky because your laptop was in a hamper sort of thing and the clothes were covering it and it had not been stolen? Do you remember telling that to the officers?
No, I remember there was a discussion regarding the laptop, and I told him I was lucky that I had it with me because normally I keep it in this hamper.
You were here when the officer that went out there testified, right?
Yes.
And you looked at the photographs, right?
Yes.
And so you're saying that you actually had the laptop with you, right?
Yes.
And you were driving around with this laptop, according to you,
It
right?
goes everywhere with me, yes.
So you took it everywhere, you didn't leave it behind, right?
That's correct.
And nothing else was taken from your room, right?
That I noticed, yes.
Well, the officers gave you plenty of time to look around, right?
After they were done, like, with their doing what they do, yeah, I looked around.
You're saying that they didn't give you an opportunity to go into your room to see what was missing in order to report it? Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying.
So they did allow you to go into the rooms then, into the room? to
Yes.
look. And you were there until approximately 1 o'clock in the afternoon, right?
No.
So you were there later?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, were you there later than 1 o'clock?
No.
So you were there at 1 o'clock then, right?
I was there at 1 o'clock, but I wasn't there, like, all day the way you asked.
Right. You were there approximately at 1 o'clock, right?
Yes, my sister and I.
And before, when the detective or the officer testified, was there ever a mention of your sister while you were here?
I don't remember if he asked me or not. If he.
No. When the officer from Wairika testified, was there ever a mention of your sister?
Oh, when he testified, no, I don't think so.
Not at all, right?
No.
In fact, what happened was that you were out of the house and you were called to respond there, right?
I think I was. There was a voicemail left, yes.
But you were called in any event, right?
Yes.
And you indicated to the police that you had been there, the last one to be there, at 1 o'clock, right?
Yes.
And you actually came back sometime after 3 o'clock, right?
Yes, tomorrow will be
I
a
don't
bit
remember what time I came back. I
earlier.
just came back as soon as my sister checked her voicemail.
And I know that, so if he said 3 o'clock, then you would have no quibble with it, right?
Sure. No problem.
Right? And you heard what items were taken, including a 25 caliber handgun. You heard that, right?
Yes, I heard that.
And you also indicated to the detective that the 25 caliber handgun that your grandfather had, according to him, was like a toy gun, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you had a purse, right?
Yes, I did.
And in fact, this is what you carried your items in, right?
Yes.
And this purse, this toy gun purse, could have fit in your purse, right?
I don't know. I've never seen it.
So how about the gun that you used to kill Mr. Alexander? How big was that gun?
It wasn't very big.
Looked like a toy gun, right?
It looked like a real gun to me.
Well, and it could fit in your purse, couldn't it?
If I removed some other items, it would fit.
So the answer is yes, it could fit in your purse, right?
Yes.
So occurred on May 28th of 2008, shortly before you left on your trip, right?
The burglary, yes.
And this is during the time, 10 days after you had this telephone conversation with Mr. Alexander, right?
10 days after what conversation?
The sex conversation that you had on the telephone, which was on the
It would have been
18 days, I'm sorry. So it's 18 days later, right?
Yes.
And so you are still having conversations with Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes.
And you indicate that, well, I really wasn't going to go visit him, right?
That was not the plan when I hit the road.
Right, that's what you said. That was not the plan to go down there. Yet, when you get to Southern California, you're now at the Starbucks, right?
Yes.
And you're at the Starbucks and you are sitting around drinking your strawberry frappuccino, right?
No, I just went in and then came out.
Okay. And in the time that it took for you to go in and come out, something happened to your car, according to you, right?
Yes.
There was another series of coincidences here.
Well,
right?
I think it was that time that happened.
Well, no, that's what you sort of indicated on direct examination, that that's when you think it happened, right?
Yes.
How long were you inside of Starbucks?
I'd say 5 to 10 minutes. I used the restroom. There was a long line, and then after I got my drink, I waited for it to be made, and then I went back out to my car
Right.
to get on the road.
And according to you, then you came out to your car, right?
Yes.
And when you came out to your car, you indicated that there were some skaters there, right?
Yes.
And about what time of the day was that?
It was at night.
So what time at night?
I don't know. It
Was
was, I don't know, sometime between 9 and 10. I don't know. It wasn't too late, but it was at night.
And while you're there, when you come out, you see that there are these skaters laughing near your car, correct?
Not like laughing loud, just kind of snickering.
So they were snickering near your car, right?
As they were skating away from my car.
Right. And there were other cars in the parking lot, right?
Yes.
And it was a pavement kind of parking lot, right?
Yes.
It wasn't dirt or anything like that. And one of the things that you notice when you get into your car is that you see something in front of you, right?
Yes.
And you decide to investigate, right?
Yes.
And were you pulled in, ma'am?
Yes, I was pulled in forward.
You were pulled in forward and there was a sidewalk in front of you?
The sidewalk wasn't directly in front of me, but there was a curb.
So there was a curb and your bumper's right next or in front of that, right?
That's right.
And you're coming out from the Starbucks, which is presumably on the sidewalk, which is what you're calling the curb, right?
No, but the Starbucks would have been behind and to the right of the vehicle.
Okay, so there was this curb there, and you see these individuals. How many were they?
I think there were 3.
And you then, is it well lit? This area, is it well lit?
There are lights in the parking lot.
And you go and you get in your car and you turn the car on, you're getting ready to leave, right?
That's right.
And as you get ready to leave, you turn your lights on, right?
Yes.
And as you turn your lights on, something catches your eye, right?
Not till I began to back out.
Okay, so you begin to back out and something catches your eye, right?
Yes.
Why do you care that something's out in front of you if you don't know anything about your license plate? Why would you even care?
Because it was a reflector. It was reflective, and I just kind of put the two together, like, maybe I should check what that is real quick before I hit the road.
And when you're saying it's a reflector, are you talking about the registration tags that they put on the back of, or on the license plates?
No.
What kind of reflector are you talking about?
It was kind of like it just lit up more, like it reflected a lot more than anything else around it. The pavement was dull. It was lit by my headlights, but not like this thing that was bright.
And it was flat, though, right?
It was just a flash, so.
No. The object was flat, correct?
I didn't see until I got out that it was a flat license plate.
So when you're in the car, you don't even know it's a license plate, right?
No, not till I get out to investigate.
So that means that as you're backing up, you see there's something that catches your eye, right?
Yes.
And it's about 9 or 10 o'clock at night, right?
Yes.
And you decide to go look at it, right?
Yes.
And so you look at it and you decide it's a license plate, right?
Yes.
Well, ma'am, why take it?
Because I looked right, well, I pulled back in, turned my car off, and then I looked at my license plate, had bugs all over the front, minus where the license plate was, and I just driven some 500-600 miles from Wairika, or
Right.
Reading, and then the license plate that I was holding had a ton of bugs of the same kind of like
Sure.
amount. So
Right.
I just kind of threw it in my car and left.
Right. But you never thought to compare it to the one in the back, did you?
No.
In other words, you're taking a license plate that you have no idea whether or not it belongs to you, right?
No, I have an idea.
Well, wait a minute. You didn't check it with the one in the back?
No.
And license plates have numbers and letters on them, right?
Yes.
This one had numbers and letters on it, right?
Yes.
It could be that it belonged to somebody else, right?
That's possible.
Sure it was, because you didn't take the time, according to you, to go to the back to see whether or not it matched, right?
No.
And so what you do is, potentially, without knowing what it's about, you grab it, right?
I had an idea what it's about, so I can't say that I didn't know.
Well, you grab it, right?
Yes.
You take it without checking.
Yes.
We're so
And then
close,
you
you
put it
guys.
in the
That's
car,
what
right?
Jodi
Yes.
said.
Put it in the back seat of the car, right?
No, I think it was in the front floorboard.
So you put it in the front seat of the car, right?
The floorboard.
The floorboard.
Yes.
This dirty license plate that has all these bugs on it, right?
Yes.
You decide to go ahead and take it anyway, right?
Yes.
And did it ever occur to you to investigate the license plate in the back to see whether or not it matched?
It's free.
Not right then. I was more concerned about getting in my car and locking the doors.
Pardon?
I was more concerned about getting in my car and locking the doors.
Because you were concerned for your safety, right?
Somewhat, yes.
Well, if you're concerned for your safety, why are you getting out to go check on something that is just shining there?
Well, because I wasn't concerned until I realized that that had happened, so.
Well, no, but if you're concerned for your safety, why are you getting out and exposing yourself?
I didn't get out after the concern arose.
Overruled. Ms. Harrison, objection, stop speaking into the court.
Okay.
You may continue.
I didn't
If
get
you-
out until the concern
Let me
arose.
ask it again. If you are afraid you told us that you were afraid.
Can you answer the question before he interjects?
Restate your question.
You indicated that you were afraid for your safety. That's why you didn't check the front license plate, the license plate that you found with the one in the back, right?
No, I indicated that getting in the car and locking the doors was what was on my mind. Checking it at the back didn't occur to me.
But I asked you about it, and just now you said, well, I got in the car, I locked the doors, and I was sort of in a hurry to do that because you were worried about your safety. You said that, right?
It was a concern. It wasn't, I was
Right.
like scared or anything, but it was a concern.
Right. It was such a concern that, well, he didn't usually have a knife in his bedroom, correct?
Yes, you call it speculation.
Overruled.
To my knowledge, that's correct. He never did.
Right. And this would be the first time that you ever saw that he had a knife in his bedroom, right?
That I saw, yes.
And so where did he cut the rope? Not what on the rope, not where on the rope, but where in the
He put
house?
it in the bathroom.
So he did it in the bathroom. Did he come into the bedroom with the knife, or did he leave it in the bathroom?
I'm changing the poll.
I don't remember. I don't remember where he put the knife when he was done.
Do you remember telling Richard Samuels that he actually brought the knife back and left it on the nightstand so that he could cut the rope off of your wrists?
I remember
Thank you,
speculating about
be
where the
that
knife was
girl.
left, but he didn't need to cut the rope.
You didn't tell Mr. Richard Samuels that the knife was used to cut the rope from your wrists.
Not from my wrist, but to cut the rope, yes.
And you don't remember that it was on the nightstand, right?
Better not keep friggin' biting me.
I don't remember exactly where it was.
Do you remember telling Richard Samuels that when this attack was going on, that you remembered that the knife was near the nightstand and because he had been used to cut the rope? Do you remember anything like that?
I remember speculating about that.
Well, are you sure that you said, I'm speculating that the knife was used to cut the rope?
I'm sure I did not say speculating when I was speculating.
Well, let me ask it directly then. Are you saying that the knife was used to cut the rope from your wrists or not?
Not from my wrist, but to cut it, yes.
I understand to cut it. I asked wrist. From your wrist, was the knife used to cut the rope from your wrist?
No.
You remember somebody by the name of Cheryl Carp?
Yes.
And you discussed the same incident with her, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
So again, are you sure that the knife was not necessary to cut the rope from your wrist?
I'm sure it wasn't necessary to cut it off of me.
And not only was it not necessary, that's not what was done, correct?
Cut off?
Right.
That's correct.
You slipped your hands out, correct?
Yes.
And then you continued with the activities of the day, correct?
Yes.
Whatever it was that you guys were going to do, correct?
Yes.
You keep talking about a movie, and there's an indication perhaps that there's a movie that was made, but it wasn't made, if there was one, with Mr. Alexander's camera, correct?
I don't remember which camera we used because mine did movies too. And his was kind of new to me, so it was a little bit hard to figure out all of the features on it.
Do you remember testifying on direct examination about this issue then?
Yes.
Do you remember that you specifically told us that you could not use Mr. Alexander's camera to take this video? Do you remember telling us that?
I don't remember saying I couldn't.
Do you remember that you said that it couldn't be done for whatever reason you guys couldn't do it?
Objection, Mr. Arias, it's your testimony.
No, I think I was talking about the timer.
Ma'am, do you remember, let's just take a look at Exhibit 167. Remember talking about this particular photograph and saying, I was trying to set up the camera so that we could take a video, but it didn't work because you didn't know how to do it. Do you remember telling us that?
Yes, I remember that.
So now you remember, right?
Yes. Well, you said couldn't. Doesn't I couldn't. I just couldn't figure it out. Doesn't I couldn't take a video if I didn't sit and try to figure it out. But we were in the mood and didn't want to sit and tinker with it.
What are you saying in terms of the camera? Did you attempt to use Mr. Alexander's camera to videotape the sexual activity? Yes or no?
Yes.
Remember just now you told me that you didn't? Or that you couldn't remember?
That I couldn't.
Use his camera.
I couldn't remember which camera we ultimately used.
So, but do you remember that previously in this hearing, in this trial, you told us that you could remember?
Could remember what?
What are we talking about again here? We're talking about videotaping the sexual activity in which camera is involved. Do you have any problem understanding that?
No.
So, do you remember on direct examination that you told us something different than
new
what you're telling us
poll.
now?
Objection, Mr. Arias, it's her testimony, Judge.
Overruled. Me.
I'm just answering the questions to the best of my memory. So.
I'm not asking you if you're answering the questions to the best of your memory, am I?
No.
I'm asking you whether you have changed your story from testifying earlier to now. That's what I'm asking you.
The answer is no.
Well then, do you remember testifying that you and Mr. Alexander, when this photograph was taken, were attempting to use his camera to videotape the activity? Do you remember telling us that?
I don't remember specifically saying that, but that would be accurate.
And that's something that you didn't tell us previously now. You've now changed that from what you told us a couple minutes ago, right?
Objection, Mr. Arias, it's her testimony, Judge.
Overruled.
I don't think so. I think it's all consistent. You're just asking different questions.
Okay. And then, after doing that, there was a situation where you got up and you got your camera, right?
Yes.
And you say that this camera was used to videotape the activity, correct?
Correct.
So, where's the rope?
At this point, I guess it would be somewhere on the floor.
Why would it be on the floor if it was already on the floor to start with?
The part that was not used went on the floor to start with, I think.
I don't mean to be exploitive about this, but we'll start with this photograph here of Mr. Alexander, 166. Do you see where this is, ma'am?
Yes.
This is the corner of the bed. Do you see that?
Yes.
You said that your arms or hands were tied down here. Do you remember telling us that?
They were in that general area.
Sure. And if the rope is down on the ground, you take your hands out, that rope is still going to remain there, right?
No.
Well, let's take another view. 168. This is where your hands were, right?
Yes.
And this is where the rope was, right?
Yes.
It isn't there, is it?
Not anymore.
Well, you keep saying not anymore. It isn't there at all, is it?
It wasn't there when that photo was taken.
After this activity, you and Mr. Alexander, according to you, had something to eat, right?
Yes.
And after that, there was sort of a lull in the day's activities, right?
Yes.
Why didn't you just go home at that point? You said that part of the reason was just to have sex. That's been accomplished. Why not go home there? Why
Was it
stick
the only
around?
reason?
Pardon?
Because going there to have sex was not the only reason for going there.
What was the other reason?
To spend time together.
And so you guys are continuing to spend time together, right?
Yes.
And you want to spend time with somebody that you described over and over as a bully, right?
Objection, Mr. Arias, it's her testimony. She's never said that once.
Listening.
Judgment we approach?
Oy vey. I'm trying not to show my frustration.
Did you indicate at all during cross-examination and any part of direct examination that he was a bully?
Yes.
And so why is it that you want to spend time with somebody that you describe as a bully?
He wasn't just a bully. He was many good things also.
Or it could be that he wasn't ever a bully, right?
That's not the case.
It,
No,
it could be that that's just what you're saying, right?
There's an argumentative.
that's how I felt.
And the fact that you felt bullied is your perception of what was going on, right?
Yes.
So for example, when in August of 2007, when he's banging his head up against the closet door and then sort of comes after you and grabs your wrist and hugs you, that's bullying, right?
I didn't consider that bullying.
So, but again, it's your perception as to what he's doing that constitutes your definition of what bullying is, correct?
Yes, when I feel bullied.
So after that, you tell us something about going downstairs and you're looking at some CDs or something like that, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to your camera, where did you keep the camera?
My Olympus, the one we used.
I don't know which one it was. You're the one that was there. You had a camera, correct?
Yes, I had 2 cameras with me.
Okay. Which camera was used to attempt to videotape the sexual activity?
The Olympus.
And was it successful?
Yes, I knew how to use video on that.
Pardon?
Yes.
And did you guys view it afterwards?
Yes.
Did you delete it afterwards?
Yes.
Immediately?
Yes.
How about the photographs that were taken from his camera? Were they deleted immediately afterwards?
To my knowledge, we deleted them afterward. Yes.
The way you say that, to my knowledge, means that you're not sure, right?
I'm not sure because he did the deleting, I think.
So it could be that they weren't deleted right afterwards, right?
Could be.
And you would know because you weren't watching what he was doing, right? You're watching what he was doing, but you weren't engaged in the transaction yourself, correct?
That's correct.
With regard to that camera and deleting pictures, this was the first exposure that you had to that camera, right?
Yes.
You hadn't seen it before, right?
That's right.
In fact, although you indicated to Detective Flores that you helped them buy this camera, right?
Yes.
You helped them buy it telephonically, right?
Yes.
And so the camera that he had before that day, before the sexual activity, you had never deleted any images from that camera, right?
Prior to June 4th, no.
And after the sexual activity, there was photographs that were taken during the activity, correct?
Yes.
And according to you, after the sexual activity is when he was involved in what you thought was deleting photographs, right?
I guess. I mean, I don't really recall at what point they were deleted. I just know they got deleted.
What you do know is that you didn't do the deleting, right?
I did some deleting on that phone that day with the shower pictures, so
I'm not asking about the shower pictures, am I?
no. I just asked about deleting, so I answered.
I'm asking about, let's restrict ourselves to the sexual activity for right now, all right?
Yes.
Involving the sexual activity, you don't know whether or not he deleted those photographs, right?
Not 100% if he did or I did. I'm pretty sure he did.
But you don't know, right?
That's correct.
And up until that time, that after the sexual activity, you had not deleted any images from his camera, ever, right?
Up until that time, no.
Right. You went downstairs, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if the photos were deleted before or after, but we did.
I'm not
downstairs.
asking you when the photos were deleted, or the photos were deleted. I'm asking you after you were upstairs, and you just said that you, up to that point, you hadn't deleted anything. After that, you went downstairs, right?
Well, you make it sound like without deleting anything, we went downstairs. But I don't know if that was the case. We deleted them before we went downstairs or afterward.
But you didn't do any of the deletion, right? You just said you don't know when he deleted them, right?
That's right.
So you don't know if they were deleted before you went downstairs or at some later time, right?
That's correct.
And so you then go downstairs because we don't know if the images were deleted yet, right?
That's correct.
Is that when you took your shower?
I don't know if I ate the banana first or if I took a shower first.
All right, but at some point, before or after the banana, you took a shower.
Yes.
And
Both
was he in
literally
the
and
bathroom, Mr. Alexander, when you were
figuratively.
taking your shower?
At one point, yes, and then afterward, no.
Okay, and that's the only shower that you took that day, correct?
I don't know because I have a lot of memory gaps that day. That's the only one I remember taking.
So now the memory gaps start, correct?
Well,
Is that
when you
what
talk in
said?
terms of the whole day, you said that day. I can't.
Well,
answer
I'm
that.
asking that day after 1:45 in the afternoon, you said you took a shower, right?
He is a spaz.
I don't know what time it was, but we took a shower after sex. I did.
Take a look at photograph number 165.
9 people.
Recognize that?
Yes. I do.
What is it?
It's my stuff down there.
Is that a picture of your rear end, right?
Yes.
And it does have a time on there, doesn't it?
Yes.
What's the time on it?
What
1:45
stuff?
p.m.
So my question to you was, after 1:45 in the afternoon, did you take a shower?
Yes. After that point, yes. Not
Okay.
immediately after necessarily.
All right. And you told us that it was perhaps before or after you ate the banana, right?
Yes.
And while you were taking a shower, Mr. Alexander was there for a little bit of time and then he was somewhere else, right?
He was in the bathroom at first, and then he left.
And you took a shower in the same place where you placed his body after you killed him, right?
Yes.
And after you took the shower, you got dressed in the pants that you were wearing at the time that you killed him, right?
I believe so.
When you
It's
say you believe so,
sped
was there
up.
a costume change throughout this whole event?
But not
Not that I recall.
And
too much.
after the shower, where was he?
After my shower, he was downstairs in his office.
Okay, and then you went down there, right?
Yes, I did.
The only reason that you know he was downstairs is because you went down there, right?
Yes.
Where was your camera?
I don't know at that point if I'd put it in the car or afterward or what. I don't know.
This was June 4th of 2008, right?
Yes.
And this was after 1:45 in the afternoon, right?
Yes.
Why would you put a camera in a very hot car in the Mesa area where temperatures can go over 105, 110 degrees?
I didn't say I
Outside.
did. I didn't say I did. I said I didn't remember.
No, you said that you don't remember, but you thought you put it in the car, right?
I said I don't remember if it was still in the house or in the car at that
All
point.
right. So at some point, you said that you also took your luggage out, right?
Yes.
And your luggage included toiletries and that sort of thing, right?
Yes, and clothing.
Right? So when did you take your items out to the car?
I don't remember the exact moment or
I'm
sequence.
not asking the exact moment. Give me an hour period.
I don't know.
Well, was it after 1:45?
It was after that.
Was it before 5:30?
Probably. I don't recall.
Well, the photographs in the shower at 5:30. Had you already taken your items downstairs?
I'm not sure. I think, but I'm not 100%.
Do you remember when you testified on direct examination regarding this issue?
Yes.
Remember that you told us that by the time the shower was taken, you had already put the luggage, those items in the car.
The luggage, yes. I'm not sure about the camera.
Okay, so the luggage did go into the car, then, right?
Yes.
But did you also tell us that the other bag also went into the car before you were taking these photographs? Do you remember telling us that?
Yes.
How many bags did you have that day?
I had my backpack, my carry-on suitcase, my purse, and my camera case, and my laptop.
Okay, so your laptop, is that going out at the same time that your suitcase is going out or no?
No, because, well, I had the laptop in the office when I pulled the CDs out. I don't really remember. I know I had it at that point, but I don't remember when it went in the car.
Well, it was obviously before 5:30 though, right?
The laptop, I don't know, I guess.
Well, that's when he was in the shower at 5:30,
What
right?
is she even fighting
Yes.
at this
Okay.
point
And
anymore?
didn't you tell us on direct examination that by that time you had already
Real
taken all
talk.
of your stuff down into the car? Do you remember telling us that then?
I remember saying luggage and things, yes.
So you don't remember that you told us that the rest of the items were also taken down and put in the car?
Well, I don't know about the camera or
I'm
the,
not asking about the camera. I'm asking about all the other items. Because the camera, you told me you don't know. And then we talked about the laptop, remember?
2013.
yes.
And so I'm
Oh,
asking you,
Never
when
mind,
did the
Gary.
other items go down? Let's keep the camera out of this
know what you're
equation.
referring
When
to.
did the other items go down into the car?
I don't know.
Why is it that you don't know, man?
They're just details I don't remember. I remember some things and like major things and not, I don't know, they're details.
Why is it that you don't remember the details today, but when you were talking about them within the last couple of weeks, you did remember them? Why is that? That's my point.
Well, I was uncertain about those too. I just was, obviously it went in the car at one point. I just don't know exactly which point.
But do you remember telling us last week that the luggage and the other items all went down into the car before 5:30? Do you remember telling us that?
Not that specifically.
And you don't remember telling us that the camera was included and that it also went down before 5:30? Do you remember telling us that at all?
I don't know.
Judge?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take the evening recess. Please be back in a designated area. We can start at 10:15 tomorrow. Is everyone available? All right, we'll see you then. Please remember the admonition, you are excused.
Guys, excuse me. We only need 9 more people. And I have some time right now. I am going to be visiting family. Hopefully my flight doesn't get canceled. So I'm not going to be streaming on Monday or Tuesday. So I'd really like to get these subs in now. So I'm going to keep going for a little bit and reassess at 9 o'clock. If you're able to stay, I would love for you to stay because it's my understanding that he does change the topic. Like, we are getting somewhere with this. Yeah, so it's day 25. Oh, wow. Wait, what? All right, so this video had, the one that we saw was annoying. That had 511 views. this. Oh, this is her last day of testimony with what's his face. There's going to be Cross, but oh yeah, I'm definitely starting this. Let's freaking go. This is the most watched day. Oops. I really don't either, but I mean, to each their own, right? Oh, God bless you. Hi, if you're watching, please make sure you subscribe to my channel. I am a woman on a mission. And I'm also really fucking cool, so. I like Peggy coming in with the real talk from the assisted living facility. She's such a badass.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel.
Jodi put
Ms. Arias,
out.
you are still under oath. Do you understand?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez, you may continue.
Say go to the addition, leave it for 70.
Any objection?
No.
470.
Now, yesterday we were talking about the time that you took your luggage and you placed it in your car. You remember we were talking about that?
Yes.
And one of the things that you were telling us was that you didn't remember what you had said on direct examination. Do you remember that?
I didn't remember the precise wording. That's correct.
Well, no, you didn't remember the time. It was more than the precise wording, wasn't it?
I don't remember the exact time. That's also
This
correct.
woman.
And when I asked you if it was closer to 5, you weren't able to tell me, were you?
Yes.
And in fact, what the exchange was on direct examination was that you were asked. So you say you're packing your luggage, or you packed your luggage in your car and you're getting ready to leave. And the question was, do you remember about what time of the day that this was when you were packing your car and getting ready to leave? And you said, I don't. It was after that. I think it was after 2, I'm sure. So it was after 2 o'clock that you took everything and put it down in the car, correct?
That makes sense.
When you say that makes sense, although it makes sense, I'm asking you if that's what happened.
What would have been after 2? Because before 2 we were having sex.
Pardon?
Before 2 we were otherwise engaged.
But after 2 o'clock, the way you're saying it is you're saying it could be 6 o'clock in the evening. It was after 2, specifically it was around 2 o'clock when you actually put the luggage in the car, right?
It was after 2 o'clock. I don't know how close to 2 o'clock.
Okay, so it could have been between 2 and, so you're telling us it was shortly after 2 o'clock based on that statement, right?
I just know it would have been after we did what we were doing.
And was it shortly after you did what you were doing?
Well, maybe, maybe not. I guess it's relative. I just know that it was after what we were doing. I don't remember the exact time.
I just want to know how much time after you and he got done doing what you were doing, you said 2 o'clock, what time in terms of hour or minute, how much time
8
elapsed
people.
after that you took your items down to the car?
I'm not sure.
And so when you say you're not sure, you were a little bit more sure on direct examination, weren't you?
Not on exact time, no.
But you were more sure about the time. You want me to read it back to you?
Objection, ask and answer.
Overruled.
I was more, wait, you asked me 2 questions.
Well, answer the first one then. You're ready to answer that.
I was sure that it happened after we were done having sex.
And you mentioned 2 o'clock, didn't you?
That would have been after 2 o'clock, yes.
So then you were asked, so after your car's packed and ready to go, you said you were dressed, right? Did you ask about that?
I was dressed, yes. Unless we were engaging in other things, I was always dressed.
And it was after you packed your car that you and he then went downstairs to the study, right? Or the office, however you want to call it.
We did go downstairs after the bedroom stuff, but I don't know about packing the stuff in the car.
Well, when did you pack your stuff then? You seem to have a hard time telling us when you packed your stuff.
Yes, the precise moment. I don't remember when I put
Am I
things
asking you for the precise moment then?
You said when?
Right. When means, if I wanted the precise moment, I'll ask you for the precise moment. When, in the sequence of events, did you pack your stuff and put it in the car?
As far as sequence of events, the most precise I can tell you is after 2 o'clock and before leaving.
And you can't get any clearer than that.
It's not there. Maybe it's somewhere there, but I don't remember.
So again, it's an issue with your memory as to when it was that you actually put the stuff in the car, correct?
That's correct.
And when you put the items in the car, did you do it alone or did Mr. Alexander help you?
I did it alone.
Do you remember telling us that perhaps Mr. Alexander helped you?
Yes, it's possible to help me with it downstairs, but usually he let me get my own luggage.
So it usually means that you're telling us that you don't remember whether or not he helped you on this occasion, right?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure that he helped me bring it downstairs, but I don't remember him walking me out to the car to put my own luggage in.
So you went outside and you put it in your car, right? Your car was parked out front in the driveway, correct?
It was parked in the driveway, yes.
And would it be fair to say that if your car didn't have a license plate affixed to the back, that it would make it more difficult for people to know who was driving that car?
If that were true, I guess so.
That would be the case though, right?
If there were no license plate, that would be true.
And we know that you hadn't put back, at least the front license plate, you hadn't put that back, correct?
That's correct. I drove from Pasadena to Mesa with it in the floorboard.
So the answer is that's correct. It was still in the car, correct?
Yes.
And so you're inside and you're in the study and you're looking at some CDs or something, correct?
Correct.
How long does that take in terms of time?
That one took a while because it took him some time to bring up some of the images or find the disk drive on his computer. I don't remember the exact time, but it seemed to take forever.
So how long is a while to you?
I don't know. It just seemed like it dragged and dragged while he went looking for the disk drive, and I was just laying on the floor with Napoleon.
Are we talking hours? What are we talking about here?
I wouldn't say hours. It just felt like a lot longer than it should take to pop a CD into the computer and bring up some photographs that are on the CD.
So it was just one CD that was popped into the computer, right?
There were 2 CDs.
And there was this issue involving the 2 CDs, and then you and he had some sort of intimacy after that, correct?
Yes,
And the intimacy that you had after that, it was not a situation that was unwanted by you, correct?
that's correct.
It was something that you participated in willingly, correct?
Yes.
And then after that, at some point, Mr. Alexander goes to take a shower, correct?
Yes.
What did he do after the intimacy was done? Did he go anywhere? Did he do anything before he went up to the shower?
I'm not sure what he did because I left the room to go to the bathroom across the hallway.
And so you went to the bathroom across the hallway, and after using that bathroom, you came back out, right?
Yes.
And when you came back out, was Mr. Alexander in the office?
Yes.
And how long was he in the office before the two of you went somewhere else?
A few minutes. We went upstairs
And you went upstairs to do what?
to take photographs.
And so you're telling us that he agreed with you to take photographs, right?
Yes.
You remember that you had a conversation with the detective and that you told a different story?
No.
Well, let's listen then.
We're almost there. I don't want to sing it like phonetically correct because I don't want to get a copyright strike. But what? Strawberry shake.
Move for the original exhibit 503.
I would resubmit it.
Ohio just moved to just one license plate as well. Thank you.
Afternoon. I just, he had been cleaning his house.
Hi, Candy.
So I wasn't sitting on the couch. Usually I would just chill on the couch downstairs, if no one was home. But he had like chairs and all that stuff all over the couch. He was cleaning the floor or something. And Napoleon, I don't know if he made phone calls or not or what he was doing on the internet, but at one point he was going to go and take a shower. It took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving. I was like, I got some ideas, and they didn't turn out good at all, not like I wanted to. But I thought that I could get some cool pictures of him shaving. It's because he does the whole old-fashioned thing with like this little, I don't know how it works. He liked it though, apparently, because he used it for his profile picture on MySpace. So those are drones. I was going to do that again later, but I asked him if I could take pictures of him in the shower, and he's like, no. And I was like, I just have an idea. I have a couple ideas. And he's like, well, what do you mean? And I was like, I said, I saw this thing in a Calvin Klein hat once that looked really good. And so he was, you're right, he wasn't very comfortable at first. He's standing there and he's all, I feel gay.
And so it took a lot of convincing for you to get him to take those photographs, right?
Yes, I was talking about a prior incident.
Ma'am, it does indicate that it took a lot of convincing for you to take those photographs of him, correct?
Yes, but not on June 4th.
Ma'am, the photographs that I was asking you about in the shower were the ones involving, or that you were asked about on direct examination, involved him taking the shower on June 4th. Do you remember that?
Yes.
That's the same thing that we're talking about here on June 4th, isn't it?
No, that's the distinction. We had discussed the shower photos long before this.
So you're saying that when you told that to the detective, you're talking about something totally different other than June 4th?
A conversation that occurred before June 4th.
Ma'am,
Yes.
I'm asking you if the conversation that you're having there with the detective, is it in reference to the June 4th, 2008 photographs? Yes or no?
Yes, in an indirect way, it obviously is because the photos
Ma'am,
exist
yes or no?
because he agreed to
Ma'am,
take it.
yes or no?
I said yes.
So it does refer to the photographs on June 4th, 2008 then, right?
Yes, but not the
And
conversation.
ma'am, my question is, after that, it does say that it took a lot of convincing to get him to have those photographs, right? Yes or no?
That's correct.
And it also indicates that at the time he was shaving, right?
No.
It doesn't indicate that he was shaving before he took the photographs?
No, that was another incident.
Well, let's take a look at what it says again, all right?
Afternoon, I just, he had been cleaning his house.
So I wasn't sitting on the couch. Usually I would just chill on the couch downstairs, you know, if no one was home. But he had like chairs and all that stuff all over the couch. He was cleaning the floors or something. Fred Napoleon, I don't know if he made phone calls or not, or what he was doing on the internet, but at one point he was going to go up and take a shower, and it took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving. I was like, I got some ideas, and they didn't turn out good at all, not like I wanted to. But I thought that I could get some cool pictures of him shaving, because he does the whole old-fashioned thing with like this little, I don't know how it works. He liked it though, apparently, because he used it for his profile picture on MySpace. So those are sounds good. I was gonna do that again later, but I asked him if I could do pictures in the shower, and he's like, no. I was like, I just have an idea. I have a couple ideas. And he's like, well, what do you mean? And I said, I have this. I saw this thing in a Calvin Klein hat once that looked really good. And so he was, you're right. He wasn't very comfortable at first. He goes, I feel gay.
And ma'am, you heard the conversation in which you said that it took convincing, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that he was shaving prior to these photographs being taken, right?
Yes, months prior.
Ma'am, did you hear on that tape that it said he was shaving, right?
Yes.
And ma'am, one of the things that we know from what you told us previously was that, do you remember the situation of you being tied up to the bed with this rope? Do you remember telling us that?
Yes.
And do you remember that you told us that he was engaging in performing oral sex on you? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember that you said it was stopped because it was uncomfortable? Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
And the reason that it was uncomfortable that you said was because he hadn't shaved that day. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And so he hadn't shaved that day, had he?
No, he
On the
didn't.
day that he killed him, he hadn't shaved yet, right?
I don't think he shaved it all that day.
You don't think? Well, then let's take a look at Exhibit 159. It's not going up there. Just switch it.
What?
So is there any way we could get the one back there? All right, take a look at the Exhibit 159 that's behind you. You see that?
Yes.
Looks like he's shaved, doesn't it? Yeah, and it looks like he's recently shaved, doesn't it?
It does look that
And
way.
you were talking to Detective Flores about him shaving prior to the photographs being taken, weren't you?
Yes, but not this day.
Ma'am, you did indicate in this excerpt of your conversation.
Okay, I'm sorry. I will die on this hill, though. That's a 5 o'clock shadow. Am I wrong? Honestly, you can tell me if I am. It does not look like he is well shaved at that point. I'm gonna leave it there.
With the detective that it involved that there was this shaving before these photographs were taken. Do you remember talking about it on the excerpt?
The shaving photo shoot, yes.
Do you want me to play it for you again so you can hear what you say about the shaving previously?
No, thanks. I know what I said.
Well, it appears that you're having trouble acknowledging what you said. In it, you talk about him having to be convinced, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that you said was that you convinced him while he was shaving, correct?
No, that's not correct.
Well, let's listen to it again, okay?
Afternoon, I just, he had been cleaning his house. So I wasn't sitting on the couch. Usually I would just chill on the couch downstairs, if no one was home. But he had like chairs and all that stuff.
Where'd that accent come from, Jodi? That's what I want to know here.
I don't know if he made phone calls or not, or what he was doing on the internet, but at one point he was going to go and take a shower. And it took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving.
Did you hear that? It took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving. Did you hear yourself say that?
Yes, but that's not what
Yes
I'm
or no,
referring to.
ma'am? Am I asking you to expound on it? I just asked you whether or not you heard that you said it took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
And previous to that, we have you on the bed when you're making or having this intimate moment where you complained that it's not comfortable to you because he hadn't shaved yet, right?
Yes.
So then we take a look at exhibit number 159.
Why do you put the thing on top of the Elmo?
And he is recently shaved, correct?
It appears that way.
That's because he just shaved afterwards, right? After you
I didn't see him shave that day.
Pardon?
I didn't see him shave that day.
You did say, though, to this detective in that interview on July 16th of 2008 that it took a lot of convincing while he was shaving. You did say that, right?
I said when, not while. And it was actually a run-on sentence because I was referring to another day.
So you're saying that you had a rattle-on sentence. You did hear yourself saying that it took a lot of convincing when he was shaving then, right?
It sounds that way, but when is the new sentence?
Let's hear it again then, okay? So we can really understand what it said, all right?
had maximized the screen and I feel like I can see everything now. I should have done this like 3 days ago.
Afternoon. I just, he had been cleaning his house.
Listen to the country accent.
So I wasn't sitting on the couch. Usually I'd just chill on the couch downstairs, if no one was home. But he had like chairs and all that stuff all over the couch. He was cleaning the floor or something. Fred Napoleon, I don't know if he made phone calls or not, or what he was doing on the internet, but at one point he was going to go up and take a shower. And it took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving. I was like, I got some idea.
Did you hear that? Now, according to you, he was going to go out and take a shower, and it took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving. Isn't that what you said? Yes or no? That's all I'm
Yeah,
asking.
but you stopped it before the sentence was over.
Ma'am, isn't that what you said?
Yes, part of what I said.
Isn't that what you said?
Yes, that's part of the sentence.
Well, then let's hear it then, all right?
Oh, fuck. Damn it.
Afternoon. I just, he had been cleaning his house. So I wasn't sitting on the couch. Usually I'd just chill on the couch downstairs, if no one was home. But he had like chairs and all that stuff all over the couch. He was cleaning the floor or something. Fred Napoleon, I don't know if he made phone calls or not, or what he was doing on the internet, but at one point he was going to go up and take a shower. And it took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving. I was like, I got some ideas, and they didn't turn out good at all, not like I wanted to. But I thought that I could get some cool pictures of him shaving. It's because he does the whole old-fashioned thing with like this little, I don't know how it works. He liked it though, apparently, because he used it for his profile picture on MySpace. So those are drones good. I was going to do that again later, but I asked him if I could take pictures of him in the shower, and he's like, no. And I was like, I just have an idea. I have a couple ideas. And he's like, what do you mean? And I said, I have this. I saw this thing in a Calvin Klein hat once that looked really good. And so he was, you're right. He wasn't very comfortable at first. He's standing there and he's all, I feel gay.
That's your whole statement, right? Involving that issue. And part of that statement says he was going to go up and take a shower, and it took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving, correct? That's what it says. Yes or no?
Yes, part of it.
Yes or no?
Yes, part of it.
Yes or no?
Yes, part of it.
You keep saying part of it.
Because you're not finishing the sentence. Maybe
Ma'am.
the transcriber put a period there, but that's not the whole sentence.
You heard it over and over again, and we've heard it, and that's what it says, right?
Yes.
Those words were uttered by your mouth back on July 16th of 2008. Yes or no?
That's correct.
About half dozen times.
No, you were standing there taking some pictures. And how long were you standing there taking some pictures before something happened?
I don't know.
You did have his camera, right?
Yes, I wasn't standing.
It was a relatively new camera for you, right?
Yes.
It's the first time you'd ever seen it, right?
First time I ever saw it physically and held it. I can't remember if I looked it up on the internet when we were shopping for it.
So the answer is yes, that's the first time you've ever seen that specific camera, correct?
That I recall, yes.
Well, ma'am, had you been to Mr. Alexander's home between April when you left and June 4th of 2008?
No.
And wasn't it true that it was during that time, between April of 2008 and June 4th of 2008, when you killed him, that he bought the camera, right?
Yes.
So it's fair to say, based on that set of circumstances, that you had never seen his camera before, correct?
Based on that solely, that's correct.
Well, are you saying that you saw his camera, previous to that date?
Yes.
And where did you see his camera if you haven't seen him before, between April when you left and June of 2008 when you saw him?
He posted a picture of himself in the mirror, taking a picture of his whole self in the bathroom on Facebook, and his camera is clearly in the photograph.
So how about if we do it this way? When was the first time you actually got to touch his camera? Was it on June 4th of 2008?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you had never physically manipulated or worked with his camera prior to June 4th of 2008, correct?
Yes.
And June 4th of 2008, in terms of getting familiar with that camera, that was the first opportunity that you had, correct?
Correct.
You did have an opportunity when you were taking pictures of him to at least see how it worked to take photographs, right?
Yes.
You were unsuccessful in working the camera to take a video, correct?
Correct.
And that was partly because you were unfamiliar with the camera, right?
Yes.
You hadn't read the instructions, right?
I had not.
And so then, with regard to that particular camera, you start using it later on in the afternoon. About what time do you start taking these photographs in the shower, ma'am?
Off the top of my head, I don't remember the time. I guess they're timed on the photos, but I can't tell you the time.
Ma'am, I'm not asking what's on here. I'm asking what you remember, what you are cognizant of.
It was
you know?
sometime
Yes
in
or
the
no?
afternoon.
Do you know what time? Yes or no?
No.
And so, but you, with regard to this particular camera, previously you have also told us that you have not deleted any photographs from that camera, correct?
Previously, I believe
Right.
that's correct. About the pictures of me, I said.
Ma'am, I'm asking, you remember that we talked about this yesterday, about the photographs that were taken of you and him on the bed. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you remember that you told us that it was he who had actually actually deleted the photographs from the camera. Do you remember telling us that?
She said they both did.
Earl, do you may answer?
I believe they were deleted, but I don't remember how that happened. I think he deleted them after we took them.
You don't remember how it happens. If you don't remember how it happens, it's fair to say that you didn't do it, right?
Objection, argument.
No.
Sustained, rephrase.
Well, you didn't delete the photographs, did you? The sex photographs, did you?
I might have deleted them.
I don't.
Well, I thought you said that just now that it was he, meaning Mr. Alexander, that deleted the photographs.
I believe it was him, but I can't be sure, so it could have been me, but I believe it was
So
him.
let's go with your belief. If it is your belief that he's the person that deleted the photographs, then that excludes you from deleting the photographs, right? Based on that belief.
Only if you base it on belief, but that doesn't mean it's actually the reality.
Ma'am, everything that you tell us from the witness stand is your belief, isn't it?
I'm just saying they got
Yes or
deleted.
no? Everything that you're telling us is what you believe, right? If we're going to use the word believe.
It's the truth to the best
I'm
of
not
my
asking you if it's the truth. Am I asking you if it's the truth?
Yes.
I am asking you that. I thought the word was believe. Isn't it true that I'm asking you what you believe? And you told us that you believe it was Mr. Alexander who deleted the photographs of you and he having sex.
What was the question?
The question is, isn't it true, man, that you just told us that you believe it was Mr. Alexander who deleted the photographs of you and he having sex on the bed?
I believe it was him, yes, but I'm not sure.
But you believe that, right?
It's likely, but I'm not sure. I believe it was probably him.
And if he's the one, assuming that we adopt your belief, if he's the one that deleted the photographs, then up to that point, when you're taking photographs of him in the shower, you haven't deleted any photographs from his camera yet, correct?
Not necessarily, no, that's not correct.
Well, the only photographs that are on that camera that were taken that day when you got there are the ones involving the sex. You're aware of that, right?
No, that's not true.
Well, you took other photographs taken?
Yes, in the shower.
Well, we're not there, are we?
I don't know, you go all over the place.
Well, you keep trying to be critical, but not answering the questions. Are you having problems following? If you are, let me know. But we're talking about the deletion of photographs. Do you have any problem understanding that that's a topic?
No.
And do you have any problem, first of all, understanding that you believe that it was Mr. Alexander who deleted the sexual photographs? You told us that you believe that.
He usually deleted those,
Yes
so I'm not
or
sure.
no? I'm not asking you what he did. Isn't it true that you just told us that?
Oh yeah, I did just say that.
And based on that, the next time that his camera was used was when you were taking photographs of him in the shower, right?
That's correct.
And if that's the next time that you are using the photograph, or that the two of you are using the camera, then before that time, when you are taking photographs of him in the shower, you, based on your belief, have never deleted any items from his camera, right?
No.
You think that you deleted something else even though there were no other photographs taken?
I believe it's possible, and I can't say definitively.
There were only 2 instances of voluntary photograph taking with his camera that day, correct?
Correct.
There was the one involving the sex, right?
Yes.
There was the one of him in the shower, right?
Yes.
There were the involuntary photographs, right?
Yes.
And you've just told us that between the sex pictures and the shower pictures, you did not delete any photographs from his camera, correct?
I'm not entirely sure.
But you said that's what you believe. Do you remember just telling that just minutes ago?
Yes, I believe that, but that doesn't mean it's concrete. I may have deleted
Ma'am,
it.
I'm just asking you whether or not you told us that's what you believe. That's all I'm asking you. In other words, did you just tell us minutes ago that that's what you believe? Yes or no?
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, I think I said that.
So if that's the truth and we're going on your belief, when he was in the shower, you began to snap photographs of him, correct?
Yes.
And you wanted to get the Calvin Klein look, right?
Yes.
And before this time that you were taking photographs of him in the shower, you had not, based on your belief, ever deleted any images from that photograph, from that camera, correct?
No.
That's not correct?
That's not correct.
All right. Tell me when you deleted any images from that photograph between the time that he deleted the sex pictures and after he deleted the sex pictures and you began to take the photographs of him in the shower. Between that period of time, when did you delete photographs from that camera?
I can't say definitively when.
Thank you.
Or even if, but I can't say whether Travis did either.
No, I'm going from the time that from your belief, just from your belief, man. Immediately, seconds after, he's deleted those images, according to your belief, seconds after, and to the time when you first started taking the photographs. When did you delete anything from that camera?
Either of us could have deleted it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Either of us could have deleted the pictures.
I'm not asking that. You keep avoiding the question, man. The question is when. Give me the circumstances when you, starting at the point that I just mentioned, to the time of taking the photographs in the shower, when did you do anything to delete photographs from his camera?
Sometime after they were taken. That's all I can say.
So sometime after what was taken?
The photographs that were deleted.
So you didn't delete the sex photographs. Now we have the photographs that you're taking in the shower. Are you saying now that you deleted some other photographs in between?
No, I'm not saying that.
That's what I want. So then you're not familiar with the camera in terms of how to delete photographs, are you?
At what point? Because I
At the
didn't
point before you had deleted any photographs.
That's correct.
And so that if you needed to delete it, go through the process of deleting a photograph, it would then be a first time for you, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And so you then tell us that you take this photograph, 160,
Wrong,
and that
Robert.
this is at 5:30 and 30
But I
seconds.
appreciate
And that's on
you
June 4th, 2008, right?
Yes.
You were the person that was handling the camera when this photograph was taken, right?
Yes.
The door was open, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Alexander was seated there, right?
Yes.
And what you told us on direct examination is that that's also an inadvertent photograph, correct?
It is.
What you're saying is that the camera was twirling and coming down at the time that this photograph was taken, right?
No,
Overall, give me answer.
that's not correct.
Well, what was the camera doing when this photograph was taken?
I have no idea.
Well, you were there, right?
We were looking at him, so I must have moved it because I kept showing him and then moving it back and showing him, moving it back, and then we would delete the ones he didn't like.
Do you remember on direct examination indicating that there was a fumble sort of movement with regard to this photograph, and that's why this is also an inadvertent photograph?
Not this photo.
This is the last in the sequence. This is at 5:30 before the other shot. This is the last in the sequence.
Different question, Judge.
Oh, Phantom. If you only knew. This trial lasted 75 days, for which she was on the stand for, I believe, 14 days. So I am just covering the highlights. This isn't even the whole thing. Like, this is just like the 10,000 feet looking down level. Yeah. I know. Welcome back.
Isn't this the last in the sequence before there is the other shot of the ceiling, which is at exhibit number 161 of the ceiling?
That's correct.
So?
You're not
Are
in
you
here.
saying
Wait,
now that this
wait,
was
wait,
not
wait,
an
wait,
inadvertent photograph?
wait. You're not in here by choice. Are you being held at gunpoint? Blink twice if you need help. Get the fuck out.
No, I'm not saying that.
So it is an inadvertent photograph, right?
Yes, it is.
What were the circumstances that made this an inadvertent photograph?
The only way that would be an inadvertent photograph is if my finger inadvertently hit the shutter release button.
Is that what you did, inadvertently hit the shutter?
Obviously, yes.
No, there's nothing obvious about it, ma'am. It's a photograph. It is in focus, isn't it?
Yes.
And if we compare it to the other photograph, which is exhibit number 161, this is not in focus, is it?
No.
The previous 160 is, though, right?
Yes.
How can you tell us just by looking at this that this is an inadvertent photograph if it is well in focus and the subject is sitting there aimed at this individual? Why is it that you tell us that this is an accidental or inadvertent photograph?
Because all of those photos were intended to be waist-up shots.
So all the photos are intended to be waist-up shots. That doesn't tell us that this is an inadvertent photograph, does it?
It's certainly not intentional, so it is inadvertent.
You were holding the camera securely when this photograph was taken, correct?
I don't know what you mean by securely. I was just holding it to the best of my ability.
Right. The same as you were with regard to the other photographs, right?
Yes.
You were holding it as securely with this photograph as you were with the other photographs, right?
Yes.
And this photograph then is taken when you apply pressure to the button that takes the photograph, correct?
That's how it works.
And that's how it works for the other photographs too, right?
Yes.
And in this particular case, this photograph is not out of focus, so there's really nothing that tells us from the photograph itself that this was inadvertent, right?
From the photo itself, yes, it's inadvertent because I wouldn't take a picture of that.
But it's your word that you wouldn't take that shot, right? That's what you're saying. And it's because it shows his buttock area that you say it's inadvertent, right?
That's correct.
Did he get mad when you took a picture of his buttocks?
No, we just deleted it.
No, I'm not asking you anything about deleting it. I'm asking you whether or not he was angry at the time.
Not at that point, he wasn't angry.
Was he angry at the time that you took this photograph on June 4th, 2008 at 5:30 and 30 seconds, ma'am?
Not at that point.
That's the point I'm asking you about. I'm not asking you about any other time. Was he angry at that point? Yes or no?
No.
And so you then still had the camera in your hand and had not, according to you, dropped it, right?
That's correct.
Were you and he talking when the photographs were being taken?
Yes.
And were you asking him how to pose?
I don't recall asking him any specific poses, just whatever.
Wasn't this for you? Isn't this something that you wanted?
It was for him. That's why it was on his camera.
I got the conversation that you had with this detective was that, quote, it took a lot of convincing, whether it was then or another time. If it takes a lot of convincing, it means it's your idea, not his, right?
Initially, it was my idea.
So you're agreeing then that it was your idea to have this photography session.
Yes.
And exhibit 159, he's now sitting down, right?
Yes.
And when he's sitting there, it was you who was directing this photograph because you liked the way the water was coming on his face, didn't you?
Yes.
So you were the person that was directing him on where to be and how to sit, right?
Yes. I guess. He was sitting, so I just told him to look at the camera.
Pardon?
I mean, he was sitting and he was standing at one point.
Ma'am, he's standing through some of these photographs, correct?
Yes,
And then at some point toward the end, he's sitting down, right?
yes,
Right before this attack happened, he's sitting down, right?
yes,
And you're the one that's directing the taking of these photographs because you want to get the Calvin Klein look, right?
well, that was with the water, so I didn't have to direct him. The water did the work on that, on the,
Ma'am, I'm not asking you about what the water is doing. I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you about this man's physical positioning inside of that shower. In some of these photographs in the beginning, he's standing, isn't he?
yes.
Let's take a look at one of them so that we know what we're talking about.
I'm like the nicest person that you
141.
meet today, Phantom.
Exhibit 141, he's standing there, right?
Yes,
And you're the one taking these photographs, right?
yes,
Then if we go to the exhibit that we've been talking about, which is exhibit 159, he's now seated, right?
yes.
You're the one that's telling him what position to get in so you can get this Calvin Klein effect that you want, right?
No, that's not right.
Well, isn't this what this photographic session is about? Isn't that what you told us it was about?
The Calvin Klein,
Yeah, the Calvin Klein look, right?
something to that effect.
That's what what we heard you say, right?
Yes,
So if you're the person that's taking the photographs, you're also the person that's telling him, stand this way, stand that way, or sit down, aren't you?
it was mutual.
I know no one's asking whether or not he consented to sit down. I'm asking who was directing him in these poses. It was you, wasn't it?
Yes, and him, both of us.
Well, it was you who was behind the lens, and it was you who wanted to get a certain look, right?
Yes, with the water.
And it was all about this Calvin Klein thing that you wanted, right?
Yes.
I thought on direct examination you told us something about him wanting pictures because he's going to go to Cancun. Which one is it now?
Not because he was going to Cancun, when his body was cut the way it was in this photo.
So which one is it? The Calvin Klein
Okay.
sort of ambience, or is it he wants these pictures for Cancun? Pick one.
It's not for Cancun.
Did you indicate on direct examination that he was going to go to Cancun, he was proud of his body, and he wanted to pose for you because he wanted those sort of as a memento of how good he looked before he went to Cancun? Do you remember telling us that?
Yes.
So which one is it?
Oh.
Even though you told Detective Flores nothing about that, right?
About what?
How many people?
But what is it that we're talking about?
We're talking about a few different things right now.
Well, the last one that we were talking about.
The
Cancun issue, man. You never told the detective about the Cancun issue, did you?
What Cancun issue?
Do you remember that we're talking about Travis Alexander? Let's start with that.
Yes, I remember that.
That's why we're here, because you killed him, right?
Yes.
And with regard to Mr. Alexander, he was going to Cancun, right?
Yes.
And you testified about him going to Cancun on direct examination, right?
Yes.
And you told us that the purpose of these pictures was because he was proud of his body because he'd been working out. Do you remember telling us that?
Yes, that's correct.
And that he now, when he went to Cancun, would be able to wear whatever swimwear, whatever it is that they wear out on the beach, right?
Yes.
And that he wanted to memorialize that through a picture so that he could keep it. Do you remember telling us that on direct examination?
It wasn't worded that way, but that's more or less correct.
Sure. And in fact, though, what you told the detective back on June 16th of 2008 is something entirely different about these photographs, right?
Just another aspect of the same thing.
Pardon?
It was another aspect of the same thing.
Well, you do tell the detective that it takes a lot of convincing, right?
Yeah, in January it did.
Sure, it took a lot of convincing. If it takes a lot of convincing, then why are you telling us that he really wanted the photographs? On the one hand, can you see that you're telling us he wanted the photographs, and on the other hand, you're telling us, no, he didn't want the photographs. Which one is it? Pick one.
Objection, comment, question. We're talking about two different incidents. One in January, one in June.
Restate your question.
Ma'am, with regard to this photography session on June 4th of 2008, I made two statements about it. Yes, he did want the photographs taken, or no, he needed convincing. Either one. Just tell me either one.
Well, he did need convincing when we initially discussed it. And on June 4th, he was ready for it because his body was more toned.
So you're saying he wanted it on June 4th of 2008. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
And you did not say that to this detective back on July 16th of 2008, right?
I didn't specify.
No, you didn't say it, did you?
Say what?
What
That
we're
he wanted
talking
it.
about. Why is it that you have a hard time understanding these questions when they are in conflict with what you're telling us?
Objection, argumentative, objection, sir.
Sustained.
With regard to the detective, you did not tell
Phantom
that
helped
Mr.
me
Alexander
get more
wanted
subs.
his picture taken
So
in
we're
the shower,
down to
correct?
4.
That's correct.
I just need 4
Let's take a
more
look at exhibit
people.
249. Do you recognize what's here?
Yes.
And this is
4
a
more subs.
schematic diagram of Mr. Alexander's bathroom, correct?
That's correct.
It also includes the closet, correct?
Yes.
It also includes the bedroom, right?
Yes.
And the rope that we talked about was behind here, behind the bed, right?
That's right.
All right, ma'am. These photographs that you were taken at some point. Let's take a look at exhibit number 161. And the time is 5:31 and 14 seconds.
Thank
That
you
photograph is
so
snapped, correct?
much.
Correct.
And this is the door to the shower, right?
Yes.
This is the light above the shower, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Alexander is seated down here, isn't he?
Yes.
And we saw a picture of him seated, correct? He hadn't moved from that position, right?
Yes.
You were standing, right?
I was kneeling at that point.
And this right here is the door to the closet, correct?
Yes.
We go back to exhibit number 249. Where were you when that photograph was snapped? And I'm talking about, we can be specific if you want to look at it, 161. Where were you when this photograph was snapped?
I was somewhere maybe slightly to the left of the circle number 4.
Why don't you point to it?
It was somewhere in this area.
So you were immediately right in front of the shower, right?
A few feet back, so there was no water on the camera.
And Mr. Alexander was still seated, correct?
Yes.
And you said that you were kneeling, right?
Yes.
So that the distance between you and the floor was not that great, correct?
No, that's correct.
And this photograph here, 160, the last one before that, were you also kneeling on this one?
Yes.
You were?
Yes.
And this would show the distance between, obviously, the lens and the subject. Are you saying that that's 2 feet?
It's not necessarily the distance because the lens had a zoom.
Right, so I'm asking you how far away you were you?
I was a few feet, not 2, maybe a little bit farther, so the water didn't splash on the camera.
You hadn't moved from this position when you took this photograph, when the other photograph was snapped, right?
No, that's not right. We were looking at photos.
You what?
We were looking at the pictures, reviewing them.
So when you took this photograph, which is the one of him at 5:30, and then there was this other photograph of 161, were you in the same position? I'm not asking if there was any deletion of photographs in between. I'm just asking if you were in the same area when these 2 photographs were snapped. That's all I'm asking.
I was in the same general spot, but there was some adjusting.
All right. And you pointed to that general spot for us, correct?
Yes.
And you said that that was a couple of feet away, right?
Yes.
And that was right around there, right?
Show all the photos.
And so
I'm willing
you
to
say you
admit
dropped the camera,
I'm a
right?
freak. Show them.
I did.
Where did the camera go?
I dropped it when I was facing this way. It landed on the mat right about here and sort of did a little double bounce on the tile right there.
Well, you said.
For the record, I do not believe it is hard to believe that he was disbarred. I think he was living his best life, handing out tips of information in exchange for sexual favors. Like sorry, Juan, a mile away. Like some character traits you can just, or the way that people present themselves. I have worked alongside lawyers my entire career, and there's just a lot of flags there that went off in my head. And when I found that out during this trial, I was like, oh, yeah, I can see that. Yeah. But thank you for sharing. And we all agree, like, he did a great job. I think he just let it get to his head, no pun intended. Okay. A little too much.
You dropped the camera right around here, correct?
Yes.
And the camera then came
It rolled a little bit.
southbound, right?
Yeah. Yes.
In this direction, correct? How far did the camera roll?
It was right sort of against, it didn't touch, but it was sort of against the bathtub.
So the bathtub's over here.
Right.
This right here is the dividing wall between the shower and the bathtub. Do you understand that or not?
Yes.
So the camera then came this way, right?
It was right sort of up against the bathtub, but it didn't hit the porcelain part of the bathtub.
And there was a bath mat that was here, wasn't there?
I don't recall a bath mat being there. I just know the shower mat was there.
So there was a shower mat there? Is that
Right
what
outside of the shower. That's the only mat that I can remember being there.
And the camera is then right about here, right?
In that vicinity.
Right? And what happens when the camera comes to rest in this position? What happens next?
Travis snapped.
When you say Travis snapped, he manifested something. What did he do?
He got very angry. He stood up, stepped out of the shower, all the while calling me an effing
Screaming
idiot.
at you, bad stuff, right? Cursing at you, right?
I remember the F word. I don't know how much cursing there was.
And the F word being what? You can say it. You said in text messages. Go ahead.
He said fucking.
He said fucking what?
That I'm a fucking idiot.
Okay, he said you were a fucking idiot. And he's standing up when he says this, right?
As he was standing up or whatever. I don't know the exact position he was in when those words were uttered.
So he was either standing or moving up to stand when he started cursing, right?
Yes, that's
And he's within about 2 feet of you, right?
many.
Somewhere like that.
That's what you told us you were standing or
Two
kneeling when you
people
took this
away.
photograph, right? Or this photograph was snapped, right?
Yeah, I was a few feet so that the water wouldn't splash.
Right. And
Please
at that
make sure
point, he
you
gets very
were
upset.
described.
That's what you said that he told us. And is this when he gets this mean look in his face that you talked about?
When he picked me up, I looked in his face.
And you saw this mean look in his face, right?
Yes.
Is this the same mean look that you told us that you remember back from August of 2007?
It's a look I've seen more than a few times.
I'm asking about
So-
August 2007. That's the one I'm asking about. Do you remember telling us that in August 2007, you saw that same mean look that you saw back on June 4th of 2008?
I remember saying it was very similar.
Similar means it's about the same, right?
Yes.
And so you see the same look on his face, but in August of 2007, all he did was grab your wrist, say, I'm sorry, and held you, right?
Objection, Ms. Kirkpatrick, the testimony. She didn't say it was the same. She said it was similar.
Overruled.
Can you please repeat that?
Could you read it back to her, please?
Question. And so you see the same look on his face, but in August of 2007, all he did was grab your wrist, say I'm sorry, and held you, right?
Back in August, yes.
So you're in similar, it appears to be in a similar circumstance. Now something else happens, right?
Yes, many somethings later, this something is now happening.
Well, something happens now where
Yeah,
you
we all-
claim that he grabbed you and threw you down, right?
He body slammed me.
He body slammed you down, right?
Yes.
In a very forceful way.
The more that I don't want to use the word popular, but the more people join the community, it's inevitable. There's going to be a difference of opinion. There's going to be sides taken. There are going to be egos that are hurt. Once again, I've worked in politics and with lawyers my entire career. I am prepared for anything. It's like
Where did he
Teflon.
body slam you down, ma'am?
Right in the same area on the tile.
Pardon?
In the same area on the tile, my head would be facing south.
So in other words, right here in this area where you were taking the photographs, right?
Kind of more like
Pardon?
that.
Right around there?
Whole area, I'd say.
And you said your head was facing south, right?
Yes.
So you, even though he slammed you really, really hard, you were still cognizant enough to know that your head was facing south, which would be in this direction, right?
That's where I whacked my head on the tile.
Yeah. And so your head then is facing south, and you're remembering all this, even though he slammed you down really, really hard, right?
I wasn't thinking south when it happened, but here it
But
is.
you remember the direction of your head, whether it was whatever the direction you're giving us now, you remember that your head was in this direction, right?
Yes, I do.
Oh,
It
God.
wasn't a circumstance that you hit your head so hard that it made you lose at least any memory at that point of what had happened, right?
I don't think so.
Well, no, you were there when you say you don't think so. It sounds like you did. You remember your head being this way, right?
I do.
She can't testify to numbers that she lost. How does she know that?
Overruled. You may answer.
Yeah, I just don't know about head injuries, but I just remember being in that direction.
I'm asking whether or not whatever happened, you remember enough to know that your head was facing in this direction, south, which is south, right?
More or less, yes. My body was somewhat parallel with that area.
I'm asking about your head. I'm not asking about your body. Your body is, your head is facing this way, right?
Yes.
And so that happens, and is the camera still down here next to the tub?
I would assume. I don't remember the camera at that point anymore.
You don't remember the camera anymore. You're focused on Mr. Alexander. And now he's standing over you, right?
Yes.
And he's standing over you, and you're down. Tell me what happens next.
I roll to my left.
You roll to your left, which would be in this direction,
Yes.
and Mr. Alexander would be in front of you, correct?
He was somewhat to my right a little bit, but just outside the shower. And I ran down the hallway.
Well, I'm not asking you anything about that. Mr. Alexander is out of the shower, correct?
Yes, he is. Or he stepped out. I don't know if he has 1 foot in, 1 foot out, but he stepped out.
Well, he needed to have been out of the shower in order for him to grab you and body slam you, didn't he?
Not necessarily.
Oh, so you're saying that he was in the shower, and from the shower he kind of reached over and grabbed you and body slammed you sideways, even though he wasn't out of the shower?
No, I said he definitely stepped out, but I don't know if he had both feet out or 1 foot out.
So when he is in the shower, he at least takes one step out, and you're far enough away so that the water's not going to be getting on the camera, right? Right?
Yes.
And in this position where his legs are open, potentially, right? Right?
Yes.
You're saying that he reaches over with one leg still in the shower, and he body slams you. That's what you said, right?
No, that's not what I said.
She said she didn't know where.
All right, your objection is noted. Overruled. You may answer the question.
That's not what I said.
Well, when he body slams you, isn't it true that he was out of the shower?
Well, yeah.
Okay, then why did you tell us that he was still in the shower? Why did you just minutes ago tell us that?
I didn't say that.
You said he had 1 foot in the shower. Didn't you say that?
No, I didn't say he had 1 foot in the shower. I said I don't know if he stepped all the way out or if the 1 foot was still in the shower.
Okay, so it could be that 1 foot was still in the shower, you're telling us, when he body slammed you, right?
It could be or couldn't be. I don't know. All I know is getting body
Right.
slammed again.
But you're saying it's a possibility that the 1 foot is still in the shower, right?
I don't know.
Well,
I
you
don't
were
know
there,
if
right? And so far, you remember very well so far, because you were scared, right? That's what you told us.
I was terrified.
terrified. It's the same sort of thing, only escalated, right? Scared is the same thing as terrified, only terrified is worse, right?
I would say that, yes.
And so he, even though he may have had one foot in the shower, he does step outside, right?
He comes toward me enough to lift me up, whatever that took. He lifts me up and body slams me.
So he actually picks you up physically and body slams you, right?
Yes.
So what I think you're now telling us is that the body slam takes place with both of his feet out of the shower, right?
I wasn't focused on his feet, so I can't really answer that question.
All right. So then you go down, right?
Yes.
He's standing up, right?
Yes.
And he's standing up, according to you, right about here, right?
Not where you pointed to number 3. It wasn't there.
How about at number 4?
Somewhere closer in that area. It's all the same
Right
general
in
area.
here?
Somewhere in that area. He
All
was
right.
just standing over me.
Standing over you. Were his feet straddling you?
No.
Were his feet at your feet?
More like my legs, maybe my knees.
So he was with his legs open and your knees were between his legs. Is that what we're talking about?
He wasn't straddling me.
So he was standing next to your knees, right?
He was over me, but not with both legs on each side of me.
Right. But he was standing next to your knees, right? That's what you said.
Knees or shins. It was.
All right, let's go with knees or shins. That part of your leg, right? Knees or shins, right?
Yes.
And you were you were close to this area. Remember you told us that you were close to the top. Do you remember telling us that?
Yes.
And so if he was standing, he would have had to have been standing on the, if we look at this diagram, on the left side, which would be, I understand that this is a direction that you haven't given, but to the west of you, right?
He was not on the left. He was on the right.
So he was on the right, so he would be on this side then, near your shins.
Yes.
So that would mean that your feet were in front of the shower then, right?
That's about the general area where they were.
All right? And do you know how close your feet were to the door that was open?
No.
So he's standing there and you're down, right?
Yes.
And you're terrified, right?
Yes.
What happens next?
Well, I got the wind knocked out of me and I hit my head, but.
All right, you hit your head, but you remember everything. Based on what you're telling us, you still have a good memory of what happened, right?
Up to that point.
You got the wind knocked out of you, right?
Yes.
But even though you got the wind knocked out of you, you still have a good memory of what happened, right?
I don't know how good it is, but I remember it.
You remember it, right?
Yes.
Use your word. And when you got the wind knocked out of you, that means that you were having difficulty breathing, right?
Don't bite me.
It hurt. I don't remember not being able to breathe. It just hurt my ribcage and my torso. It hurt.
So when you say that you had the wind knocked out of you, that may not be accurate because what you're really describing is a pain to your midsection, whether it be the ribs or whatever, right?
Yes, it was painful.
It was painful. That's not the question. The question is when you said that you had the wind knocked out of you, that may not be accurate, correct?
I'm not sure because I've had the wind knocked out of me before, only a lot worse than that. So
you
it
had-
felt that way, but it just more it was painful.
So you had the wind knocked out of you before, right?
Yes.
You know what that feels like, right?
Yes.
You can't breathe. That's why they call it knocking the wind out of you, right?
Yes.
So you're telling us then, since you are familiar with having the wind knocked out of you, that you've hit your head, you're down, and you can't breathe, right?
I'm not saying that.
You did say that you had the wind knocked out of you, right?
Worse than this. Yeah.
No. I'm talking about here. You're telling us that you had the wind knocked out of you here, right?
I think it was to a degree. Yes.
So you're having difficulty breathing then at that point, right?
Breathing wasn't going through my mind at that point. I just remember
I'm not asking you what was going through your head. I'm asking you that whether or not you are telling us that you had difficulty breathing. That's all I'm asking. I'm not asking what was going through your head.
I don't remember that as being a priority in my mind at that moment.
I'm not asking you to prioritize your pain. You understand that, right? I'm asking you whether or not, because you tell us you had the wind knocked out of you, you were having difficulty breathing. That's all I'm asking.
I don't remember.
If you don't remember that you were having difficulty breathing, and based on your previous experiences with having the wind knocked out of you, you didn't have the wind knocked out of you, right?
I think the wind was knocked out of me partially or somewhat because that's the sensation that I felt.
All right, but it didn't involve breathing, though, is what you're saying.
Did you say did or didn't?
Did not involve a breathing difficulty.
I can't say for sure because that wasn't the immediate problem that I was worried about in that moment.
And so you're down. What happens next?
I rolled and ran down the hallway.
Well, you rode. Rolling is a little bit different than running. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
So even though you're having this wind knocked out of you, and you, according to you, have had your head smacked on the floor, you are able to roll to your left, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, to the left, correct?
Yes.
And you are clothed at this time, right?
Yes.
He does not have any clothing on, right?
No, he doesn't.
He's angry though, right?
Very angry.
Extremely angry, right?
I would say that, yes.
And you turn to your left to get up, right?
Yes.
And you turn to your left to get up so you can get away, right?
Yes.
You have absolutely no problem moving to your left and getting up, do you?
I don't know.
Well, you were there.
I just know I did it. I did it as fast as I could.
And he didn't stop you from doing that, did he?
I perceived that he was trying to get on top of me.
So you thought that he was trying to get on top of you. You say you perceived, which means that it may or may not be something that actually happened. So did he get on top of you at that point?
I rolled away before that could happen.
So you rolled away before that could happen means that you're saying that he then tried to go down to grab you. Is that what you're saying?
I don't remember him getting down, but I remember him just coming at me and coming at me and coming at me.
I understand that he's coming at you, but you're down on the ground, right?
Yes.
So if you're down on the ground, isn't he going to have to, by necessity, stoop over?
If he were to get on top of me, yes.
And so was he stooping over? Did you see that?
I don't know. I just know that he was coming after me and I rolled.
Well, you're telling us that you have these ideas, but I'm asking you what he actually did. Did he stoop over to get you?
I can only say what was going through my head, not what he actually did.
Well, you weren't looking at what he was doing?
Not after I got my head smacked on the tile. No.
So you weren't looking at him at that point, right?
Not at that very moment, no.
So it could be then at that point that what he was trying to do, when he was trying to, because you weren't looking at him, that when he was trying to stoop down, it could be that he was trying to help you, pick you up and apologize, right? Based on the fact that you told us you weren't looking at his face. It could be, right?
Objection calls for speculation. No evidence.
Overruled, any answer?
I can't say he was stooping down, so I don't even know how to answer that.
Well, you said he was trying to get on top of you.
I perceived that.
Yes, and perception is your eyes, you're looking, hearing, right?
Part of that is perception.
Sure. And you're telling us that hearing and looking, you believe, or you think, whatever term you want to use, that he was going to get on top of you, right?
I'm not saying hearing or looking, I'm just saying that was my perception.
So the way you keep backing away from it, it appears that what you're telling us, it could be that he's stooping down to help you to get up, right?
Rephrase your question.
You tell us that he was going down at some point, so that causing you to move away, right?
No, I'm telling you that after I got body slammed, I perceived that he was going to try to get on top of me and I wanted to roll away from the situation and run.
So that was your perception, but it wasn't caused by anything he was doing. It was caused by what he had done before then. That's what you're saying.
Certainly by what he'd done before, but I don't know exactly what he was doing right after he slammed me.
You weren't even looking at it, right?
Not at that point.
You get up, right?
Yes, after rolling, I got up and ran.
Right, and when you get up, point to me.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. 800 of Yinzal. Hell yeah. Guys, this has been a fucking ride this week. Pearl's running, mostly because Coco's chasing her, but we're all excited in our own ways. Mostly because the cat's evil. But I am so thankful. Thank you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. I know that the numbers will probably fluctuate a little bit. It's fine with me. I am the goal is 1,000. That's like that is the last goal there is. There's nothing else to do after that. Like period. This has been crazy. This has been wild. For those of you who have been here the last couple months even, I can't believe it just like shot up. That's what she said. I can't believe it's become you can go to bed now, Peggy. Thank you so much for being here, Peggy. You are just a total badass. And we all appreciate your commentary. You're so great. I will be on tomorrow before I jump on a plane. And probably around 2:30. 2:30 to 3. That's usually what I do. But let's let them go to the next sidebar. You know what? Actually, I am going to and my mods can do whatever they want. But I am going to stay until I've been live for 6 hours. I'm at 5:48 right now. Bye, Peggy. Talk soon. Or else until we get to the next sidebar. So either 14 minutes, or I'm sorry, 13 minutes, or it's 12 more minutes now. Or else the next sidebar. The cat's literally terrorizing the entire home. Okay, let's go.
Are you here? You're here. Where are you?
I'm not sure because I didn't do a full turn. I just rolled and got up and ran.
Were you in front of the closet?
Not directly, but
Were you right there? Where were you?
I don't know, I just rolled and I got up and booked it down the hallway.
And, well, this is not the hallway where you went down, right?
No, that's not where I ran.
Right, and in fact, are you saying that you rolled all the way down till you got to the entrance of the hallway?
Yes, she asked me after church, if she didn't know where she was.
Overruled.
I did not make a full rotation. I just rolled to my side and got up and started running.
So if you are here and you make a half rotation, then isn't it true that you would be standing right about here?
Objection, Ms. Kirkos is a testimony.
You would be standing right about here when you took off running.
Rephrase the question.
Were you standing right about here when you took off running?
Objection, she already said she didn't know where she was.
Overruled.
I really am not sure. I just got up and started running after I rolled to the side. That's all I can say.
You were still angry at that time, right?
Yes, he was still angry.
And he was still screaming at you, right?
Yes.
Thank
And this
you.
is the individual that on occasion had been telling you what great shape he got in, right?
Yes.
He's this individual that
Not
you
a
told us was a
Strider.
wrestler, right?
Yes.
In high school. And he's the same individual that part of the reason that you were taking these photographs in the shower was because he was in pretty good shape, right?
Yes.
So you take off running and you take off running down the hallway, right?
Yes.
Anyone else saying this?
And you go in this direction here, is what you're telling us, right?
Yes.
And then you pivot and take a right in here, which is the closet, right?
Yes.
And you're telling us that this individual that's standing and you're down, that's in really good shape, that's in really angry, and you're running down this hallway, you're telling us he can't catch you because you're way faster, right?
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, you're saying he didn't catch you. You're telling us he didn't catch you here, right?
No.
He didn't catch you here, right?
No.
He didn't catch you here, right?
No.
He's running after you, though, is what you did tell us, right?
I didn't look behind me, but I assumed.
Well, if you didn't look behind you, does that mean he wasn't coming after you?
No, ultimately that doesn't mean that because that's not what the reality ended up being.
So this individual that's in this great, or in the shape that you described, you get here before he does, right?
Yes, I do.
And he doesn't catch up to you here. When you're here, he hasn't caught up to you, right?
That's correct.
And there's a door there, right?
Yes.
According to you, you're able to close that door, right?
I slammed it.
But that door doesn't have a lock, right?
Not that I recall.
Well, you were there, right?
Yes.
Let's take a look at exhibit number 78.
That was a big win. Not a Strider. Thank you.
Take a look at it, please. Where were you taking the photographs when this happened? I want to see it on this exhibit.
Outside the
Natasha
shower.
Ryder.
Pardon?
Outside the shower.
Well, why don't you put a mark on there?
I see it now.
Man, were you crying when you were shooting him?
I don't remember.
Were you crying when you were stabbing him?
I don't remember.
How about when you cut his throat? Were you crying then?
I don't know.
So take a look then. And you're the one that did this, right?
Yes.
And you're the same individual that lied about all this, right?
Yes.
So then take a look at it.
All right, we're going to take the noon recess at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in the designated area at 1:25.
All right.
Please remember the admonition, you are excused.
Guys were awesome tonight. Thank you. Tomorrow I will pick up where we left off, and I'm gonna go eat dinner now and enjoy my shake. So I appreciate everyone's support. Whew. What a night. What a week. It's only Thursday. So shut things down here. Kat's looking at me like she's gonna fucking kill me. So have a great night. Make wise choices. And I will see you tomorrow. And if I don't see you live, make sure to jump in for the replay and just comment, like it. That helps a ton. So thank you guys. Thank you so much. Thanks to my mods. Thank you, Stream Mama. Appreciate you all. I greatly appreciate you all. So we are going to do something magnificent here. And I can't wait to embark on the future with everyone. Okay, seriously, it's time to go when the cat tells me to get the fuck off the computer so she can go look at her own shit. connect with her relatives, her Parisian roots. Okay. Please don't bite me. I need to log off. Okay, bye everyone. Bye. Oh, don't. No. Stop. Don't bite me. I'll bite you back.